Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. In Konoha, I made Uchiha Itachi a Cuckold 1 Ui Chapter 1 kissed Hinata at the beginning? I've said it many times, I'll repeat it again today. Chakra is extracted from the human body's 130 trillion cells. There are two changes in chakra. One is the shape change, the other is nature transformation. What kind of strange dream is this? Why is someone talking? Ye Shenyue, month. The teacher is calling you. What happened? Who is calling this name? The boy looked up and found himself in a classroom. In front of him was a 6 or 7-year-old little loli. Only. The moment he raised his head, because the two were too close, the boy kissed her on the face in shock. Oh. Hyūga Hinata's face turned red, and he leaned forward, fainting on the desk. White pupils? Cuz Hyūga Hinata? Something is wrong? Something is wrong? He was a little confused. Didn't he sleep at home? This dream is too real. Then he raised his eyes and looked carefully at the uncle at the front desk. Wearing Konoha Shinobi forehead protector, there's a long scar in the middle of the nose. Amino Iruka, FK, I'm furious. After exclaiming, he immediately went back to sleep on his stomach, and then raised his head again. Only then did he realize that he hadn't returned home yet. Grass. I have passed through, or Hokage world. Ye Shenyue is my name. This is too abstract. I obviously played games at home for 2 days and 2 nights, didn't I just sleep? No matter how you say, time travel is time travel. Ye Shenyue stretched out her hands and began to observe carefully. The body that was originally in his 20s has now become the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Look around again. The cold guy with the hedgehog head, the yellow hair with squinting eyes, the pineapple head. Ye Shenyue really believed that she had crossed since then. And it's still in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke. After briefly accepting the memory in her own body, Ye Shenyue found something desperate. I was born as a commoner, without any ninjutsu inheritance, and without any talent bloodline. This kind of template is basically cannon fodder in the Hokage world. If there is a system at this time, ding, bound ninjutsu extraction system. Loading ninjutsu extraction system. Host can draw 3 times a day on others, and can get ninjutsu in special entries. Gift package for beginners. Backstab, 1000 years of death special entry. Backstab. There is a 50% chance to incapacitate the enemy whose back is facing you, and a 50% chance to cause critical damage to the opposite S*X and incapacitate it. P.S. Please never turn your back on me. Special effect. Can cause special damage to tailed beasts. Hearing that Ye Shenyue here is all happy and crazy, although the 1000 years of death presented by the system is a bit lucrative. But he can see the special ability in it. That can cause special damage to tailed beasts. A small skill is so fierce, he can't even imagine how pervert the effect of drawing S-level ninjutsu will be in the future. Ye Shenyue. What are you doing? Yunino Iru's forehead has bulging veins. This kid really gave him some headaches. He didn't have much talent, not to mention, he didn't know how to work hard at all. His grades are in the class, but he is even worse than Naruto. Just now Ye Shenyue fainted the eldest lady of Hyuga's family, but he saw it with his own eyes. When the time comes when Patriarch Hyūga asks, how can I explain this to him? Iruka covers his face and sighs. Today's battle list is out. Uchiha Sasuke vs Ye Shenyue. After Iruka finished speaking, the class exploded. Ha 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 ha. I laughed so hard. Ye Shenyue will definitely lose in an ugly way. The tail of the crane actually played against Uchiha's genius. Ha 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 ha. Hey, Ye Shenyue, why don't you just admit defeat, or don't cry when the time comes? Everyone seemed to have seen the moment of Ye Shenyue's disastrous defeat, and had no expectations for him at all. Even their homeroom teacher Iruka is not optimistic about Ye Shenyue. Shut up. How can you make such a judgment? They haven't started yet. Ye Shenyue. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. Uzumaki Naruto straddled the desk and shouted loudly. He just can't stand everyone's cynicism towards Ye Shenyue. It's like I can't understand them treating me like that. Chapter 2 Bug Level Plugins. Faced with these cynicism, Ye Shenyue didn't take it to heart. Anyway, my mind is also an adult, so why bother with these brats? It's just that Naruto's solidarity with him made him feel a little better about the yellow-haired kid. The strength of the original body is really too weak. If it is based on this kind of strength, he doesn't even have to think about it. He will definitely end up in a disastrous defeat against Sasuke. But what? After all, he is a systematic man. Then Ye Shenyue turned his attention to Uchiha Sasuke. He found that Sasuke didn't have any other reactions because he had to fight against himself. Tisk. It is worthy of being the #1 pretending ninja in the ninja world. System. Extract ninjutsu from Uchiha Sasuke, drawing in progress. Get body replacement technique, get entry 100% throwing technique. Get clone technique, tisk, luck is really bad. Ye Shenyue secretly sighed. I thought I would be lucky enough to draw a Sharingan or ninjutsu, but that's all. However, after thinking about it, Ye Shenyue still felt that the harvest this time was not bad. With my current chakra, basically nothing. It takes a lot of effort to perform ninjutsu, and if you really want to draw out some fire style, you may not be able to use it yourself. Besides, free body technique has not been mastered yet. Ye Shenyue immediately learned the ninjutsu that had just been drawn. However, when he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a special place. FK. This 100% throwing technique is so awesome. 100% throwing technique. Throw a kunai or shuriken at the enemy, forcing the opponent to stop all movements and take your kunai or shuriken. FK. 100% bare-handed and white-handed, godly skill. Ye Shenyue was ecstatic, but fortunately she had read it carefully. Otherwise you wouldn't have noticed this special place. At first glance, it seems to be a very expensive skill. After all, no one will lose the kunai 100% of the time. But just think about it from another angle. Uchiha Obito opens Kamui. If you lose a kunai, you can't just exit the hollow state and come out to pick up your kunai. Even if the Sage of Six Paths came to him today, no matter how awesome you are, no matter how strong you are, I also have to honestly put down everything in my hands and take over my kunai. Moreover, Ye Shenyue guessed that the 100% throwing effect should be determined by how many throwing objects he can throw. It seems that the Shuriken Avatar technique is definitely to be learned. Shuriken Clone technique plus 100% throwing technique. These two skills are magical skills that forcibly interrupt spellcasting in the later stage. After seeing the magical bonus of the entry, Ye Shenyue immediately clicked on the newly acquired body replacement technique and clone technique. He couldn't help but wonder if clone technique and body replacement technique would get some amazing entries. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Naruto, how did you say that? You are ashamed to say it at the end of a crane. The tail of the crane. You are the tail of the crane like Ye Shenyue. Ha 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 ha. After everyone heard Naruto's voice, they began to mock him and Ye Shenyue mercilessly. You must know that the two of them are the tails of the cranes in the class who can't even use the three-body technique well. Who gave them the courage to say the words that could defeat Uchiha's genius? Hateful. Being ridiculed, Naruto jumped up on the table and shouted at everyone. Listen to me, all of you, one day, I'm going to be Hokage so all of you can recognize me. Everyone laughed louder after hearing Naruto's words. Iruka has some headaches for this noisy child, if it wasn't for third generation's special request for him to be Naruto's teacher. He didn't want to take this job at all. Quiet. The rest of the list of combatants. Then Iruka read out all the lists in the class one by one. Ye Shenyue didn't pay too much attention to other people. From the situation in the class, we can know that this time point should be shortly after the start of school. Most of the students basically have not mastered the three-body technique, let alone the experience of fighting. Of course, those big ninja children are another matter. Each of them has their own family inheritance, and their battle experience will also be cultivated in the family. In contrast, they learn the least in ninja school. Most of the civilian children are just running with them. Not everyone among the commoners belongs to Namikaze Minato. Okay. Everyone follow me to the training ground. Chapter 3 Battle Uchiha Sasuke. A few minutes later, Iruka brought all the students in the class to the training ground. This is the first time that the comprehensive ability of the students has been evaluated in the 6 months since the admission. It is also a very meaningful match for everyone. Even third Hokage gave up the time to watch the young lady and turned all his attention to this assessment. Well, third generation's main focus is still on Naruto and other ninja children. Those civilian children don't need much attention at all. Talent like Minato doesn't just come along. Oh, Fugaku's youngest son. Watching the live broadcast of third generation, I found that the first game was Uchiha Sasuke fighting an ordinary-looking kid. Okay, the two sides form the seal of confrontation. Iruka raised his hand in command. Sasuke didn't pay attention to this unknown guy in front of him. Such a weak guy doesn't deserve his own attention at all. Start. With Iruka's order, Sasuke, who was standing still, moved immediately. Ye Shenyue did not act rashly. He knew in his heart that the throwing objects such as shuriken and kunai were played by the Uchiha family. Running or not running makes no difference at all. He took out 2 kunai from his pocket and watched the running Uchiha Sasuke warily. As long as Sasuke dared to put his hand into the ninja bag behind him, he immediately threw out the 2 kunai in his hand. At that time, no matter how much your suffering is lost, why don't you obediently take over your own suffering? Thinking of this, Ye Shenyue couldn't help sighing again. 100% throwing technique YYDS. Seeing Ye Shenyue standing still, Sasuke couldn't help laughing in his heart. Is the tail of the crane really the tail of the crane? Are you too frightened to stay where you are? Ye Shenyue's posture is full of flaws. She doesn't look like a ninja at all. Sasuke seemed to have seen him being knocked to the ground by himself. This guy. As long as he throws kunai himself, he can easily defeat him. Sasuke, who was still running, stopped suddenly, and then reached for the ninja bag behind him. And at this moment, Sasuke found Ye Shenyue moved. What, the angle of this kunai? The way Ye Shenyue lost kunai, Sasuke didn't want to laugh anymore. Because there is really no skill, I can take it with my eyes closed. Sasuke immediately gave up the idea of throwing kunai and shuriken, and rushed towards the kunai thrown by Ye Shenyue. He just opened his hands and easily took Ye Shenyue's pain. Do you think you can deal with me like this, innocent? After receiving Ye Shenyue's kunai, Sasuke swelled a little. The onlookers also started to laugh at Ye Shenyue. Ha 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 ha, what the hell is playing kunai throwing with Uchiha's people? Don't he know that Sasuke Kunai's throwing technique is the first in the school? It's so overreaching, yet even Sasuke didn't realize. He was able to dodge Ye Shenyue's kunai and attack him just now. Sasuke's body and mind subconsciously pick up his kunai. Ha ha. It really works. This also confirmed that Ye Shenyue's understanding of the kunai throwing card was correct. Can really interrupt the enemy's spellcasting. Still mandatory. Isn't this just silence? Seeing Sasuke who was still posing, Ye Shenyue rushed forward immediately. The smile on Sasuke's face grew wider. Want to compare physical skills with yourself? Very good. Ye Shenyue, I remember your name. Among so many people, you are the first one who dares to compete with me. Sasuke turned the two kunai in his hands in a circle, and then prepared to throw them at Ye Shenyue who was close to him. Swish, Ye Shenyue wouldn't let him shoot, and threw another kunai at Uchiha Sasuke. For Ye Shenyue's move, Sasuke was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that this guy could throw kunai at him at such a close distance. Sasuke turned his head handsomely, and took the kunai with his mouth. Boom, it's just that Ye Shenyue who came to him would not give Sasuke a chance to continue speaking. A punch hit Sasuke hard in the face. This blow not only stunned Sasuke, but also everyone around him and third Hokage. Sasuke even forgot to fight back, and fell to the ground on his side. Too cunning. Ye Shenyue actually made a sneak attack. It's obviously a sparring session, but such a low-level method is used. Sasuke must have underestimated the enemy. Everyone dared to believe that Ye Shenyue knocked Sasuke to the ground with one blow, and everyone found an excuse that they could accept, and continued to yell at Ye Shenyue. Shikamaru frowned. He didn't know what to say. Did Sasuke really underestimate the enemy? Both Iruka and third generation had strange expressions on their faces. Because just now Uchiha Sasuke's flaw is too big. Obviously he could avoid Ye Shenyue's kunai, but in the end he insisted on picking it up. This gave Ye Shenyue the opportunity to attack him. It really shouldn't be. The kid is still too young. Chapter 4 Sasuke's Confusion. Sasuke felt the cold touch of the ground before he realized that he was knocked down by the tail of the crane in the class. He rolled over and backed away, covering the cheek that had just been hit, and opened his mouth in shame and indignation. UB*******D. Sasuke put one hand on the ground and kicked Ye Shenyue's lower body with his legs in turn. Ye Shenyue was stunned. You Uchiha Sasuke can still know Thomas. Do you Uchiha clan still take hip-hop training classes? But after all, Sasuke's strength is still acceptable. With his speed, Ye Shenyue had no time to dodge, so he could only raise his arms and one leg to block his attack. However, he didn't really realize the strength of Uchiha Sasuke until Sasuke's kicks hit his hands and feet. Tisk, it hurts. Seeing that his attack was fruitless, Sasuke grasped kunai and stabbed in the direction of Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue had to lament the strength of the children of the big family. Sasuke's reaction ability already has Genin's strength, right? Letting him in the ninja school is simply bullying other children. Ye Shenyue also quickly pulled out a handful of kunai and began to repeat the same trick. Kunai flew to Uchiha Sasuke again within a very short distance between the two. Hey, do you think this is useful to me? Sasuke shouted in a low voice, and the kunai in his hand continued to pierce Ye Shenyue. Although he said so, when Ye Shenyue's kunai was about to touch him, Sasuke let go of his kunai and followed Ye Shenyue's hand. What? Sasuke is a little uncomfortable, although he resisted just now. But when Ku Wu flew over, he just wanted to pick it up. This feeling is like running with your arms behind you. Why on earth? He can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Boom. Taking advantage of the moment when Sasuke lost his mind, Ye Shenyue kicked Sasuke in the stomach and kicked him 2 meters away. Everyone was stunned by the battle between the two again. They couldn't figure out why Ye Shenyue, the cranetail, could hit the genius Uchiha Sasuke over and over again. How did Ye Shenyue do it? I said Uchiha Sasuke is too underestimated. It's the kunai who can beat the tail of the crane, but still wants to pick him up. That's it. Let me see that Sasuke's strength might not be that strong. Seeing Ye Shenyue knock down Sasuke easily again, everyone couldn't help thinking that I can do it. Even thinking about whether to challenge Uchiha Sasuke again later. Ye Shenyue, come on, clean up that stinky guy for me. What a joy to see Sasuke's deflated Naruto. To be honest, he didn't have much hope for Ye Shenyue. Result. He didn't expect Sasuke to be knocked down twice by Ye Shenyue. It is really marvelous. Third generation, who was watching this scene in the office, shook his head, knowing that Uchiha Sasuke was going to lose. This child. Interesting, third generation has seen the situation of the two clearly. The kid first showed his weakness at the beginning of the fight, making Uchiha Sasuke look down on him. Then attack by surprise, and finally make Uchiha Sasuke lose his mind by provoking Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is still too young. This civilian child's fighting wisdom is surprisingly rare. Too bad he's a commoner. The third generation, who had already guessed the ending, closed the crystal ball. Damn. Are you teasing me? Uchiha Sasuke, who stood up again, gritted his teeth and looked at Ye Shenyue angrily. No, I have already used all my strength. Ye Shenyue spoke seriously. But his words undoubtedly irritated Sasuke again. This guy is clearly humiliating me. Sasuke couldn't stand the guy in front of him anymore, so he decided to use his newly learned ninjutsu. He stood where he was and started making mudras with his hands. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin, fire-style great fireball technique. Have you finally used this trick? Facing the fireball ejected by Sasuke, Ye Shenyue did not dodge. In the eyes of everyone saw that Ye Shenyue was directly engulfed by Sasuke's fireball. Oh, this guy Sasuke has learned fire style. Sure enough, he underestimated the enemy just now. People who were still in the mindset of challenging Sasuke immediately gave up the idea after seeing fire style. Did the Uchiha clan start teaching Sasuke ninjutsu so early? Iruka is also a little surprised. Sasuke's age can be said to be a veritable genius. You must know that most people at this age have not even mastered the three-body technique, and even chakra has not been refined yet. And he just observed Sasuke's technique of using fire style. It is obvious that he has mastered this ninjutsu proficiently. Iruka's eyes moved to Ye Shenyue's position, and he felt that the battle between the two was about to end. Huh. Body replacement technique. Ye Shenyue, when will this kid? Chapter 5. Everyone hurt. Sasuke looked ahead triumphantly. He didn't believe he couldn't defeat this guy after using fire style. To this Ye Shenyue just wants to say, if he didn't come here, maybe the nameless little Kurami in the original body was really defeated by Sasuke's fire style benevolence technique. But, no matter what he is now, he has a name and a surname. Ye Shenyue immediately used the body replacement technique when she saw Sasuke's seal. When Sasuke breathed fire, he had already come behind Sasuke. After a while, the flames dissipated, and Sasuke did not find Ye Shenyue. Just a charred piece of wood, not good as body replacement technique. Now I realize it's too late. Ye Shenyue crouches behind Sasuke, takes aim briefly, and casts 1,000 years of death on Sasuke. Sasuke only felt a tightness behind him, followed by a sharp pain. He blushed and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this situation, Ye Shenyue dubbed Sasuke a chrysanthemum in her heart. He didn't expect that the 50% chance would be triggered the first time he used 1,000 years of death. Please never turn your back on me, Sasuke. The crowd of onlookers became silent for a moment, until Sasuke fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Everyone realized. Ye Shenyue won. Only, the trick Ye Shenyue used just now. Very bad. Everyone present felt that a certain part of themselves began to shrink. Even Iruka shrank in fright, and everyone seemed to feel Sasuke's pain at this moment. All the girls also began to berate Ye Shenyue for such obscene tricks. This guy actually used this, against Sasuke. It's too much, that is. Those girls who fell in love with Sasuke began to condemn Ye Shenyue, and everyone said that they would never say a word to this guy in the future. Ye Shenyue. So amazing. Hinata, who is Ye Shenyue's deskmate, saw him beat the school's first genius. This had a powerful impact on her. Hinata was taught in the family that there was nothing mean and nasty. On the contrary, I learned a lot. As long as the enemy can be defeated, it is a good method and other fighting concepts. Only, she remembered that Ye Shenyue would not use body replacement technique before. Did he practice hard when he returned? Hinata decided in her heart that she would practice hard after returning home. Mr. Iruka, don't you announce. Oh, it took a while for Iruka to recover from the fight just now. If he hadn't pinched himself, he wouldn't have believed the fact that Ye Shenyue had won. And the kid Ye Shenyue, doesn't he remember that he didn't learn the three-body technique well? The timing and speed of the release of the body replacement technique just now. Even if you can't do it yourself, as long as Ye Shenyue hesitates for a moment, the winner of this battle is Uchiha Sasuke. Ye Shenyue, this guy. The sense of fighting is so strong. Iruka came to his side with the scoresheet and announced the results loudly. Winner. Ye Shenyue. Although Ye Shenyue beat Sasuke, everyone did not recognize his strength. Everyone thinks that Sasuke underestimated the enemy. Considering Ye Shenyue's lethal moves just now, no one dared to make a sound. I was afraid that I would accidentally offend Ye Shenyue. In case this guy comes behind me, no one dared to think about what would happen next. Pain. It hurts so much. Ye Shenyue walked out of the training ground. Ye Shenyue. Well done. Before Ye Shenyue got out of the crowd, he saw Uzumaki Naruto coming to him and shouting loudly. This guy's personality is really familiar. Come on, Naruto. Ye Shenyue still doesn't dare to get too close to Naruto, lest third generation and Danzo think about it. He didn't want to live under the surveillance of others. Naruto, who was encouraged by others for the first time, froze in place. For the first time in many years, someone said to him, "Come on, Naruto." On weekdays, everyone's vicious words have long filled his life. Don't look at his face, that doesn't care, but it's still sad every time I hear it. It was the first time Naruto heard such warm words as Ye Shenyue. Well, Ye Shenyue, why are you crying? It's okay. I got sand in my eye. Ye Shenyue was stupid, didn't she just say a word? The child cries whatever he wants. Next match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Nara Shikamaru. I'm going. Ye Shenyue. Naruto showed a bright smile, waved his arms, and entered the training ground. Chapter 6 Abduction of Naruto. Damn it, I lost again. Naruto returned to the classroom dejectedly. In the confrontation just now, I was not Shikamaru's opponent at all, and I was played around by him. It's a pity that I can't use the three-body technique as skillfully as Ye Shenyue. Naruto saw Ye Shenyue's beautiful body replacement technique dodge Uchiha Sasuke fire style. It's so handsome, he never thought that body replacement technique could be used so wonderfully. Seeing Naruto, Ye Shenyue knew that he had just lost. Now Naruto can't use any ninjutsu at all due to the 9 tails in his body disturbing chakra. In addition, Shikamaru has long been taught by the Nara clan. Naruto won't be surprised. Ye Shenyue, can you tell me the secret of your cultivation? Naruto looked at Ye Shenyue a little hesitant to speak. He also knows it's bad to ask people such things, but he really wants to beat that stinky Uchiha Sasuke like Ye Shenyue. The smile on Ye Shenyue's face froze. He's just an a-hole, how can he know how to practice? Moreover, he really doesn't want to be targeted by third generation and Danzo now. There are too many secrets in him, but seeing Naruto's aggrieved appearance. Thinking about Naruto standing up and speaking for him before. Oh shit. Third generation and Danzo are a draw. Ye Shenyue felt overwhelmed, and planned to guide Naruto to practice a little bit. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo better not come looking for their own trouble. Otherwise, don't force me to blacken Naruto, I don't have any secrets to practice. After Naruto heard this, his eyes darkened, he knew it would be like this. His relationship with him is not very good, so how could he tell him the secret of cultivation? Then Naruto pretended to be indifferent, and smiled at Ye Shenyue. It's okay, I'm just asking, ha 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 ha. How about going to practice together after school? Ah, Naruto was stunned, what did Ye Shenyue say to him? Practice together, he couldn't believe his ears, he didn't expect someone to be so kind to him. This is the first time he has felt in his life, really okay. Ye Shenyue smiled and nodded, Naruto's age is really easy to handle. Could it be that the third generation treated the Jinchuriki in the village like this, and then suddenly a person appeared to warn Naruto and trick him away? To tell the truth, Ye Shenyue is betting on letting Naruto practice with himself. He was betting that his status as a commoner would not attract the attention of the village. Ye Shenyue, a commoner, not some Uchiha. Under normal circumstances, third generation and Danzo should not pay too much attention to themselves. If you are dying, meet yourself and ask the will of fire. In short, the problem is not big, as long as I hang out for a while, will I still be afraid of them? Besides, with Naruto by my side, I can become stronger every day. It's only a matter of time until you get the 9 tails chakra. Oye, this is so good, Ye Shenyue, I'll treat you to ramen tonight. Naruto said happily, but his hand still reached for the wallet in his pocket. Although it is said that asking Ye Shenyue to eat Ichiraku ramen once will make my life of not being rich worse. But Ye Shenyue is the first, for someone who treats him so well, he has never disliked his identity as a fox demon. Naruto gritted his teeth, didn't he just go back and eat instant noodles for several days? Worth it. Well, but I remember that you don't seem to be rich. Naruto patted his chest and said there was no problem at all. At this time Iruka returned to the classroom with the rest of the students. 10 minutes later, Iruka stood on the podium and filled in the results of the comprehensive assessment. The results of this comprehensive assessment. First place, Ye Shenyue, second place, Uchiha Sasuke. The third place, last place, Uzumaki Naruto. After Iruka read the name, everyone turned their attention to Ye Shenyue again. If it weren't for Ye Shenyue's match against Sasuke today, everyone would have overlooked the little transparency in this class. Shikamaru looked at Ye Shenyue as if he saw his opponent. Their Nara clan is known as the strongest brain in Konoha. The fighting style has always been to outwit. He didn't expect that Ye Shenyue could use extraordinary wisdom to win the duel with Sasuke. If he's against Uchiha Sasuke, definitely not sure. And Ye Shenyue seemed to count Sasuke's every move. Hiss. It's too scary. Ye Shenyue had to know that Shikamaru would definitely laugh out loud. Sorry, I'm not as fancy as you think. Winning depends entirely on the entries of the system. Sasuke turned his head and stared angrily at Ye Shenyue, who was sitting diagonally behind him. I definitely underestimated the enemy. I must let you know how powerful the Uchiha clan is. Since the loss just now, Sasuke has started the rematch fight. Ye Shenyue's kunai throws can't pose a threat at all, it is definitely throwing to attract his attention. Finally Sasuke came to a conclusion. This battle is purely because he underestimated the enemy. Just ignore his kunai next time, HMPH, just wait, Ye Shenyue. Today's defeat is undoubtedly a shame for Sasuke's family. This place he Uchiha Sasuke will definitely get back. Chapter 7 Itachi dares to stare at me? Okay, that's all for today's lesson. Get out of class is over. Iruka also stopped Ye Shenyue when leaving. Ye Shenyue, wait a minute. Ye Shenyue looked at Naruto beside him, and then at Iruka. Naruto, wait for me. After asking Naruto to wait for him at the door of the class, Ye Shenyue followed Iruka to the office. Ye Shenyue, it seems that you have worked hard recently. Iruka was a little relieved. He thought that Ye Shenyue, who had been at the bottom all year round, had given up on himself. Unexpectedly, this child was working hard behind his back. Looking at his appearance, Iruka's thoughts went back to the time when he used to go to school. But without blood and inheritance, Ye Shenyue is destined not to go too far in the future. Just like myself. Iruka took a scroll out of the drawer. Ye Shenyue, this is what I learned from practicing the three-body technique before. I hope I can give you some help. This is the only way he can help Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue was a little surprised. He didn't expect Iruka to show his cultivation experience. Besides, I haven't learned my transformation technique yet. Thank you, Teacher Iruka, Ye Shenyue said to him gratefully. Can I get Naruto to watch this together? After hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Iruka was even more surprised. It seems that he is still a child who knows how to help his classmates. Things have been transferred to you, how to decide is your business. After Ye Shenyue thanked Iruka again, she left the office. Ye Shenyue, Naruto, who had been waiting at the door of the class for a long time, waved his hand. He has been looking forward to the practice after school for a long time. Let's go, Naruto. Good, Ye Shenyue, are we friends? Ye Shenyue's face suddenly became strange. This Naruto guy is not asking him to borrow money, is he? No one has ever been so nice to me. Ye Shenyue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he doesn't borrow money, everything else is fine. Now in Konoha, I am an orphan without father or mother. Before time traveling, the original body would go to do odd jobs after school to make ends meet. Fortunately, Ye Shenyue built a log cabin by himself in a forest by the river before he crossed over. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a place to live. Oh shit. I didn't expect that the first headache I had when I traveled through time was actually the problem of survival. FK it, come on, I'll take you to my house. Ye Shenyue, isn't this in the direction of the river? Naruto is a bit strange, didn't Ye Shenyue say to go home? How can there be a house in that place by the river? But Ye Shenyue and Naruto didn't notice a sneaky figure behind them. Sasuke followed the two all the way to the destination. He just needs to find out where Ye Shenyue often goes. However, Sasuke found out that Uzumaki Naruto, another slack in the class, seemed to have a good relationship with Ye Shenyue. Really, do the weak only hug together to keep warm? Thinking of this, he hated himself for losing to Ye Shenyue today. What a shame. Sasuke, why are you here, elder brother? Sasuke turned his head and saw his brother Itachi. At this time, the movement behind also alarmed Ye Shenyue and Naruto. Huh? That Uchiha Sasuke? Naruto turned to see Sasuke and a guy who was much older than them. It can be seen from the appearance of the two of them that they should be brothers. Damn it. Did this guy call his brother to find a place after losing the fight? Ye Shenyue saw the boy next to Sasuke, the nasolabial folds on his face. Uchiha Itachi. Why did this guy come here? Ye Shenyue doesn't believe it. This guy Uchiha Itachi came here to show off to his younger brother. Seems like a coincidence. Itachi turned to look at his younger brother, and he found a little bruise on Sasuke's face. He was a little surprised. Sasuke said that his grades in school were among the best. There is still someone who can beat him. He finished his task early today, thinking about going to school to pick up Sasuke from school. But I didn't expect Sasuke to follow the two of them sneakily. So Itachi decided to go together to see what was going on. What nonsense are you talking about? When Sasuke heard Naruto's slanderous words, he was furious in place. If it wasn't for the brother next to him to stop him, he would definitely give Uzumaki Naruto a little color. Isn't it? Hateful, calm down. Itachi reached out and pressed Sasuke's shoulder and said softly. Ye Shenyue. I underestimated the enemy today. Do you dare to fight me again? Ye Shenyue turned her head and continued walking towards her residence. Don't fight, it's boring. You brothers, please go back. Itachi frowned. He was a little surprised that this boy he met for the first time. Even though it was the first time they met, they actually felt a little hostile towards him. Is it because of Uchiha? Chapter 8 I am Hokage. Ye Shenyue doesn't like Uchiha Itachi, so it's a bit of a surprise to meet him here today. Seeing the figure of Uchiha Itachi leaving, he thought of the things about Uchiha Itachi's Handblade tribe and his parents. Oh shit. What a bad luck. What a fool Uchiha Izumi. Hokage office. Third Hokage looked at Ye Shenyue's profile and today's news that Uchiha Itachi contacted Naruto. According to the data, Ye Shenyue is just an orphan, and there is nothing special about him. But through his battle with Sasuke today, it can be seen that Ye Shenyue has extraordinary talent in fighting. I just don't know the properties of chakra and the amount of chakra. It seems that I need to find some time to chat with this child to see if it is worth cultivating. Regarding Ye Shenyue's contact with Naruto today, third generation was skeptical at first. But when they learned that Naruto and Ye Shenyue were the bottom of the class, they didn't take it too seriously. After all, Ye Shenyue is just a civilian orphan and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. And let him and Naruto also bind the two of them with fetters, so that they can better integrate into the village. Pat, while he was still thinking, Danzo walked in without even knocking. Danzo. What are you doing? Don't you know how to knock on the door? He was really annoyed that Danzo ignored him so much. After entering the door, Danzo came to third generation with a cane. The Uchiha clan has already contacted Jinchuriki. The evil Uchiha must be destroyed. Did you forget what the teacher said? Third generation wasn't paying attention to Danzo's words at all. Is he spying on Naruto or Uchiha? Danzo is taking himself less and less seriously now. I have my own plan. Danzo, you crossed the line. After hearing what third generation said, Danzo was even more angry. In his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't deserve to be Hokage at all. Only he is the most suitable candidate. He is the only one who is dedicated to the village. You don't understand at all. Enough, Danzo, I'm the Hokage. Hiruzen. You'll regret it. Danzo left the office in a huff. After he left, third generation began to think about what Danzo had just said. Now the dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan against the village has reached his ears. Although Uchiha Itachi has ordered himself to be an undercover inside Uchiha. But it's impossible to make him completely trust Uchiha Itachi. Who knows if this guy could be a double agent. I hope this incident today is just a coincidence. After thinking about it, third generation was still a little uneasy. Then he called an Anbu ninja to tell Uchiha Itachi to come to the office to meet him. Ye Shenyue, do you live in this place? Looking at the cabin in front of him, Naruto felt a little bad. He didn't expect that there were people living worse than him. Well, I can't afford a house in the village. Looking at Ye Shenyue's indifferent look, Naruto felt a little uncomfortable. But Ye Shenyue thinks it is. Grass, what a bird place. Is this place inhabited by people? This wooden house has been built when Ye Shenyue crossed over. It's just a wooden house built by a 5 or 6-year-old child. It can only barely live. Can you still ask a child to build a villa by himself? Ye Shenyue sighed in her heart. It seems that building a residence is urgent. He shifted his gaze to Naruto. Isn't there one free labor force here? Yakushi, let me help you rebuild a house together. Ye Shenyue never expected that Naruto would offer to help him build a house. This. How embarrassing. What are you talking about? We are friends. Ye Shenyue took out a pen and paper from her school bag and began to design her new house. Although Naruto couldn't understand what Ye Shenyue was doing, he was greatly shocked. The way he scribbles and writes looks very professional. Sorry, Naruto agreed to practice together. The two were busy for 2 hours. Ye Shenyue came back to his senses and said to Naruto. But I have to say that Naruto's physical strength is really pervert. I cut down several trees on the side without any fatigue. Are all Jinchuriki perverted like this? Ye Shenyue decided that from tomorrow onwards, the drawing opportunities obtained every day will be used first on Naruto. He must draw special entries for Uzumaki and Nine Tails. Seeing that it was getting late, Naruto took Ye Shenyue and wanted to go to the village. He said today that he would treat Ye Shenyue to eat ramen. Wait, Naruto. Let's go fishing here. Ye Shenyue went back to the small broken house and searched for the fishing rod. He also wants to try Konoha's specialties, but considering his wallet and Naruto's wallet. Forget it. Seeing Ye Shenyue's tough attitude, Naruto agreed to go fishing with him. Then it's done. Next time please, Uzumaki Naruto, will do what I say. So the two took the fishing rod and looked at the water surface eagerly. That. Are you fishing? Chapter 9 Give Itachi a little color. A teenage black-haired girl quietly came to Ye Shenyue's side. When Izumi Uchiha was fishing by the river in the afternoon, he saw 2 children aged 6 or 7 were logging and digging. Quan, who had nothing to do at all, was also curious about the actions of the two. Seeing that they hadn't caught a single fish for half a day, Quan decided to share with them the extra fish he caught today. The girl's voice startled Ye Shenyue, and he almost threw the fishing rod out without shaking his hand. Then he turned to look at the girl beside him. Hey, this is for you. Ye Shenyue didn't react a little bit. He didn't expect his first night in Konoha village. Actually met a kind person. Thank you very much. I don't know your name yet. My name is Uchiha Izumi. Just call me Izumi. Ye Shenyue. This kind, beautiful and gentle girl is actually Uchiha Izumi? Grass. Uchiha Itachi, you were damned. Originally, I just hated Uchiha Itachi after seeing Uchiha Izumi. The distaste for Uchiha Itachi rises directly to Danzo's point of view. Ye Shenyue visually estimated that Quan should be 4 or 5 years older than herself. At the age of 4 or 5, not much worse either. Since that guy Uchiha Itachi is not a human being, don't blame me. To deal with a person who hates oneself, killing him is just the most enjoyable way. Ye Shenyue decided to greet him first. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Ye Shenyue. Thank you, Quan. He took the big fish that Izumi was carrying, which was enough to feed him and Naruto. Uchiha Izumi still had a smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and pinched Ye Shenyue's face twice. I'm older than you should call me sister. Ye Shenyue ignored her words. Joke. I'm going to call my sister. How can I guide you later? Okay. I'm going back. After Uchiha Quan bid farewell to the two, he left with the fish basket. Ye Shenyue, that sister just now was also called Uchiha. Okay. I know. Naruto thought that all the people in Uchiha were assholes like Sasuke. I didn't expect there to be such a nice person. Ye Shenyue was already a little sad. How old is Naruto now? Naruto scratched his head. He didn't know why Ye Shenyue asked this suddenly. Konoha's 56th year, October 21st. What's the matter? Are you celebrating your birthday? Fine. Is the current time 56 years? He vaguely remembered that the time when the Uchiha clan was wiped out seemed to be 58 years. But he has no memory of the exact time. Ye Shenyue has decided to save Izumi Uchiha. Just because she gave the fish with good intentions today, she couldn't just leave her alone. Such a kind-hearted girl shouldn't die on the night of genocide. It seems that we have to improve our strength. He must save Uchiha Quan before the Uchiha family is wiped out. Naruto eat fish. Ye Shenyue divided the grilled fish in half and handed it to Naruto. Okay, I'm starting, but at this time, another uninvited guest came here. A Mediterranean old man. Ye Shenyue could think with his toes that the person in front of him was third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a coincidence, Naruto. Ye Shenyue pretended not to know, she was really speechless in her heart. You're just fooling Naruto, who has no brains. What a coincidence, I believe you a ghost. You are a very bad old man, Grandpa third generation. Naruto was a little surprised, he didn't expect to meet Grandpa third generation here. Naruto, Grandpa's stomach is a bit hungry too. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Shenyue had already handed the grilled fish to third generation's mouth. Since this fish doesn't have any seasoning, the taste is not to mention, it can only be full. Ha ha ha. Naruto, is this your new friend? His name is Ye Shenyue. The third generation was also not polite, took Ye Shenyue's fish and began to gnaw. But after taking a bite, he spit a few mouthfuls. These two kids. Don't you know how to clean the gallbladder when killing fish? Third generation has never eaten such a bitter grilled fish in this life. Master third generation, this is our dinner. Didn't you just say you were hungry? It's not good to waste food. Both Naruto and Ye Shenyue stared at third generation. All of a sudden, third generation realized that what he just did was really too much. And what the kid Ye Shenyue said is right. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and finish eating the bitter grilled fish in his hand. Hokage-sama. Is it hard to eat? Or forget it, my craftsmanship is not as good as those outside. As soon as third generation heard it, it reminded me of Ye Shenyue's life experience as an orphan. It seems that this child is living very hard in Konoha village alone. Cough cough cough. It's okay. We ninjas have never been people who enjoy happiness. Also, your grilled fish. Tasty, Naruto and Ye Shenyue's eyes sparkled. Please eat all the grilled fish. Seeing the two children looking forward to it, he regretted what he just said. Chapter 10 Seduction Grandmaster. Next day after Naruto agreed to help Ye Shenyue build a new house, he followed him to the river after school. He even brought some old tools from home. Ye Shenyue didn't even know what to say. Seeing Naruto working hard by the river, Ye Shenyue took advantage of today's drawing opportunity. System. Extract Uzumaki Naruto acquire seduction. Obtain harem technique, get the charm of special entries. Ye Shenyue didn't know how to complain, although Naruto's hair is yellow. But not so yellow. Look at what they smoke. Then Ye Shenyue checked the special entries. Charm. Special entry of seduction technique, using it on Konoha 8 colors can cause excessive blood loss and fainting effects. Grass. As a contradictor of women's clothing, Ye Shenyue vowed never to use seduction techniques. After all, he still knows that there are only 0 and countless times for women's clothing. He will never use this ability. Month, Naruto. Uchiha Izumi came to Ye Shenyue's residence again. In her hand was a big fish and a bag of 3-color meatballs. Now, this is for you. Ye Shenyue was a little embarrassed to accept her things. Anyway, yesterday was the first time he and Izumi met. It's fine to give him the fish yesterday, why come today? He couldn't understand what Quan was thinking, so, are you passing by today too? Quan was a little embarrassed by Ye Shenyue's words. It is not difficult for Quan to see that Ye Shenyue, who is a few years younger than her, is not living well in Konoha village. It reminded her of the days she had with her mother. Her father was married into the Uchiha clan, and this kind of behavior is very disgusted within the clan. Plus the night his father died during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Orphaned and widowed, they are even more disliked by the Uchiha clan. So much so that they were driven to the outermost residence. Quan's childhood life was like Ye Shenyue's now. The only difference is that there is one more place to live than him. Fortunately, now that I can do tasks to earn some money, my life is getting better. So Quan wanted to help this child from the bottom of his heart. This is the fish I catch more, and there are meatballs. Uchiha Izumi's acting was very poor, but Ye Shenyue didn't expose her. Meet such a kind girl. He greeted Itachi again in his heart thousands of times. Uchiha Itachi, damn it. After delivering the things, Quan did not leave, she stood still and looked at the busy two. After a long time, he opened his mouth to ask, do you need my help? Can you? Naruto turned his head amusedly. If she had come to help, Ye Shenyue's house would have been built faster. Will it take your time? To be honest, Ye Shenyue didn't really want Quan to stay here. The Uchiha clan stayed with the Jinchuriki of the village. It's sure to get Danzo's attention, will not? Quan waved his pink fist, indicating that he could help. Ye Shenyue covered her face, since Quan had already said so, it wouldn't be a good idea to refuse. The wooden house he designed is not big, only a 2-story cabin of about 40 square meters. With the help of him and Naruto yesterday, the foundation and materials were done. If Quan could help, it might be done in 2 days. Okay, then. Uchiha Izumi rolled up his sleeves and made a mudra with his hands. Shadow clone technique. Boom, Quan created 2 clones, joining Ye Shenyue and Naruto at the same time. FK. Seeing the avatar, Ye Shenyue patted his head. He had forgotten that it was possible to work with such an operation. Ye Shenyue, who has just traveled through time, has not yet reversed from the concept of the previous life. Didn't realize it was normal. It's just that he hasn't learned Shadow Clone to complete such an operation. If Izumi Uchiha had come earlier, they would have been able to work faster. With the addition of Uchiha Izumi and the blessing of clone technique, the construction of the wooden house was quickly completed. Seeing Quan's busy appearance, Ye Shenyue felt very blocked. He vowed to save this kind girl absolutely, it's just that his current strength is still too low. At present, with his chakra point, it is already the limit to separate out a clone. Learning other ninjutsu is basically useless. Ye Shenyue looked at Naruto beside her. He has to extract the chakra increasing entry from Naruto as soon as possible. Only in this way can his upper limit be increased. But for the ability to extract, he guessed that it could only extract what the target had. Like Naruto hasn't learned Rasengan yet, he can't draw it no matter what. It seems that he needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. Chapter 11. My chakra is always 4 more cards than yours. A week later, Ye Shenyue propped her head on the desk as usual, doing today's drawing. I don't know if it's because of my black face, or what. He had drawn seduction on Naruto for a week in a row. If he hadn't seen Hokage, he would have started to wonder if Naruto was a real crane tail. Why besides the seduction technique, it is also the seduction technique. Blessed by the gods and Buddhas, it's okay to have something different. The system starts to draw Uzumaki Naruto, system extracting. Obtain transformation technique, not completed. Obtain clone technique, not completed. Get the special entry of the Uzumaki family, Chanla. Chakra. 4-card basic chakra, special effect. When confronting an enemy, you will always have 4 more chakra cards than your enemy. Out. Still a golden legend, Cha Tunla. Calculated according to the chakra measurement unit Kakashi, now my chakra has reached the level of Jonin. And this entry has a special effect, absolutely awesome. In the battle, no matter how much chakra is on the opposite side, he can get 4 cards more than the opponent. Even if you, the Otsutsuki clan, are here today, come face to face with me, I appoint you, you good fruit times. Then he only needs to draw a ninjutsu. Ye Shenyue leaned back excitedly, finally came out. If it doesn't ship again today, he plans to try another person. Now he has finally entrusted himself with the status of a cannon fodder. And the entries drawn were exactly what he wanted. If he got the 9 tails chakra, he wouldn't dare to use it. It's hard to explain why Commoner owns the tail beast chakra anyway. Hinata, who was sitting next to Ye Shenyue, was a little puzzled. This was the first time she saw Ye Shenyue like this. Thinking of the bento she made for him today, Hinata felt her face get hot. She doesn't know if Ye Shenyue will accept it. Since Sasuke lost to Ye Shenyue that time, his attention has been on Ye Shenyue in the back row. I don't have the mind to continue listening to the class. Anyway, with his strength, the courses of the ninja school are meaningless to him. These days he also approached Ye Shenyue and initiated a challenge. But they were all rejected by Ye Shenyue on the pretext of having something to do. Hateful. This guy must have done it on purpose. Whenever Sasuke thinks of how he lost to him, he feels his blood pressure is a little high. He decided to go to the river to find Ye Shenyue this weekend. Regardless of whether Ye Shenyue agrees or not, he will find his way back. And last time, when his father found the injury on his face was so ugly. If my father knew that I lost to a crane tail, he didn't know how to face his father in the future. Okay, that's all for today. Get out of class is over. Ye Shenyue, who was just about to get up, found that Hinata was holding on to the corner of his clothes, with a faltering look. Why is Hinata holding me? Accidentally kissed Hinata last time, which made him a little embarrassed when he saw the little girl. He was even a little worried that he would be sacked by the Hyūga clan while walking on the road. But luckily Mr. Iruka didn't tell the story. What's the matter, Hinata? Nah. Hinata took out a bento from the drawer and handed it to Ye Shenyue. Hinata send me bento? Ye Shenyue was really a little confused. Ever since he traveled to this world, he felt like he was eating soft meals every day. First, Uchiha Izumi, who was a few years older than himself, went to his house to feed him every day. Now Ms. Hinata is giving bento. He remembered that Hinata clearly had a crush on Naruto. But looking at the current situation, something should have changed in the middle. Ye Shenyue gladly accepted Hinata's bento and gave her a big smile. Thank you, Hinata. Then Ye Shenyue's eyes moved to Naruto. Sorry Naruto. Hinata is a good girl, you can't handle it. I will take good care of him in the future, root base. Master Danzo, Izumi Uchiha has been in contact with Nine Tails Jinchuriki too frequently recently. Snort. Danzo slapped the table angrily. He got angry when he heard about it. Originally he wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over the Jinchuriki to him. However, Hiruzen didn't even listen to this matter, and said that he wanted to kill Jinchuriki unless he was dead, otherwise he didn't even think about it. Letting Hiruzen do something to the Uchiha clan also disagrees. Danzo thought in his heart that it was a wrong choice for his teacher to choose Hiruzen as Hokage. That position should be his. He is the perfect candidate for Hokage. Find a chance. Bring me your eyes. Yes. After letting his men back down, Danzo picked up Uchiha Izumi's data and began to read it. Izumi Uchiha can be considered a genius of the Uchiha clan. It's just that Uchiha Itachi's reputation is too loud, so everyone ignores Uchiha Spring. Look at the 3 Tomo Sharingan shown in the profile. Excitement was written all over Danzo's face. Chapter 12, a talk show for root ninjas. This weekend, Uchiha Izumi received a mission from the security department. It is said to mediate the conflict between the drunk and the shopkeeper. It's just that this location is very remote in the village. It's really strange. Will the tavern still have business in this kind of place? Uchiha Kwan put away the mission information and went to the mission site alone. Although she was a little puzzled, she didn't understand what was wrong. However, she doesn't know that all of this is a trap specially set by Danzo Mingen for her. 10 minutes later, Kwan, who had not yet reached the door of the store, heard the noisy voices of 2 uncles from afar. You guys really don't know what to do. I told you that the wine money will be charged to my account. A-hole. Can't you understand me? Faced with the drunkard's insults, the shopkeeper was not afraid, but stood upright and came in front of him. Impossible. If you still don't sell the bill today, I won't let you leave. It's fine if you pay on credit for a day or 2, and you run around with me every day to pay for credit. Doing business with me is doing charity for you, right? Uchiha Izumi looked at the 2 of them. She shook her head. Just from their conversation, we can see what is going on with this matter. She didn't know how many incidents like this kind of quarrel between the drunk man and the tavern owner had been dealt with by the security guard. Uchiha Kwan came in front of the 2, and after revealing his identity, he began to persuade them. Please calm down, both of you. The drunk and the boss obviously paused when they saw that it was Uchiha Izumi who came. Apparently their mission objective has come. At this time, Uchiha Izumi did not realize that the danger was coming. On the other hand, Ye Shenyue is looking for a part-time job in the village to support herself. Konoha village does not ban child labor, it's just that at his current age, he can only do odd jobs in restaurants. And send flowers at the flower shop. Considering that Ino is her classmate, Ye Shenyue's first stop was Ino's flower shop. The flower shop is no longer hiring, please go back, Ye Shenyue. However, when Ye Shenyue stepped into Ino's flower shop, she was kicked out by Ino. Ino can remember how this guy treated Sasuke. She absolutely can't let this guy work part-time in her own home. If Sasuke sees this, I still don't know what to do with her. Ye Shenyue, who was kicked out of the store, looked dazed. He stood at the door of the store speechless. It is clearly written in black and white at the entrance of the flower shop that it is looking for a part-time job. Okay, it seems that he has a problem with me. He never thought that his act of using 1,000 years of death to Sasuke would make Ino, a girl, grudge. Oh shit. Konoha has so many love brains. No matter how precocious the child is, it's never time. Ye Shenyue sighed, took out a recruitment notice and started looking for the next location. Oh, this tavern seems to be quite close to where I live. His eyes stayed on a tavern at the outermost edge of the village. 10 minutes later, Ye Shenyue came near this tavern. Huh? Why is Kwan here? Ye Shenyue, who had just arrived at the corner of the tavern, saw Uchiha Izumi talking to the 2 uncles with a forced smile. It seems that she met her law enforcement. Do you want to go up and say hello? Ye Shenyue hesitated. Anyway, during this period of time, Kwan gave him food and drink and helped him build a wooden house together. He is still grateful to this kind girl from the bottom of his heart. A kind-hearted big sister like Uchiha Izumi is rare in Konoha. But Uchiha Izumi at the tavern felt like his head was going to explode. Kwan originally planned to let the drunk man follow him back to the police station first. As a result, he insisted on staying here and said that the boss stole his wallet. He must ask the boss to compensate, otherwise he will never leave here. Kwan was a little helpless. What he heard was all false. When she stepped forward to hit the drunk man yelled at her angrily. Bastards! Don't you Uchihas investigate, I'm going to your police station to file a complaint against you. After hearing the word complaint, Kwan immediately stopped what he was doing. Now the reputation of the Uchiha clan is very bad in the village. If it was because of his own reasons, he would definitely be labeled as violent law enforcement by the village's senior management. At that time, I don't know how they will target the Uchiha family. Shut up. Don't shout. Looking at the drunk who insulted the Uchiha clan, Kwan's face was clearly angry. That's it. You first show the evidence that the boss stole your wallet. What? You Uchiha clan brats are really annoying. The drunk man shook his head, staggered, and said disdainfully. Is that the evidence? I give you. The drunk man stopped making noise after hearing Uchiha Izumi's words. He put his hand in his pocket. At this time, the drunk and the boss looked at each other. Do it. The 2 people in front of them were all sent by the base. The task Uchiha Izumi received today was nothing more than a play they performed. The drunk quickly took out a bag of white powder from his pocket and sprinkled it all on Kwan's face. Ah! Kwan, who was not on guard against the 2, fell directly into the trick of the drunk. At this time, Kwan also realized that the 2 people in front of him were not drunks and bosses at all. Their real purpose. It's me, a-hole. The white powder had entered her eyes, and she couldn't open her eyes to deal with them at all. These people. Definitely come prepared. She didn't expect that someone would have the guts to do something to the Uchiha clan in the village. It is too much. Kwan closed his eyes, and took out the Kuwu frame in front of him. Now she can only fight by hearing. Only, Kwan heard many footsteps around him one after another. Catch her alive. Remember not to hurt her face. The root leader ordered his subordinates, for fear that the eyes of Vice Admiral Uchiha Izumi would be destroyed in the next battle. All the root ninjas pulled out their kunai and started targeting Uchiha Izumi. And Quan also realized that. I am afraid that today I am more ill fortune than good luck. Thought Uchiha Itachi would be on her mind at the last moment of her death. But at this moment, what appeared in her mind was the helpless boy by the river. Itachi, save. Don't you call Uchiha Itachi's name. He won't come. Izumi Uchiha was very happy to hear Ye Shenyue's voice. When I was dying, I heard the voice of this child. It's not bad. I hope he can take good care of himself in the future. However, Quan thought of the dangerous scene now and immediately sounded a reminder. Get out of here quickly. She didn't want Ye Shenyue to die here too. Such a thing as death. Just let her come alone. It's a brat. Get rid of this little brat who got in the way. A little brat wants to get ahead. Genbu Ninja saw that the person who came was a 6 or 7-year-old kid, so he relaxed his vigilance. A mere child, they didn't pay attention to ninjas at all. Besides, no matter how strong you are, can you be as strong as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Go to 3 people to solve him, the rest take that Uchiha away. The root ninjas who received the order began to act one after another. Looking at Quan who was fighting in the distance, Ye Shenyue felt a little headache. It is still too difficult to deal with a dozen ninjas with his current strength. Although the 100% throwing technique can control them, but the things in my ninja bag are only enough for one time. Suddenly he remembered the drawing opportunity that he hadn't used today. System. Check the Uchiha Izumi draw. Target Uchiha Izumi is being drawn. Ding. Obtain Fire Style Great Fireball Technique entry, Mercy Technique. Get exclusive entry for Uchiha, Master of Fire Style. Acquire Ninjutsu, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Benevolence Technique. Do not kill the famous ninjas. This attack can hardly cause damage to the famous ninjas in Hokage, but this attack can cause a lot of damage to the unknown ninjas. P.S. Cleaning up miscellaneous fish will have unexpected results. Fire Style Master. After releasing Fire Style, it can be continuously released without seal. P.S. Please don't use Fire Style at night, playing with the firebed. F.K. Fire Style Spree. I didn't expect that my Fire Style would be drawn from Uchiha Izumi. Originally, Ye Shenyue's heart was half cold when she saw Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. But he can see the entry of that benevolent technique. Look at these ninjas now, he doesn't know any of them, aren't they just trash? And also got the exclusive entry for Uchiha, Master of Fire Style. With this bonus, you can't just turn into a fire-breathing dragon on the spot. It seems that it's time for him to show off his operation. But just to be on the safe side, he still shouted at these people. I don't know you guys, do I? You guys shouldn't be Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Kaiichi. Ye Shenyue directly reported dozens of names in one breath. Everyone present was confused by his actions. Even the ninja who made a move on Uchiha Izumi couldn't help but stop what he was doing and glance at Ye Shenyue. This kid. Is there something wrong with your brain? Chapter 13. What's wrong with this kid? Ha 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 ha. What nonsense is this brat talking about? Does he want to laugh us to death? The root leader frowned when he heard the laughter of his subordinates. Today's action, Mr. Danzo, must not be exposed, but the kid in front of him. He is setting their identities. Hearing the ridicule of these people, Ye Shenyue showed a bright smile. It seems that my luck is really good, since none of you then die. What nonsense, get rid of him for me. When the 3 root ninjas heard their captain speak, they immediately put away their joking attitude. They also know that this mission must not be complicated. So we must get rid of this impeding brat in front of us as soon as possible. Ye Shenyue was ready to empty his ninja bag at any time when he was asking the question. At the moment when the 3 ninjas set off, Ye Shenyue threw out all the kunai and shuriken. The besieged Uchiha Izumi struggled to resist the enemy's attack without losing sight. At this time, a root ninja had grabbed Uchiha Izumi's left arm. Izumi Uchiha, you can't escape. Despair rose in Quan's heart. It seems that I have harmed Ye Shenyue. Just when Genbu Ninja was about to stun Uchiha Izumi, everyone noticed a bunch of kunai and shurikens flying towards them. The randomly flying kunai and the shuriken were completely inaccurate, and they even doubted that the kunai thrown with such force would not be able to hurt them. I'm dying of laughter. Is this level of kunai trying to tickle us? Ha 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 ha, little devil, let me teach you how to use kunai. More than a dozen root ninjas took all the kunai and shuriken one by one. Captain Root has already realized that something is wrong. Obviously, they can completely dodge this level of throwing skills. The result is all next. Damn it. This brat used illusion. Go to hell. Ye Shenyue will not let go of such a good opportunity. He mobilized the chakra in his body and made mudras with his hands. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Ye Shenyue took a deep breath and spit out a huge fireball towards the front. Hurry up and get rid of him. Don't let him continue to seal. The root troop captain roared loudly. If he dragged on, he would really be exposed. The movement of the Great Fireball Technique can't be imagined. But fortunately, with this level of ninjutsu, it would be a headache for them to change to others. They have more than a dozen ninjas at the root, and how can they let this kid solve it? It doesn't exist at all. He will never let this kid use the second ninjutsu chance. After having the entry, the Great Fireball is really amazingly powerful, sending away 3 ninjas with a fireball. The 3 ninjas didn't even have time to scream and were melted by the fireball. After seeing the miserable situation of their companions, all root ninjas let go of their contempt. They didn't even care about Uchiha Izumi and rushed towards Ye Shenyue's position. Ye Shenyue is the biggest threat to them now. Ye Shenyue also knew that the purpose of these people was to engage in close combat with him to prevent him from using ninjutsu again. But what? My own ninjutsu is not over. The root ninjas who were about to approach Ye Shenyue seemed to see the end of his death. But then everyone's eyes became terrified. Impossible. Obviously this kid has no seal. How did he do it? Ye Shenyue spit out 10 shots of Great Fireball in a row. Although this technique is easy to dodge, it also depends on the distance. The fundamental ninjas are less than 5 meters away from Ye Shenyue's position. This position can't be avoided at all. Bang. In desperation and confusion, the root ninjas were sent away by Ye Shenyue's Great Fireball technique. Until the moment they died, they couldn't figure out how this brat released the Great Fireball technique consecutively. Who will tell me in the future that the Great Fireball technique can't kill people? I'm in a hurry with him. Ye Shenyue spat and rushed to Uchiha Izumi's side. But before he could speak, Quan began to feel pain while holding Ye Shenyue. You're fine really. That's great. Ye Shenyue wanted to touch Quan's head, but the height gap between the two was too great. In the end, he obediently lay down on Quan's chest. Quan, but I saved you. Okay, I know. About the identities of these ninjas. Ye Shenyue knew without even thinking that these people must be ninjas from the roots. He had thought about the possibility of Danzo taking a shot on Uchiha Izumi. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. Danzo, an old B*******D, dares to attack Uchiha Izumi in the village? I thought Danzo's attention was all on Shisui. Oh shit. This really made Ye Shenyue somewhat underestimate Danzo's lower limit. Although it has always been a taboo in the village for the Uchiha clan to contact Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But anyway, Uchiha Izumi only sees Naruto every time he is looking for himself. Not to mention that sometimes when Naruto is away, she has come to Ye Shenyue. Anyone who thinks with a dog's brain can think that Uchiha Izumi met Naruto is just a coincidence. This guy Danzo definitely followed Uchiha Izumi's excuse to meet Naruto and then did it to her. TMD, Danzo, you're going to try to mess with Uchiha, aren't you? Then find another Uchiha. Ye Shenyue was really angry. For the first time, he truly experienced the darkness of this world. Today's matter must not be left alone. He must meet Sarutobi Hiruzen with Uchiha Izumi. Why don't you give him an explanation? Ye Shenyue will definitely let everyone in Konoha know about this. Danzo dared to do something to his companions in the village today. Then dared to attack the Inoshika-cho, Hyūga clan tomorrow. Presumably these ninjas can also understand the truth of the lips and teeth. He didn't believe it anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shameless and could suppress this matter? Humph. Danzo you be ******D. Wait. Let me show you that you are not the only one who can escalate things to the point of endangering the village. Ye Shenyue took Uchiha Izumi's hand and walked to the door of a house. Fortunately, the family did not turn them away because of Uchiha Izumi's identity. After simply taking care of Quan's eyes, Cheng Zan pulled her towards the hospital. Along the way, Quan didn't say much to Ye Shenyue. Holding him in pain just now was just venting the emotions in my heart. But looking back, Izumi didn't want to involve Ye Shenyue in the fight between the Uchiha clan and the village. Today she has put Ye Shenyue in danger, although Ye Shenyue saved him. But no matter how powerful he is, the strength of a single person can't fight against the village after all. And the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village is so complicated. Any relationship with Uchiha will definitely kill him. Can you open your eyes? Let's go and I'll take you to the hospital. No. Oh wait. Quan didn't say a word. Ye Shenyue took her hand and walked towards the hospital. When he heard Ye Shenyue say to go to the hospital, Quan subconsciously resisted. She didn't want others to know what happened today. She also knows those ninjas. They're either Anbu of Hokage or roots of Danzo. Now she can no longer trust the high-level people in Konoha village. No one knows whether this kind of thing today will happen in the future. And for the family, Izumi didn't want to tell the patriarch this time either. The consequences of doing so would only add to the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha village. It is not the result she wants to go to war at that time. Although she doesn't like Konoha village's high-level executives, it doesn't mean she doesn't like the whole Konoha village. If only I wasn't from the Uchiha family, you don't want your eyes anymore. Ye Shenyue's attitude was so tough that it even gave Quan the illusion that he was older than himself. Okay, I'll go with you. Why are you so fierce? Ye Shenyue took Quan's hand and found that Quan's body became a little stiff at this time. Obviously insecure, she looked so tense and terrified. Ye Shenyue understood that she was worried that what happened today would happen again. Oh shit. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are so G damn good. Ye Shenyue took a deep breath and said to Quan, relax, Quan. I will protect you. Ye Shenyue took her hand, and her steps gradually accelerated. But when they came to the entrance of the hospital, the two saw Uchiha Itachi who had just walked out of the hospital. There was sadness in his expression. Quan, why are you here? Seeing the injured Izumi, Itachi asked. It's just that he doesn't care about others at all. Shisui had fallen off a cliff yesterday and given himself his eye. He also opened Mangekyo in a state of extreme grief. Now his first priority is to prevent the family from starting a war. I'll talk about other things later. How unlucky. Ye Shenyue dragged Quan to the hospital without giving Quan a chance to speak. Chapter 14. Uchiha Itachi looked at Ye Shenyue and Uchiha Izumi suspiciously. Itachi found that Ye Shenyue looked at him with a hint of disgust and disgust. When we met for the first time, he thought Ye Shenyue hated him because of the Uchiha clan. But after seeing the scene where he and Quan held hands just now, I found that there must be another reason why Ye Shenyue hates herself. Why does this kid hate me so much? Itachi thought for a while, but didn't take it seriously, and walked away. Okay. Nothing serious. Go back and pay attention to rest. In the hospital, a medical ninja spoke to Ye Shenyue and Quan with a report. After hearing that their eyes were fine, both Ye Shenyue and Quan breathed a sigh of relief. But Ye Shenyue knew that Danzo's attack on Quan was nothing more than trying to win her eyes. What the FK? At this point in time, he should have taken Uchiha Shisui's eye. How can he still shoot a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan? But he remembered the sad expression on Itachi's face just now. Ye Shenyue's complexion became a little ugly. Obviously Shisui should have died under the Nanga River. Now Danzo, who has Shisui's eyes, is even more difficult to deal with. Thinking of Ye Shenyue here, I felt a sense of urgency. There was a big filial son Uchiha Itachi. There is Nabe Shadow Shimura Danzo. It seems that it is not an easy task to save Quan on the night of genocide. Not to mention there's also a secret Uchiha Obito. Ye Shenyue also thought about leaving Konoha village with Quan. But I can't stand watching White Zetsu of Konoha village, and Uchiha Obito. There is not much time left for myself now. Quan looked at the way Ye Shenyue frowned. He burst out laughing. You, don't worry. Medical ninjas say I'm fine. You close your eyes, Ye Shenyue said suddenly. Although Quan was a little confused, he still trusted Ye Shenyue 100%. Go, I'll take you to 3rd Hokage for an explanation. Forget it, forget it, forget it. You listen to me. Ye Shenyue led Quan all the way to the Hokage building. Little devil, you can't go in. This is not a place for you. I have something important to report to Lord 3rd Generation. The ninja guarding the Hokage building followed behind Ye Shenyue and Izumi and said anxiously. Originally they wanted to stop the two, but when they heard something important and the Uchiha behind him, they expressed that they didn't want to get involved. Since the brat said there was something to do, then there must be something to do. But the appearance is still necessary. In Hokage's office, 3rd Hokage is having a meeting with the patriarchs of various families. Except for Uchiha Fugaku. What happened outside, Lord 3rd Generation? Hyūga Hinata asked 3rd Generation when he heard the noise outside the door. Wait a moment. 3rd Generation got up and walked out the door, and then he saw Ye Shenyue with an angry face and Uchiha Izumi with his eyes closed. What happened? Several guards came late for this matter. They bowed to 3rd Generation and spoke. Sorry, Lord 3rd Generation. We couldn't stop him. And he said he has something important to report to you. 3rd Generation waved them back, then looked at Ye Shenyue and Izumi with a kind expression and said. It's your child. Did something happen to Ye Shenyue? Seeing Ye Shenyue from 3rd Generation didn't speak immediately. He saw several people inside through the crack in the door behind 3rd Generation. Oh, is it such a coincidence? I didn't expect the patriarchs of every family to be here. That's easy. Master 3rd Generation. We were attacked by a dozen ninjas in the village Li this afternoon. I suspect they are from our village. And it's specifically for Uchiha Izumi. They must be trying to take the Sharingan. Ye Shenyue pulled Quan in front of her, motioning for 3rd Generation to look into Quan's eyes. Are your eyes okay? 3rd Generation looked at Izumi with his eyes closed, and asked with a frown. It's okay. Just a little unclear for now. Master 3rd Generation. I didn't expect that there are people in our village who were shot by their own village companions. It's really disgusting. Ye Shenyue immediately escalated the attack on the two to an act of endangering the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels like his head is starting to hurt. Every word Ye Shenyue said was rasping. His purpose was to be heard by the ninja chiefs in the office. 3rd Generation was puffing on his cigarette, and he probably guessed what Ye Shenyue said. This operation was definitely done by his buddy Danzo. He didn't expect Danzo to be so courageous. He even dared to do what he did to his comrades in the village. But, considering the patriarchs of the various families behind him, 3rd Generation decided to minimize the gaffe as much as possible. 3rd Generation looked at Izumi Uchiha and felt a headache. Now it is the most embarrassing period for the village and the Uchiha clan. At this time, the Uchiha family is like a powder keg that explodes at one point. If they didn't handle this matter well, they would definitely use this to attack the village. Fortunately, the only one who knows about this today is not Uchiha Fugaku. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome to wait for Uchiha Fugaku to bring someone to him. Thinking of this, 3rd Generation's eyes on Ye Shenyue eased a little. Ye Shenyue is a very enthusiastic kid, and he even considers the safety of the village. But thinking of those people behind him, his head started to hurt again. Master 3rd Generation, what happened? The patriarchs who were still in the office came out one after another and began to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen. Originally, they did a good job in it. Then they heard that someone in the village had done something to Uchiha, and they couldn't sit still. About Konoha village and the Uchiha clan. As long as the people in the village are not blind, they can basically see that the two sides are not dealing with each other. They also heard about this matter in there today. These people are all as smart as an old fox. How can you not know who did it? It was nothing more than Hokage's Anbu and Danzo's roots that shot the Uchiha family. How would other people have the guts to do anything to the Uchiha clan? But, if Konoha's high-level officials give Uchiha a hat, press some charges, and then do it, everyone won't say anything. But what these tribes didn't expect was, they don't even have to act in their roles now, they just do it on the bright side. How can everyone stand by and watch? If you dare to send someone to seize Uchiha's Sharingan in the village today, will you be ignoring the Hyūga clan tomorrow? The day after tomorrow, why not ask other families for secret techniques? No, they absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of thing. The eyes of all the patriarchs standing beside third generation converged at the same time, and everyone nodded in understanding. Today they must ask third Hokage to give everyone an explanation. Master third generation, we've all heard it just now. There are still people who dare to attack their companions in the village. Konoha village will absolutely not tolerate this happening. Yes, Lord third generation, this kind of behavior will have a very bad impact on the village. At this time, the clan leaders standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen began to chatter. Everyone is like, if you can't solve it today, we won't leave. Listening to everyone's words, third generation felt inexplicable pressure. How could he not know what these patriarchs were thinking? Blame Danzo. This kind of thing would not have happened if it hadn't been because he had done something to the people in the village privately. Just do it. He even missed it, and he was stabbed to himself. If this matter is not handled well today, the balance between the village's senior management and the ninja will definitely be broken. He knew that if he handled today's matter well, he would give everyone an explanation. I will definitely lose the support of these ninjas. And if this matter gets out, it will definitely make everyone worry. After all, no one knows if they will be attacked in the village. Damn it. Blame that guy Danzo. It's all because I indulged him too much. Third generation continued to smoke, and finally spoke after exhaling a few smoke rings. Okay, I get it. I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. Ye Shenyue, who was still watching the show, suddenly became unhappy after hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Oh shit, playing drag words, right. I really don't pay attention to all the patriarchs. If you want this matter to pass like this, then we have to see if he agrees with it. I remembered. Ye Shenyue suddenly shouted, and everyone present was startled by his voice. Third generation rubbed his temples and looked at Ye Shenyue with some concern. This kid doesn't want to mess with anything, does he? I saw black things on the tongues of those ninjas. Ye Shenyue didn't speak so plainly, but everyone understood what he meant. What? A root ninja. The seal of eradicating tongue trouble. It's Danzo. He's too courageous. Master third generation, did he really have your permission to act like this? Those ninja patriarchs gave Ye Shenyue a thumbs up in their hearts. His assist was so timely. Facing the aggressive patriarchs, third generation felt that things were gradually getting out of their control. Chapter 15. What are you barking at? Did you attack the Uchiha clan in private? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not mention Uchiha Izumi explicitly. He also wants to know whether Danzo's actions today are aimed at the Uchiha clan or only at Uchiha Izumi. At this moment, the eyes of the patriarchs are focused on Danzo and third generation. They want to see how third generation handles this matter. Danzo ignored these people, but he didn't answer Hiruzen's words either. Anyway, Shisui's affairs have not been exposed, so they can't do anything to themselves. Hyūga Hinata snorted coldly on the side. After a long time, Danzo finally spoke. Uchiha Izumi contacted Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in private. Isn't it normal for me to send someone to inquire? Hiruzen, I'm doing all this for the village. Instead, it's the two of you. Danzo pointed at Ye Shenyue and Quan. How dare you do something to the root ninja? Have you considered the consequences of doing this? Everyone present was stunned. Danzo's words are a disguised admission of his actions against others. As for what he just said, who are the people at the root and they still don't know? I have to say that this guy Danzo is really shameless. How dare you say such high-sounding words in front of everyone? The patriarchs looked at Danzo with growing anger. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard what Danzo said, his expression became even more foul-smelling. Ye Shenyue heard that this guy could still say such nonsense. He almost laughed out of anger. At this time, Ye Shenyue was already considering whether to expose Shisui's affairs. But after taking a look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ye Shenyue pouted. He doesn't believe this guy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if things about Shisui are exposed, this guy will definitely find a way to save Danzo's life. Oh shit, it's a little difficult. It seems that spreading Shisui's affairs will only bring him some troubles. And it will make Danzo angry and do it to himself. Now Ye Shenyue can only bite the matter of Danzo attacking himself and Quan. Ye Shenyue stood in front of Danzo, raised her hand and pointed to his nose. Shimura Danzo. My grass Nima, what the hell are you barking at? This kind of nonsense. You lied to my 6-year-old child. You silly cup. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ye Shenyue pointed directly at Danzo's nose and cursed for 3 minutes. Presumptuous you brat. Danzo was stunned by the scolding on the spot, and he was about to attack Ye Shenyue with red eyes. After seeing Danzo move, Ye Shenyue ran directly behind third generation. Shimura Danzo. Do you only bully children? You asterisk 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 asterisk. Danzo, what do you want? Seeing that Danzo was about to attack Ye Shenyue, everyone surrounded Danzo. As long as Danzo dares to fight here, then they have the courage to kill Danzo here. So third Hokage has nothing to say. Okay, calm down, everyone. Seeing Ye Shenyue pointing at Danzo's nose and scolding just now, third generation is also very helpless. But I can also understand his mood. Third generation itself knew the relationship between Ye Shenyue and Quan. And attacked in the village. No one can bear this kind of thing. Uchiha Izumi stands behind Ye Shenyue. She lowered her head, holding Ye Shenyue tightly with her hands. When Ye Shenyue scolded Danzo just now, she was terrified. Ye Shenyue must not know who Danzo is. Although the way Ye Shenyue helped her get ahead moved her very much. But Danzo will definitely take revenge on him for this incident too. Moon, forget it, forget it. Hearing Izumi's words, he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen out of the corner of his eye. After seeing the ugly expression on his face, Ye Shenyue stopped wisely. Ye Shenyue knew that if he continued to scold, something would definitely happen. Do you have my permission for your actions against the Uchiha clan? Did you take my Hokage seriously? Third generation looked straight at Danzo, as if waiting for him to give himself an explanation. Hiruzen, everything I do is for the village. Do you want Nine Tails Knights to repeat? After hearing this sentence, third generation obviously hesitated. Danzo does this. It's really justifiable. After all, he is all for the village. And Uchiha is really too dangerous. FK your fart. Didn't you attack Uchiha just for Sharingan? You took someone's Sharingan today. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Ye Shenyue glanced at the several patriarchs around him as he spoke. I have said it so clearly, so quickly find an excuse to embarrass him. As the second largest family in Konoha, the Hyūga clan, of course, would not allow such a thing to happen. He stood beside Ye Shenyue, looked at Danzo and began to speak strangely. HMPH, are we going to steal the eyes of our Hyūga clan tomorrow? You just said that this girl has something wrong with Jinchuriki. It's all your guesswork. Could it be that they shot at the companions in the village just because of suspicion? That's right. Konoha village can't tolerate such people. Yes, it's okay to go on like this. Do you still want our family's secret technique? I still suspect that you, Danzo, are doing something that endangers the village behind the scenes, so can we also do something to you? Under the leadership of Hyūga Hiashi, all the patriarchs joined in the denunciation of Danzo. Danzo also realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. Although he doesn't take these people seriously. But the power of all the patriarchs united is something even Hokage fears. Third generation felt that his head was getting bigger, and he originally wanted to delay this matter. I just didn't expect it to turn out like this. Okay, stop arguing. Come on, lock up this guy Danzo. Now fire Shikai and remove Danzo from all positions in the village. After speaking, third generation glanced at everyone present. Gentlemen, if I do this, may everyone be satisfied. There is no one here who is not a smart person. Everyone has a point in their hearts more or less. Third generation's treatment of Danzo is nothing more than refrigerated for a while. After the limelight passed, he would still be released. After all, that alone takes Danzo this guy down. It's tantamount to daydreaming. However, everyone is very satisfied to be able to suppress Danzo. When Danzo left, he stared at Ye Shenyue. Very good, I remember you. Master third generation. You see he is threatening me. Ye Shenyue immediately put on a scared expression, and then hid behind third generation. Even his speaking voice began to tremble. Danzo, enough. Give me a good reflection. After watching Danzo being taken away by Anbu Ninja, Ye Shenyue was full of thoughts. Although it is not a wise choice to provoke Danzo with his current strength. But this guy from TMD kicked his nose in the face. Want to move Uchiha Izumi? I, Ye Shenyue, will absolutely die with you. He also knew in his heart that third generation would not give up Danzo and his roots easily. After all, Danzo has no idea how much dirty work he does for Hokage behind his back. The existence of roots is like a double-edged sword in the hands of third generation. Only when Danzo really threatens him will he be given up. But today's result, it can't be said to be too good, but at any rate, it can be regarded as a bad breath. As for what Danzo will do to him later, Ye Shenyue didn't take it to heart. My daily trajectory is basically with Naruto. Even if Danzo wants to do something to himself, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of third generation. If you really do, the third generation doesn't care whether his goal is Ye Shenyue or Naruto. Anyway, it depends on contact with Jinchuriki. The third generation cannot tolerate anyone touching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even if it's his friend Danzo. So if Danzo wants to move himself, he has to weigh the consequences of doing so. Only, after Danzo comes out, he will definitely attack the Uchiha family. Anyway, he just needs to keep Quan safe. Now, with the addition of ninjutsu entries, he has the strength to touch Jonin. Although the means of attack are somewhat single. But anyone who despises him will definitely overturn in his hands. Ye Shenyue believes that he can control the enemy with 100% throwing skills, and then use the Great Fireball technique to wash the ground. It can completely make the enemy drink a pot. Of course, this premise is that I didn't meet those famous ninjas. Otherwise, his Great Fireball technique has no lethality at all. It seems that I still need to draw some ninjutsu. At present, Ye Shenyue's biggest shortcoming is physique and illusion. As for ninjutsu, you can take it by the way. Next, Ye Shenyue no longer intends to use the drawing opportunity on Naruto. If you draw any more, you will get the chakra of 9 tails at most. Although it is very strong, he may not dare to use it. And it's definitely not that easy to smoke. Then the objects to be extracted later are the Uchiha family and the Hyūga family. Ye Shenyue also had some expectations in her heart. Don't know about Uchiha's Sharingan and Hyūga's eyes. How much improvement can it bring him? Chapter 16 Hiyashi's eyes are tragedy. Sharingan and Bion are bugs in Hokage no matter what. One can evolve into a Rinnegan. One can evolve into a Tenseigan. Although he didn't draw many entries these days. But Ye Shenyue has also figured out the rules of the entry system. He knows that the ability brought by Sharingan and Bion's entry will definitely make him no longer afraid of Danzo and 3rd Hokage. Alright, it's all gone. Today we'll talk about it another day. After speaking, 3rd Hokage turned and returned to the office with a stinky face. After today's tossing, he has no intention of continuing the meeting with the patriarchs. And today these patriarchs forced him to deal with Danzo. He is very angry. He is Hokage in this village. The moment 3rd generation closed its doors. All the patriarchs surrounded Ye Shenyue. This Ye Shenyue child has left a good impression on everyone today. After all, it's only you and Danzo who don't fight each other in Konoha village. Then you are our friend. On weekdays, everyone has long complained about Danzo. Relying on his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, this guy insisted on asking people from their various clans to join his roots. Where is the root, can they not know? Once you go to that kind of place, it is basically the same as dying. But after Fan went in, he was brainwashed by Danzo. Also engrave the curse seal on the tongue. Just because of this matter, people in their family have come to make trouble again and again. Although the child Ye Shenyue does not have any special background. But he dared to point at Commander Shimura's nose and curse in front of everyone. And it can break the defense of the guy Danzo. It is really courageous. This is something they would never dare to do if they were to be replaced. His behavior is the first even in Konoha village. The most important thing is, Ye Shenyue knows how to assess the situation. The act of scolding Danzo just now will definitely arouse the disgust of 3rd Hokage as long as he exceeds that speed. But he didn't. He took the opportunity to push everyone to the front of 3rd generation. Really brave and resourceful, Naruto thinks that the kid in his family is not a little bit angry. Ha 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 ha, you are very good, kid. Do you know Ino from my family? Let me introduce you some other day. Yes, how about I give you a ninja dog next time you come to our Inuzuka house? Ye Shenyue was suddenly confused by the enthusiasm of these patriarchs. What Ino? He didn't even know how to complain. Today I went to the flower shop of Ino's house by myself and was kicked out. But it's not a good idea to raise a ninja dog. Seeing the enthusiasm of the patriarchs, Ye Shenyue is still very happy. Only, why is Hyūga Hiyashi always looking at me with supercilious eyes? And look at him. Hold, he won't know that he kissed Hinata in class. Ye Shenyue looked at Hyūga Hiyashi and started to panic. After Uchiha Izumi came to the Hokage building, he was in a state of confusion the whole time. She couldn't believe that Ye Shenyue, who was usually gentle, would act so wildly. When Ye Shenyue pointed at Danzo and started cursing, she almost fainted from fright. And in front of Hokage-sama, she doesn't even have the courage to meet Danzo in Hokage's eyes. As a member of Uchiha, she is very aware of the dark methods of Konoha's high level. As long as you anger them, there will be absolutely no good end. Ye Shenyue's actions today will definitely make Hokage and Danzo fight against him. If only they had the chance. Quan didn't dare to think any further. I will definitely protect you. After Ye Shenyue realized that Hyūga Hiyashi's expression was wrong. Randomly chatted with the patriarchs. He then dragged Izumi to flee the Hokage building in a hurry. If he stayed any longer, Ye Shenyue was afraid that Hiyashi would punch him to death. Hey, you guys said that Ye Shenyue was so good. We couldn't have heard of it. Well, at his age, he should still be studying at ninja school, right? I'll go back and ask that brat in my house. Hiyashi, why do you look unhappy? When everyone was discussing enthusiastically, it was found that Hiyashi kept a straight face. Logically speaking, Danzo should be the happiest when he was detained. Ye Shenyue, he is in the same class as the children in your family. Ah, why didn't I hear my kid mention it? How did you know Hiyashi? Snort. Hiyashi frowns, shakes his sleeves and leaves. Ye Shenyue dragged Uchiha Izumi all the way out of the Hokage building. Quan was thinking about what happened today all the way. The task of the police department today. She should have realized something was wrong. But this also precisely illustrates a problem. The high-level Konoha definitely has undercover agents in her family. This thought made Quan scare himself. The undercover person in the Uchiha clan is definitely one of his own. It also means someone in the family is acting as a dog for the high-level Konoha. She was a little worried about the future of the family. Although the Uchiha family rejects her and her mother, they are their own family no matter what. Once Konoha takes action against the Uchiha clan, I and my mother are absolutely inseparable. And there's the possibility of implicating Ye Shenyue. At this moment, Quan felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Now no matter what, she and Ye Shenyue must be on the list of Konoha's high-level executives. The days to come, they will definitely have a hard time. If I hadn't been bumped into by Ye Shenyue today, I'm afraid I would have been caught to the root by Danzo. It is said that those who enter the roots will suffer inhumane torture and human experiments. Those who went in never came out alive. Now that I think about her, I still feel a little scared. How did you get to the tavern today? Ah. I originally wanted to find a part-time job today. Then look for it and go over there. It happens to be close to my house. And I can't ask you to give me something every day. Ye Shenyue blushed. Regarding being fed by the spring every day, he still felt a little ashamed. It's okay. You don't have to look for it. You are young. Question mark. I am not young. After much deliberation, Ye Shenyue decided not to argue with her for now. When he gets older, he must teach Quan a lesson. After Quan finished speaking, his expression was obviously anxious. She took out her wallet. Then he stuffed all the banknotes inside into Ye Shenyue's arms. I have money. Don't. Ye Shenyue knew that Quan's economic conditions were not much better. She is a little transparent in the Uchiha clan. There is only one mother who has lost her husband. The family conditions are nothing like other Uchiha. In addition, the Uchiha family was targeted by the high-level Konoha. Their mission rewards are basically nothing. Most of the income is distributed by the police department. If the Uchiha tribe has no family background, they will definitely starve to death on the salary of the police department. This is why they are dissatisfied with Konoha. To put it another way, Uchiha is Konoha's village hero, no matter what. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a human being. Just kick them out of the Konoha power center. Don't let them go out of the village to do missions. And also cut the wages of the police force. That's Uchiha Fugaku, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It would be a long time ago to change the patriarch with blood. Ye Shenyue didn't expect Quan, who was always weak, to be surprisingly tough this time. In the end, Ye Shenyue accepted half of the banknote after some evasion from the two. I have to say that Uchiha Izumi is really a perfect wife candidate. Ye Shenyue peeked somewhere at her. I still have to grow up quickly. Holding the banknote, Ye Shenyue couldn't help but think. Do you think you were taken care of by Uchiha Izumi? Still, Tong Yangfu, I didn't expect him to eat spring soft food when he was only 6 years old when he first came to Hokage. No wonder when I went to the hospital to see a doctor in my previous life, the doctor said he had a bad stomach. It turns out that I want to eat soft rice. Quan, are you and your mother moved to live by the river? If Uchiha Quan's life is to be preserved, she must be moved out of the Uchiha clan. Now Uchiha Itachi is like a mad dog thinking about third generation everywhere. And today Danzo missed Quan's action, there will definitely be a second and a third time. Only by letting Quan stay with Ye Shenyue can she ensure her safety to the greatest extent. Another point is to improve your strength as soon as possible. It's just that the difficult thing to do now is the entry extraction object. According to the nature of the system, if you want to obtain Mangekyo, you must extract the owner of Mangekyo. Although he guessed that it is possible to draw the 3-go jade, the probability is definitely lower than that of directly drawing Mangekyo. It seems that they have to find a way to get close to Itachi and Fugaku. There are no requirements for candidates from the Hyūga clan. No one has awakened Tensegan anyway. The priority of this can be ranked first. The biggest threat to Ye Shenyue now is the illusion attack. Let alone the two guys, Uchiha Itachi and Obito. The basic illusion ninja alone is enough for Ye Shenyue to drink a pot. Ye Shenyue, who is good at other ninjutsu and taijutsu, can also fight. But if you meet a ninja who specializes in illusion, you can basically control yourself with just one face-to-face. Then play with wool. Decided to smoke Uchiha first. Chapter 17 Konoha Lackey. Uchiha Quan listened to Ye Shenyue's words. She also considered the internal unrest of the Uchiha clan. Now she can't trust anyone except Ye Shenyue. Even Uchiha Itachi is now unbelievable in her eyes. Itachi had talked with her about the relationship between the village and the family. Itachi didn't want the village and the family to have conflicts before. If it really gets to that point, Izumi absolutely believes that Uchiha Itachi will help the Konoha executives to deal with the family. Exclamation mark. Uchiha Itachi will not be an undercover agent hiding in the Uchiha clan. The lackeys of the high rises of Konoha village. The atmosphere in the family has become more tense now, and then think of Uchiha Itachi. Quan finally chose to move out of the Uchiha clan's clan land with his mother. Now third Hokage has turned a blind eye to Uchiha Izumi's contact with Naruto. After all, from beginning to end, it was Naruto who came to find Ye Shenyue on his own initiative. In any case, it is not Uchiha Izumi who chooses to contact. Third generation can also see that the relationship between Ye Shenyue and Quan is unusual. On the contrary, Naruto has been coming to the cabin more and more recently, and his relationship with Ye Shenyue has reached the point of eating and drinking together. Naruto knew very well, no one in this village treats himself better than Ye Shenyue. Is Sister Quan moving here too? After school, Naruto followed Ye Shenyue to the river, and then he saw Uchiha Izumi and her mother who were moving. Well, she will practice with us in the future. Ah, how wonderful. Naruto is very happy. Quan is the second friend he knows. Like Ye Shenyue, she never saw herself as a reincarnated monster like those in the village. Then let me help you. Naruto dropped his school bag, rolled up his sleeves, and ran to the wooden house Izumi was going to build. I've prepared dinner for you and put it on the table. Quan lifted the board and said softly to Ye Shenyue. All of her actions have created Ye Shenyue a kind of husband whose wife is waiting to come home from get off work. The only difference is, he is not going to work but after school. Quan's speed of building wooden houses is much faster than that of Ye Shenyue before. Quan, who has construction experience himself, benefited from the help of the two. The construction of the wooden house was completed in less than 2 days. Her house is almost the same as Ye Shenyue's, and the two houses are also next to each other. Night. Quan was feeding her mother with medicine. Cough cough cough. Quan, go get busy. Don't take care of me. This is the first time Ye Shenyue met Quan's mother. She lay pale in Ye Shenyue's upstairs room. Auntie, what's the matter? Although the original work does not clearly describe Quan's mother too much. But compared to the Uchiha family, and Quan's talent is extremely high. Based on this, it is not difficult to guess that Quan's mother was once a ninja. The ninjas of the Uchiha family are already considered high-end combat power in the ninja world when their combat power collapses in the early stage. Only, why did Quan's mother become so weak? Quan, who finished feeding his mother the medicine, pulled Ye Shenyue to sit down by the river. Then Ye Shenyue heard Quan talking sadly. Because my father. He was on Nine Tails Night. The night of 9 tails to save my mother. She took a deep breath to calm herself down. The loss of my father took a huge emotional toll on my mother. And my mother was also seriously injured in that battle. The mother's health is getting worse and worse under such circumstances. Quan recounted the scene back then, and she touched her eyes subconsciously. She also started 3 Tomo Sharingan that night after witnessing her father's death. She also knew in her heart that her mother's body might not last long. After hearing this, Ye Shenyue's mood also became a little heavy. Have you been to the hospital? Medical ninjas say mother's condition is an old ailment from a young age. Coupled with the huge mental blow caused to her by her father's death. It was difficult to heal her. And, I don't have that much money to cure my mother. Ye Shenyue sighed. When time travel came, he thought it was a G thing for him to have no money. But as a ninja in Uchiha, there's actually no fee to pay for the treatment of injuries. It's so fed up. And this kind of thing can't be thought about carefully. Once you think about it, the high treatment costs will definitely have Sarutobi Hiruzen's hint. It not only cut the income of the Uchiha family, but also raised the cost of hospital treatment without anyone knowing it. Then send Uchiha's ninjas out to die when they encounter dangerous tasks. Even if you can come back alive, it is basically useless without enough treatment costs. In this way, the number of Uchiha ninjas has always been kept within a controllable range. Even if the Uchiha family wants to launch a positive transformation on Konoha, it will be difficult to accomplish it. Plus the help of Uchiha Itachi. The current Uchiha family has no chance of winning at all. Not to mention the Tuzi brother who is hiding in the dark. Although he is afraid of Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi's shot will definitely make him willing to die by his son's knife. Tisk. Sarutobi Hiruzen, damn it. By the way, you last time you dealt with Root Ninja. It's the great fireball technique. The last battle Izumi was said to be invisible, but for Uchiha who has one life Grandmaster Fire style. Even with your eyes closed, you can feel that Ye Shenyue is using the great fireball technique. However, Quan and Ye Shenyue have known each other for a long time. But never heard him talk about fire style. Well, when I fought against Sasuke, I remembered his seal order. Then I tried it and it worked. Quan suddenly turned his head and looked at Ye Shenyue carefully. Looking at him is like looking at a monster. As Ye Shenyue said, you can learn ninjutsu just by looking at it. It's too unbelievable. If so, when the village and the village were fighting, didn't they still frantically learn each other's ninjutsu? It has not been spread among various ninjas. If Ye Shenyue had Sharingan, she would not be so surprised. Although the great fireball technique is not an advanced ninjutsu, it is definitely not something that can be released by memorizing the seal. It is also necessary to know the chakra running route. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never believe such a thing. It had already terrified her. She herself is a genius of the Uchiha clan anyway. But you can't learn ninjutsu just by watching it once like Ye Shenyue. Even the genius boy Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan. He can't do that either. And according to Ye Shenyue's current age, she recalled the details of the last battle, and probably calculated in her mind that Ye Shenyue had used the great fireball technique about 10 times. And after the battle, Ye Shenyue didn't feel tired at all. It seemed that the dozens of great fireballs didn't consume him at all. The amount of chakra in Ye Shenyue is several times higher than that of normal people. Let me teach you fire style. Ah, can you? Ye Shenyue never thought of learning ninjutsu on her own initiative. The ninjutsu extracted by the system can be learned in seconds, so why bother? Besides, even if he wants to take the initiative to learn, no one can teach him. There are no other ninjutsu courses in the ninja school's education except three-body technique. Only after Jonin, the leader of the team, can complete the practice under the guidance of Jonin. So generally there is no ninjutsu inheritance, no family background. After graduation, I will only know the three-body technique firsthand. Even Rock Lee, who was also born as a commoner, has the true biography of Might Guy behind him. As for the others, if you are lucky, you can even run with Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. If you are unlucky, you will die directly in the following tasks. Thank you so much. Ye Shenyue clasped his hands together to express his gratitude to Quan. Seeing him like this, Quan smiled and stretched out his hand, wanting to touch his head. But it was flashed by Ye Shenyue. I am still a child now, what if I can't grow taller after being touched on the head? Have you tested your own chakra? FK. Ye Shenyue suddenly realized that after he came to this world. I have never tested my own chakra with chakra test strips. Although I have a system that does not need to be tested. But Ye Shenyue was still curious about his chakra attribute. Seeing Ye Shenyue's expression, Quan knew that he hadn't tested yet. Then I'll bring back the test strips tomorrow. It is certain that you have chakra with fire attributes. Chapter 18 We don't contact anymore. Fire style impatience fire. Ye Shenyue spit out several flames from his mouth. Bang. The tree Ye Shenyue was aiming at was also crumbled under his attack. However, he compared the great fireball surgery in his mind. It was found that the power of Phoenix Immortal Fire is actually not as great as that of Great Fireball. The Phoenix Immortal Fire is not powerful enough, but the attack frequency is very high. Although the power of the Great Fireball technique is sufficient, the attack process is too slow. If you want to describe these two techniques, the Great Fireball is equivalent to the grenade in his previous life. Fengxianwo is an automatic rifle. With the blessing of the Fire Style Master, Ye Shenyue can use this technique to release it continuously. And for him it is to have a machine gun. Ye Shenyue, who is in charge of Chadenla, believes that he can use this technique to fight the enemy all day long. Certainly, the premise is that the enemy must be able to bear it. He remembered that when Uchiha Itachi used this technique, he also used shuriken in it. Looks like I might be able to give it a try. The continuous release of Master Fire Style has brought him an unprecedented level of this technique, if shuriken can also be added. Then his technique will have a 100% throwing bonus. In this case, Impatience Flower Claw Red will become a 100% hit spell. There is both control and damage. If I can still get the shuriken clone technique from 3rd generation, then he will be a big killer on the battlefield. FK. It's really awesome. Ye Shenyue was stunned by her own thoughts. It turns out that the entries that want to maximize the use of the system must be used together. You are really amazing. It took me 3 days to learn this technique. After seeing Ye Shenyue successfully use fire style Fengxianwo, Quan was more excited than she learned it by herself. You taught me well. Ye Shenyue scratched her head in embarrassment. When Quan came back from school today, he shouted to teach himself fire style. However, after listening to Professor Quan's content, he resolutely gave up learning ninjutsu by himself. Then the extraction function of the system was turned on. System, extraction target Uchiha Izumi. Selected target Uchiha Spring, drawing is in progress. Acquire fire style Impatience Fire. Acquire Shadow Clone. Acquire Uchiha Hug. See the last skill. Ye Shenyue didn't even know how to complain. If he really uses Uchiha to hug and throw, he will definitely be pressed and rubbed on the ground. Everyone here is really Otsutsuki. Oh, right, quickly test your chakra attributes. Quan pulled out the chakra test strip from his pocket and handed it to Ye Shenyue. Put chakra on the test strip and that's it. Ye Shenyue squeezed the chakra test strip in her hand and began to enter chakra. Soon the test paper started to burn. But it wasn't as Quan thought. Ye Shenyue only has chakra of fire attribute. It's okay, chakra with fire attributes is also good. She opened her mouth to comfort Ye Shenyue. Quan was a little worried about disappointing Ye Shenyue because of what he said before. It's okay, it's already fine. He guessed that perhaps he was a chakra with no other attributes. The fire attribute on the test paper should also be the reason why I learned fire style through the system. In fact, this test does not mean much to him. He was just plain curious. Anyway, as long as you give him some time, he can learn all the evasion techniques of all attributes. Okay, then next. Quan waved her fist, and at this moment her little face flushed with excitement. Ye Shenyue fire style's talent is not lost to her as a genius. Now you just need to train him well. Ye Shenyue's future strength will definitely surpass Uchiha Itachi's. This feeling excited her. It's like playing a nurturing game. Why don't we come here today? If he continues to learn, he will show his broken buttocks. All right. Hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Quan felt a little lost. Ye Shenyue, accept my challenge if you are a man. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke jumped in front of the two, pointed at Ye Shenyue with kunai and said arrogantly. Appearing here behind him is Uchiha Itachi. Oh shit. Unlucky. Why did Uchiha Itachi come here again? Izumi's face dropped when he saw Uchiha Itachi. She has been able to determine that the person in front of her is an undercover agent hiding in the Uchiha clan. The lackeys of Konoha village. Now she just feels sick when she sees Uchiha Itachi. Even if it is the Uchiha family, it is not considered for the family. That is also being treated as a dog by the high-level officials of Konoha village. Has he forgotten what kind of life Uchiha's people live? Or is it that he doesn't care about everyone's life and death at all? What are you doing here? Izumi said to Uchiha Itachi coldly. I heard. You were attacked the other day. When I went to your house to look for you today, I found that you have moved out of the clan area. The village is not peaceful now, if you are outside. Enough. I don't want to hear what you're saying right now. Hurry up and get out. Izumi pointed to the distance, signaling Uchiha Itachi to leave here immediately. This B************ D actually came over hypocritically and asked himself to go back to Uchiha. Does he want to let himself die in the family? Quan now only wants to keep himself and his mother alive and protect Ye Shenyue. As for the Uchiha clan, she is neither qualified nor able to manage. Even if he ran in front of Uchiha Fugaku, tell him that his son Uchiha Itachi is already a member of Konoha's upper echelons. Will Uchiha Fugaku believe her? Uchiha Fugaku definitely believes in her son more than she, an outsider. Quan, please trust me. Itachi didn't understand why the gentle Izumi's personality changed so much. He remembered that the way Quan talked to himself was not like this in the past. Then he looked at Ye Shenyue beside Quan. He subconsciously clenched his fists. After hearing Uchiha Itachi's words this time, Izumi didn't even have the desire to talk to him. Just maintaining that posture just now made Itachi feel F-ed. Ye Shenyue looked at Quan also dumbfounded. He never thought that Izumi would have such an attitude. But what? Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Ye Shenyue took Quan's hand and told her to let it go. He looked directly at Uchiha Sasuke and said with a smile. Okay, I agree to your challenge. Chapter 19. It's so stupid to call out the name of the move. Ye Shenyue looked directly at Sasuke. He humiliated his younger brother in front of Uchiha Itachi today. Ha 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 ha. Ye Shenyue, today I will let you know the power of Uchiha. Hearing that Ye Shenyue finally agreed to his challenge, Sasuke became excited. He couldn't wait to step on the tail of this crane. Ye Shenyue was speechless. Please, meet the power of your Uchiha. Why don't I find Uchiha Izumi and see the power of Uchiha? Oh, I'm only 6 years old. That's fine. Be careful. Quan touched Ye Shenyue's head, but he glared straight at him. Quan also knew that Ye Shenyue didn't like this action. But she likes to tease Ye Shenyue. Uchiha Itachi saw this scene from the sidelines and his fists were bleeding. Although his first task now is to prevent the conflict between the family and the village. He threw away the emotions he had the day Shisui died. But after seeing the intimate behavior of Uchiha Quan and Ye Shenyue, I still couldn't control my emotions. Then, let your brother be the judge of this battle. Can. Itachi made a stinky face, and finally heard that he walked between the two of them. You won't take yourself as Uchiha Sasuke's older brother. Sighed him. Won't. Uchiha Itachi looked at Ye Shenyue's face and felt that his blood pressure was going to be pumped up by him. Why favor his brother? Isn't this purely disgusting him? The seal of opposition between the two sides. Start. Sasuke learned his lesson this time. He threw his shuriken and attacked Ye Shenyue just after the battle started. He believes that he will be able to beat Ye Shenyue this time. Ye Shenyue turned over and avoided Sasuke's shuriken. Sasuke's shuriken is still too immature, he can deal with some Genin school kids. But now Ye Shenyue has to fight with Quan every night. And Quan also asked Ye Shenyue not to use ninjutsu. In this high-pressure battle, the current Ye Shenyue's physical skills have not improved much. But it is not comparable to the current Sasuke. Dodging his shuriken is more than enough. After landing, Ye Shenyue immediately used the ninjutsu he just learned today. He made mudras with his hands and shouted loudly. Earth-style heart beheading technique. Yes, you heard me right. Ye Shenyue called Earth style. It's just that he was shouting blindly, in order to develop the habit of confusing the enemy in the future. Every time he uses ninjutsu, he just calls out ninjutsu to confuse the enemy. Uchiha Itachi watched from the sidelines a little bit painfully. As a ninja who was good at fire-style ninjutsu, he clearly saw that Ye Shenyue's not seal just now was fire-style functionwo. He shouted Earth style. How on earth did he have the nerve to do such a despicable behavior? However, he also knew in his heart. This tactic of Ye Shenyue is against Sasuke who has not had much experience with ninjutsu. Absolutely works wonders. Quan laughed out loud as he watched from the sidelines. Ye Shenyue is just too naughty. After Sasuke heard Ye Shenyue shout Earth style, he immediately put all his defenses under his feet. Although he has only learned the great fireball technique now, he has heard about the technique Ye Shenyue uses from his elder brother. After using this technique, the enemy will appear at his feet through Earth style, and then drag him into the ground. Finished beheading at last. Damn it. Where on earth did he learn Earth style? As far as he knows, there are not many people in Konoha who are good at Earth style. When he put all his attention on the ground, the flames spit out by Ye Shenyue had already flown towards Sasuke. When the red flame appeared in front of him, he knew that he was cheated by this guy in front of him. What? UB*********D. Don't you use Earth style. Fortunately, Sasuke's reaction was not slow, and he dodged his attack with a few dodge moves. Ye Shenyue didn't intend to kill him either. If you really hit Sasuke too hard, what if Itachi comes up and gives himself an illusion? After seeing Sasuke dodging his first wave of attacks, he stopped the release of ninjutsu. Look what you said. I'm just calling Earth style. It's not really necessary. Ye Shenyue smirked and looked at Sasuke. Are you crazy? Who would be like this? Sasuke was almost PD off by Ye Shenyue. If it weren't for his quick reaction, he would have been knocked down by the ninjutsu released by Ye Shenyue just now. That power. Sasuke wondered if Ye Shenyue was going to kill him. But he didn't know that Ye Shenyue had just shown mercy. Originally, just when Ye Shenyue wanted to experiment with ninjutsu, he threw a shuriken at the same time. But, it's really too late for the moment when the ninjutsu is released. The ninjutsu has already been released before his hand reaches the ninja bag. It feels like I used to play games. He knows how to operate the blind monk R flash, but he just can't release it when it comes to team fights. And he can't suspend the release of a genin spell first. He is afraid that fire style will explode around his mouth. However, he still plans to practice this technique later. If it doesn't work, just smoke Uchiha Itachi. Ye Shenyue took out all the projectiles in the ninja bag. His hands were full of shurikens, but he was going to throw them all at Sasuke in one go. Itachi was surprised when he saw Ye Shenyue's actions. Did Izumi teach Uchiha the shuriken technique? Then he saw Ye Shenyue throwing a shuriken. Itachi's blood pressure suddenly went up. Grass. Does this guy understand shuriken? That's not how shuriken is used at all. He is simply insulting the word shuriken. And if you throw one, why do you have 10 shurikens in your hand? This kid has a brain problem. Sasuke panicked when he saw Ye Shenyue holding a shuriken in his hand. Turns out this guy, he threw one at himself. Is this looking down on him? I must avoid this time. Sasuke thought of the humiliating experience last time. I was too obsessed with catching his throwing objects, so I let Ye Shenyue take advantage of it. As long as he dodges. Get out of the way. Then Sasuke caught the shuriken thrown by Ye Shenyue uncontrollably. Chapter 20. Is it an illusion? Sasuke looked at the shuriken in his hand, he was almost out of pain. I have already stepped out, ready to dodge. In the end, I still couldn't control my body, and the foot that I had stepped forward retracted again. Then took Ye Shenyue's shuriken. The ferret in the distance frowned. It's not like he didn't see Sasuke's move to dodge just now. According to Sasuke's strength, he can easily dodge. But still took this shuriken. What the hell happened to Sasuke? Why did you lose once and still struggle with picking up someone else's shuriken? Itachi decided to go back and train his younger brother. To save yourself from rushing forward when you see a shuriken. What if someone's shuriken and kunai are poisoned? After Sasuke took it, he just wanted to scold this guy. He saw Ye Shenyue rush towards him. He flung a shuriken at the same time as he ran. Damn it. Unsurprisingly, Sasuke took another shuriken from Ye Shenyue. When he was in Lengshan, Ye Shenyue had already continued to approach him. Then the direct battle between the two becomes. The number of Ye Shenyue's shurikens is reduced by 1, and the distance between the two is increased by 1. The shuriken under Sasuke's feet increased by 1, and the distance between the two increased by 1. Only then did Itachi realize that there was definitely something wrong with Ye Shenyue's shuriken. My younger brother made such a low-level mistake, once or twice is fine. He absolutely can't keep doing it. Has Sasuke been under an illusion? The more Itachi thought about it, the more he felt that this was the most likely, otherwise he couldn't explain this scene at all. And Sasuke's biggest weakness at present is only illusion. Izumi, who was watching the battle, was also surprised by Ye Shenyue's shuriken skills. At the same time, she also remembered that Ye Shenyue's battle against root ninjas seemed to be the same. I remember he doesn't know illusion. Sasuke in the arena is both angry and humiliated. After receiving 9 shurikens in a row, he realized that it was not his fault at all. Ye Shenyue's shuriken is weird. Can control his body to catch the shuriken he threw. When did I fall into his illusion? Now he has nothing to do. He could only see Ye Shenyue gradually approaching him. Swish. When Ye Shenyue threw the last shuriken, he had already stood in front of Sasuke. At this moment Ye Shenyue saw Sasuke shed tears. Sasuke was already crying. He has nothing to do with himself, and he didn't even show it off. He was forcibly controlled by Ye Shenyue's shuriken. Who is going to change this? Who is not aggrieved? Sasuke closed his eyes, his body moved involuntarily, and took the last shuriken. Ye Shenyue bent down, her shoulders leaning heavily on Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke, who had suffered such a heavy blow to his stomach, could hardly even make a sound. Then he felt his eyes spinning. Ye Shenyue rode on Sasuke's body, holding a handful of kunai around his neck. The sneer at Sasuke was already written all over his face. How about it, genius Uchiha? You lost again. I don't agree. You used illusion. Sasuke, you lost. Uchiha Itachi also came to the duo. Brother, if Sasuke were on the battlefield, you would be dead. Sasuke gritted his teeth, he knew what Itachi said. But, he is really too aggrieved. Even if I was directly crushed by him, I have nothing to say. It happens that this is the result. Click. Ye Shenyue put the kunai back into the ninja bag, and lowered his head to pick up the shuriken on the ground. Fortunately, I just lost a lot. If there is a large-scale battle in the future, he can't even imagine how many shurikens he will need to throw. At that time, just recycling these ninja tools will exhaust me to death. And he can't help but take it back, he's not a rich woman like Tien. This also once again made him eager to learn third Hokage's shuriken clone technique. Let's go. Itachi pulled Sasuke up from the ground and glanced back at Izumi Uchiha. His face didn't change at all, but his heart was still very blocked. In the end, the two brothers left under Quan's white eyes. You will have less contact with their brothers in the future. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. Why did Quan suddenly reject their brothers so much? And isn't that what he said? Okay, I get it. Hearing Ye Shenyue's answer, Quan nodded contentedly and returned to the house to prepare today's dinner. Now due to Quan moving next door to him, Ye Shenyue herself is too lazy to get food. And what he cooks can only fill the stomach. There is such a big sister next door living next to me, so why don't I rub her hard? Not only myself, even Naruto came here for dinner every day. His thoughts are the same as Ye Shenyue's. When I come here, I can eat food and stay with Ye Shenyue every day. Isn't this better than staying at home alone? If it weren't for his third-generation grandfather not allowing him to live in Ye Shenyue, he would have built his own hut by the river. Ah you, Sister Quan, I told you not to call me ah you. Before the others arrived, the sound had already come from afar. Since the two of them got to know each other gradually, Naruto always likes to call himself a you. Every time he heard this name, black lines were drawn all over his head. Ah you, this kind of address is really too sissy. Ah you, let's practice together today. A few days ago, because I built a house and helped Quan move, the previous promise to Naruto was also delayed. Today is the day Ye Shenyue promised Naruto to practice. Now Naruto's ability in all aspects is poor. I can't do ninjutsu at all, and I can't do taijutsu at all. He even struggled to control chakra. Plus Naruto itself chakra attribute is wind. To be honest, Ye Shenyue was also a bit at a loss. The only ninjutsu he knows now is fire style. It's impossible to teach him fire style. The only advantage of Naruto now is its strong recovery power. Strong resilience means he is resistant to fighting. There are only two ways for him to quickly improve his strength. One is physical training, one is the control of chakra. Ye Shenyue remembers that Naruto's physical skills in the early stage were really poor. Before he learned Rasengan, relying on a large number of multiple shadow clones and perverts' recovery ability to fight. This is also thanks to the 9 tails inside him. But if he didn't have the aura of the protagonist, he would have been smashed to pieces. So Ye Shenyue's physical training plan for him is: beat him. Let him learn how to be beaten before he can learn how to beat people. As for the second way of ascension, the chakra control. The reason why Naruto can't use 3-body technique well now is largely because the chakra in his body has suppressed 9 tails. So his disordered chakra can't complete the release of ninjutsu at all. Except seduction. Ye Shenyue said to Naruto with a smile. Naruto, are you ready for training? Chapter 21 The Shame of Konoha. You just wanted to say that she was beaten. He definitely heard it. Naruto stood in front of Ye Shenyue, putting on a defensive posture. Okay, I'm starting. Eat me with a fist of justice. Ye Shenyue's shoulders shook, and he shouted the name of the move. Naruto was suddenly startled by Ye Shenyue's voice. But when he heard some punches he shouted, he slightly stretched out his hand to protect his midline. Boom. Ye Shenyue squatted suddenly and knocked Naruto down with a sweeping kick. Seeing Naruto who fell to the ground, Ye Shenyue began to sigh. Are people in the ninja world so easy to deceive? Believe anything I say. You, didn't you punch? Naruto stood up clutching his butt, and spoke to Ye Shenyue angrily. I said I used fists, did I use fists? This is my first lesson for you. You can't believe a word from the enemy's mouth. Although that being said, but Naruto still felt very angry. It's not that he didn't compete with others at school. How can someone shout the name of the move so loudly? In the end, I didn't use this trick. How despicable. Naruto was very dissatisfied with the result just now. Ye Shenyue had sneaked up on him just now, otherwise he would not have been defeated so easily. Come again. Ye Shenyue picked her nose and said helplessly. Are you sure? Come again. Good. Naruto put himself on the defensive again. This time he will not be easily deceived by Ye Shenyue. All Naruto's attention was on Ye Shenyue's legs at the moment. Seeing Naruto being so serious, Ye Shenyue showed a cruel smile. He was going to teach Naruto a good lesson today. Fighting sometimes depends on the brain. Ye Shenyue's shoulders twitched slightly, and the steps under his feet also moved a step in place. Naruto became excited when he saw Ye Shenyue's feet moving. Moved. I see clearly. Hey, give me a justice correction punch. Hehe, this routine again. I, Uzumaki Naruto have already seen your offensive. Naruto squatted down slightly, his hands ready to grab Ye Shenyue's leg at any time. Boom. Ye Shenyue stepped forward quickly and punched Naruto on the cheek. Naruto, whose face was attacked, only felt slightly dizzy. Then he lay on his side on the ground. After a long delay, he sat on the ground and yelled at Ye Shenyue. You liar. Didn't you just go out? Ye Shenyue smiled contemptuously. No, I didn't say punch all the time. Naruto was immediately speechless by what Ye Shenyue said. It seems that what he said is okay. But he clearly said before that fists are used. After I had taken precautions, I used punches and punches. Ye Shenyue is really despicable. After thinking for a while, Naruto came to a conclusion. No matter how I defend myself, it's useless, because this guy is deliberately calling out the name of the move to interfere with him. Can you stop calling out the name of the move? Naruto really can't stand Ye Shenyue anymore. He absolutely can't do it 100% free from Ye Shenyue's interference. If he could keep his mouth shut, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as before. Cannot. But for the sake of having such a good relationship with you. Then I'll let you do it once. Shut up and let me know. Naruto didn't even know how to complain. He put on a fighting posture again, and said to Ye Shenyue seriously. Bring it on. Good. It has to be said that when Ye Shenyue stopped his mouth, Naruto felt a lot calmer in his heart. He carefully observed Ye Shenyue's movements. Seeing this, Ye Shenyue gave him a bright smile. Then put your hands together with a snap to prepare for the seal. Naruto was so scared that he almost jumped up. Ye Shenyue knows ninjutsu. When he came to the river every day before, he was often seen practicing fire style here. If you let him use ninjutsu, he will definitely be uglier than the one who just lost. At this moment, Naruto's head was already dripping with cold sweat. I absolutely can't let him complete the seal. Naruto rushed in front of Ye Shenyue and tried to punch him in the face before he finished the seal. Seeing Naruto's movements, Ye Shenyue smiled and shook his head. This stupid kid, he was fooled again. Naruto, who swung his fist, saw Ye Shenyue lowered his body before he had time to be happy. This action, opening square bracket exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Before, it was too late for him to stop his attack. Then Naruto's vision began to spin. By the time he reacted, he had already seen the starry sky in the sky. This time Naruto, who was lying on the ground, did not get up either. Directly with a large character, it began to be placed on the ground. Naruto has realized that even if he tells Ye Shenyue to shut up, he still has ways to confuse himself in other ways to interfere with his concentration. Fighting Ye Shenyue feels like fighting Shikamaru. He'd even prefer to fight Shikamaru a few times. This kind of battle is not happy at all. Shouldn't there be a face-to-face collision between real men? Have you realized it? Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Naruto. Ye Shenyue lay down beside Naruto. He looked at the starry sky and said, Naruto, you have to know that there are some enemies in this world that you may not be able to defeat even if you have strength. It's more about using your brain. He understands what Ye Shenyue said. But if you understand it, you should be reckless when fighting. It's really too much trouble. If I encounter an enemy like you, I will definitely have a headache. Naruto laughed heartily, feeling very grateful that Ye Shenyue is his good friend. Naruto, think more about things. As long as you are willing to think. Nothing in this world can trouble you. Naruto sat up, then shouted. How could such a thing happen? Speaking of difficulties, Naruto couldn't help but think of the cynicism that those people in the village treated him. He had thought of many ways, but all he got in return were their vicious words. Naruto said in a low voice. I've thought of various ways. People in the village still hate me. So you want to be Hokage? Ye Shenyue asked suddenly. Naruto nodded, looking a little smug. This method is the only and best method he can think of. He believes that as long as he becomes Hokage, all these things will disappear. Ye Shenyue got up and walked towards Kwan's house. But he also left a message for Naruto. Think more about problems in the future, just like you told me to shut up and not disturb you today. Ye Shenyue can only remind Naruto bit by bit. Now he dare not speak too clearly. Because Ye Shenyue believed that the third generation was monitoring him every time Naruto came here. If he finds out what he said is dangerous, he believed that he could be tied up in front of the third generation by Anbu that night. Chapter 22 We are starving to death, you tell me to calm down. The fight between Naruto and Ye Shenyue tonight was under the surveillance of third Hokage. Although he has just passed Ye Shenyue's profile, there is no big problem. But it was impossible to make him really feel at ease. After all, there's always been a lot of caution when it comes to Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As he got older, third Hokage became more suspicious. If it were him 20 years ago, he would never monitor the two children every day. But observing these days, Naruto seems to have formed a bond with Ye Shenyue. And Ye Shenyue is really fine. Third Hokage absolutely removed Anbu's surveillance of Ye Shenyue from now on. As for Naruto, let Kakashi watch it. He then called Kakashi to his office. Master third generation, let's put the matter of Anbu aside for now. Now there is a new task for you. Third Hokage handed Kakashi a scroll and motioned him to check the quest content. Surveillance. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I can't think of anyone better suited to the task than you. Kakashi's heart darkened. He knew that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was his master's son. However, due to his status, he hadn't been able to see Naruto properly. He has also heard about what happened to Naruto in the village these years. But there was nothing he could do about it. The decision of third generation is by no means in his control. Since that night, the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has become extremely sensitive. But what he can't figure out is, third generation clearly promised his master to take good care of his children. But now, he didn't believe that the rumors of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were something that people could know about casually. There is definitely third generation behind the rumors. Okay, I get it. In short, protecting Naruto in secret can be regarded as an explanation to the dead master. After Kakashi left, third generation summoned another Anbu ninja. Has the matter of Ye Shenyue and Uchiha Quan been investigated? When he detained Danzo that day, he sent someone to investigate this time. He didn't want to find evidence that Danzo did something to Quan and Ye Shenyue. But Absolute Spring and Ye Shenyue were able to survive in the hands of a dozen root ninjas and killed all of them. There is something wrong with this. There are a lot of signs of being destroyed by fire style at the scene. It should be the great fireball technique. Third generation waved him back. This matter has become very clear. To be able to kill root ninja with fire style, he knew without thinking that it must be the ninjutsu released by Izumi Uchiha. It can't be the one used by Ye Shenyue, right? Although he knows that Ye Shenyue will also use fire style. But being able to use it does not mean that he can kill more than a dozen root ninjas with rich combat experience. Not to mention how much chakra a 6-year-old can have. A few times of great fireball should be enough. What Anbu ninja reported just now is a lot of fire style traces. Third generation actually has some affection for the child Ye Shenyue. A ninja with some talent and an innocent background like him will definitely be able to use it for himself in the future. The only pity is that this child, getting too close to the people of Uchiha. On the other hand, there is a meeting within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku sat on the main seat and looked at the clansmen on both sides with a sad face. Patriarch, Konoha village is getting too much now. They've cut funding to our police force 3 times in a row this year. Now everyone's monthly salary is only enough to live on. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a human being. Is he wanting us all to starve to death? Inverted. Yes, it's reversed. The Uchiha crowd was excited. Uchiha Itachi looked at these tribesmen coldly. He totally despises their behavior. Isn't it just to make less money? As for making it like this, can't you guys think about Konoha village? Fugaku also felt a little tricky. Now is definitely not the best time to do it. The strength of the Uchiha clan is no longer what it used to be. Coupled with the news that Uchiha Shisui disappeared a few days ago. The disappearance of a ninja means death in this world. Now Uchiha also has to recharge his batteries. But Konoha's high level is indeed too much. If they cut the funding of the police department again, everyone will starve to death. Now even his own salary is already stretched. Not to mention how difficult the lives of those other tribesmen are. And these are all clan members who joined the police department. Those Uchiha who didn't become ninjas have now gone to the village to do odd jobs to support themselves. And recently he also heard that some clansmen started blackmailing the villagers in private. This is not a good sign. If Sarutobi Hiruzen uses this as an excuse against them, it's really bad. Enough. I'll figure out how to deal with the money. I don't want to hear those 2 words from your mouths again. Everyone fell silent after hearing Fugaku's words. Not to endorse his words, but their patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku. Every time we hold a meeting, we talk about finding ways to get funds. The results of it, not only did they not receive a penny, Konoha continued to cut their wages. Go back. I promise everyone that this problem will be resolved within 2 days. Some people who originally wanted to make trouble felt relieved after hearing Fugaku's last words. Now that the patriarch has said so, everyone expressed their belief in him again. If it still doesn't work, they all have to consider whether to resign from the police force and go to the village to work. As for whether to reverse, it still depends on the meaning of the patriarch. After seeing the tribe leave, Fugaku looked at his son. What do you think of the family situation? Itachi frowned. Just for some money. They actually want to rebel. Quote. Fugaku. Fugaku didn't know how to answer his son's words for a moment. Co-author, you are not in charge of the family and don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are, right? Without this money, everyone's survival alone is already a big problem. I don't think giving people money will stop them from being restless. Snapped. Fugaku slapped Itachi angrily. His son didn't see the situation of Konoha and Uchiha clan clearly at all. Now Konoha wants to reduce the number of Uchiha clan sharply. In this way, they also lost the opportunity to resist Konoha. And he never thought that his son would stand in Konoha village's position. You go back to me and calm down. What the hell are you thinking? I'm calm. After saying this, Itachi turned around and left the ancestral hall. Chapter 23 Free things are the most expensive. Why do you keep looking at Naruto? Ye Shenyue, who was in a daze, suddenly heard Hinata's voice. I'm looking out the window. What's looking at Naruto? He was just sorting out his harvest during this time. During this period, Ye Shenyue used all the extra drawing opportunities on Inuzuka Fang. In the original plan, he planned to draw the Uchiha family. But during this period of time, he has never seen the third Uchiha except Izumi who lives with him and Uchiha Sasuke, a classmate. The trouble with the number of draws by the system is that they cannot be accumulated. If the 3 opportunities a day are not used up, it is a waste. As for Quan's fire style, he also won a C-level dragon fire technique and a B-level dragon fire technique. Only the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan was left out. Now Ye Shenyue can be said to be the Konoha village fire style ceiling. The next step is to improve physical skills. Ye Shenyue looked around the village for the powerful Hyūga clan. However, what kind of otaku are the Hyūga clan? He has basically never seen anyone with a strong clan appearing in the village. As for Hyūga Hiyashi, he hasn't seen him since last time at the Hokage building. And the gym master Might Guy. It is said that he went out of the village to perform a mission. In desperation, Ye Shenyue had to extract Inuzuka Fang and the little fat man Choji. Fortunately, with the hard work of these days, Ye Shenyue also shipped on the two of them. Foreign language grandmaster. Able to communicate with any creature without barriers. P.S. You must know that foreign languages are not limited to oh, yeah. Oh, my god. Human and dog in one. Your ninja dog will have one of your entry abilities. P.S. I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. He used the drawing opportunity on Fang because the Inuzuka patriarch said that he would give him a ninja dog. In fact, he has considered raising a dog next to his home. During the day, you can let it look at the house or something. After all, he and Quan are basically not at home during the day. And her mother was alone. It just so happened to have a dog to keep her company. It's just that he didn't expect to raise a ninja dog. Now that Ya's mother has said everything, Ye Shenyue also plans to go to their clan to see if there is a suitable ninja dog. Plus this, human and dog is one. Ye Shenyue didn't even know how to complain about this entry that sounded so short. But this entry can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of his ninja dog. It's just that he remembers that ninja dogs can't use ninjutsu. In other words, at present, I only have 100% throwing skills that can be shared with his ninja dogs. Thinking of this, Ye Shenyue couldn't help but see a picture of a dog throwing out kunai with its mouth. Then you can tell others. You can't even beat my dog. Although the painting style is a bit strange, it is a way to really improve his strength. Looks like it's time to pick a dog soon. Thinking of this, Ye Shenyue walked to Ya and sat down after class. He looked at Ye Shenyue suspiciously. Why did this guy come and sit next to me? He remembered that he didn't know Ye Shenyue very well. His lower body tensed subconsciously at the thought of the 1,000 years of death he used on Sasuke. Ye Shenyue was very surprised to see Inuzuka, who was a little nervous. Is it necessary to be so nervous just to sit next to him? I won't eat him again. Ye Shenyue doesn't know that since he defeated Sasuke last time, he has returned to the school and gained fame. Of course, the name is not a good name. Everyone secretly nicknamed him Chrysanthemum Killer. Inuzuka, can you take me to your kennel tonight? I want to raise a ninja dog. Ah, hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Ya was obviously taken aback. He never thought that the guy in front of him would have the idea of raising a dog. Since they are all dog lovers, I think he must be a good person to get along with. Wow, Akamaru in Kiba's arms yelled twice. Ye Shenyue immediately understood the meaning of Grandmaster because she had the entry of foreign language Grandmaster. I didn't expect Akamaru to be so enthusiastic. What he said surprised him even more. Ye Shenyue can understand Akamaru's words. Can you understand? Well, it probably means something. Okay, now that Akamaru has spoken, come with me after school. In the evening, Ya took Ye Shenyue back to the kennel at home. After Naruto knew that Ye Shenyue wanted to raise a dog, he said that he could help him with his staff. Oh, it's your child. Yaz now saw Ye Shenyue brought back by his second son, and began to greet him warmly. Mom, do you know each other? Ha 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 ha. Inuzuka smiled and patted him on the shoulder a few times. Seeing that his mother didn't answer his words, he looked at Ye Shenyue suspiciously. It seems that you are interested in ninja dogs. Akamaru said he wanted to introduce his friend to Ye Shenyue. Fang seemed to be showing off a friend he had just made. Uncle, take us to the kennel to have a look. Naruto shouted excitedly. He is also very curious about the kennels of the Inuzuka clan. You guys come with me. I'll show you to open your eyes. Everyone in the Inuzuka family regards dogs as their friends. Just being a dog lover can reap their friendship. Inuzuka Zuo led the three of them to the clan's kennel. Wow, it's Akamaru. Does Akamaru miss us? What's for dinner tonight? Ah, Ye Shenyue felt like his brain was about to explode. All Naruto heard were dogs barking, but now Ye Shenyue could understand the words of these dogs. But Ye Shenyue took a fancy to a German shepherd in the kennel. But thinking about the friend Akamaru mentioned, he still asked out of politeness. Akamaru, where is the friend you mentioned? Over there, over there. Ye Shenyue followed Akamaru's line of sight. He saw a grass husky. The expression on Ye Shenyue's face froze instantly. The husky's head was still stuck outside the cage. Although its appearance can really beat all the dogs sitting here. But this seems very unreliable. Akamaru, are you sure this is your friend? Yes, little friend, if you like this kind of thing, I can give it to you for free. As soon as I hear the word free, Ye Shenyue, I have a bad feeling. You must know that only free things are the most expensive in this world. Huskies are notorious for their second attributes. That, can I choose this one? Chapter 24. Hey, you are so accurate. Ye Shenyue pointed at the German shepherd just now without any hesitation. The three people and one dog present were all taken aback. The natural abilities of this dog are exceptional. Usually for the outstanding children of the family. So, Naruto also asked suspiciously, why? I think this kind of dog is very beautiful. Naruto was attracted by Husky's handsome appearance at first sight. But he didn't know that this guy was a scourge. Wow. Akamaru also said that Huskies are very powerful. Okay, uncle, just tell me how much it will cost. Ye Shenyue felt a little regretful. He likes this German Shepherd very much. But sure enough, there is no such thing as a free lunch. His father is afraid that he wants to give this hot potato to himself, and then he can reap his own friendship. Grass. Want to cheat me? Even if I die here today, I won't want that husky. Chungwei 5230 tails. Quote. Ye Shenyue. This is outrageous. Is your dog made of gold? This price is higher than Asuma's bounty. Co-authoring you means that third Hokage's son is not as good as a dog in your family. At this price, even if you sell yourself, you can't afford it. Naruto took out his wallet very righteously, then glanced at it and shook his head. Sorry, I don't have enough money here. No wonder I can count on you. Ye Shenyue was speechless. But if you choose the dog just now, we can also provide free food from ninja dogs. You must know that raising a ninja dog is also a lot of expenses. What Inuzuka Claw said at this time was like a devil whispering, tempting Ye Shenyue. Yeah, Ye Shenyue, the ninja dog, is really good. Wow, really, you guys are going to get rid of this hot potato. Free nurturing food is also provided. Ye Shenyue could think with his butt that this husky was definitely more troublesome than he imagined. But at this moment, Inuzuka Zuo made a request he couldn't refuse. That's it, it's because you like this kind of dog so much. Question mark. When did I say I like it? Don't talk nonsense. We will cover all subsequent cultivation expenses. Ye Shenyue was moved. This means that he can raise a ninja dog for free in the future. If this is the case, it seems that it is not impossible. There is still a huge fee left. Thinking of this, he felt that the husky stuck outside the cage was not so annoying, no wonder. However, he thought that since he could communicate with ninja dog, at least, this kind of dog is not that bad. After struggling for a long time, Ye Shenyue agreed to adopt this husky. Okay. If he gets me in trouble, I'll send him back. Quote. Quote. Inuzuka Claw. Quote. Quote. Tooth. Quote. Quote. Akamaru. Absolutely not. Let me tell you the truth. Inuzuka Chao had no choice but to tell Ye Shenyue all the heroic deeds of this dog. This kind of dog is notorious in the Inuzuka family. One day, if he didn't take the dog from the kennel to run wild, tomorrow he would demolish the entire Inuzuka family. And most of the dogs here are gradually being led badly by this kind of husky. If things go on like this, their kennels couldn't be opened anymore. Really, you just want me to take over? In this way, little friend, our Inuzuka family is willing to contribute 500,000 taels. Just take him away. Naruto had never seen so much money before. He tugged at Ye Shenyue's sleeve foolishly. Even Ye Shenyue didn't expect that they could still give themselves money. And it's still 500,000 taels. Ahem, it doesn't matter if you have money or not. I mostly like dogs. Ha 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 ha. Inuzuka Claw looked like I understood. Then he immediately packed the husky into Ye Shenyue's hands, and took several bags of special dog food and put them in Naruto's arms. By the time Ye Shenyue and Naruto reacted, they were already standing at the gate of Inuzuka's house. Huh, I finally sent this little ancestor away. Tooth, you have to build a good relationship with them in school. Thanks to Akamaru this time. Wow. Naruto and Ye Shenyue returned to the wooden house with the silly dog. How does this dog look? A little. Naruto pointed at the husky that was biting the cage, and said with a strange face. Stupid. Wow woof. Don't you think I don't understand? My uncle is the boss of the Inuzuka kennel. After hearing Ye Shenyue say that he was stupid, Husky stopped his hands and began to curse. At this moment, Ye Shenyue covered her face. He regretted a little, why he couldn't stand the temptation of money so much. Now I take the money and go to return the goods, I guess people will not agree. May I have your name? Can you understand me? Originally, I wanted to take advantage of my race to bully the two of them for not being able to understand, but I didn't expect that the guy in front of me could understand me. I don't have a name yet. Can you understand what he said? Naruto's jaw almost dropped in shock. How about calling you Sangbao? Hey, I think it's nice to call it Blue Flame Black and White Pill. Ye Shenyue rolled her eyes. Your talent for naming is worthy of your lineage. Husky looked around. Didn't the two of them consider their own feelings? No, it sounds terrible. Okay, Sangbao. Ye Shenyue packed some dog food and handed it to Husky, regardless of whether he agreed or not. Anyway, the name is good, and he doesn't plan to change it. Seeing the food, the Huskies completely forgot what they had just named. Do you have a dog? So cute. Quan saw this handsome puppy as soon as he came back from get off work at the police station. Wow woof. Why do you suddenly want to have a dog? Quan, who was stroking Sangbao, turned his head and asked Ye Shenyue. I think my aunt is lonely at home by herself during the day. I went to Inuzuka's house to adopt a dog. Didn't she say she would give me one last time? Quan suddenly remembered the scene where Ye Shenyue was surrounded by many patriarchs in the Hokage building. So that's how it is. And it can still fight with me in the future. Quan smiled softly at Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue must be a very gentle person when she grows up. He even considered his own mother's affairs. Thinking of this, she couldn't help being a little moved. Hey, Quan, don't touch my head after you pet the dog. Wow, who wants to fight with you? Chapter 25 My brother Biao is invincible. But, by the way, don't ninja dogs need the Inuzuka family's secret technique if they want to fight? Quan suddenly thought of this question, turned his head and asked Ye Shenyue. Well, that's right, I have a way of getting him to fight with me. Now Ye Shenyue is still considering what terms to equip Sangbao. Because the entry for skill sharing. It seems that the only thing this silly dog can use is 100% throwing. Since he wants to use 100% throwing skills, he must be trained to be a ninja dog who can throw shuriken or kunai with his mouth. This level should not be difficult for the ninja dogs in the Hokage world. But, once again he regretted bringing the dog back. This dog has nothing but good looks. Ye Shenyue didn't tell Quan about ninja dog, but just told her not to think too much about it. Anyway, even if it can't fight, can't it still stay with auntie? Quan looked at the 6-year-old child in front of him tenderly. Have you thought about a name for it? His name is Sangbao. After hearing this, Quan showed a strange expression. Such a beautiful dog, why such a strange name? How? It's a cool name, isn't it? Izumi and Naruto exchanged glances, both of them worried about the dog's future. But seeing his happy look, Quan did not refute Ye Shenyue. Well, as long as you are happy. Sangbao was lying on the ground, and now he only felt that the dog's life was hopeless. The one I used to live at Inuzuka's house was called a domineering one. Didn't expect that now, but fell into such a poor family. Thinking about going to battle with this Ye Shenyue in the future, he felt that his fate was even more tragic. And, what a bad name he took. After school the next day, Ye Shenyue and Naruto came to the river early. Today, he is going to start training his Sangbao. Sangbao, are you ready? Sangbao, who had just been dragged up from his sleep, looked at Ye Shenyue beside him with disdain. I don't know if the guy in front of me has a brain problem. He actually wanted a dog to throw kunai, shuriken. The Inuzuka clan is blessed with secret techniques. If we ordinary dogs want to lose kunai and shuriken, it is whimsical. And doesn't he know he doesn't have hands? B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Ye Shenyue. Why don't you try it with your mouth? Sang Biao has already identified the Ye Shenyue who adopted him. There is definitely something wrong with his brain. Ye Shenyue took out a handful of kunai and placed it in front of Sang Bao. Try. Sang Biao looked up at Ye Shenyue in disbelief. Big brother, would you like to see that kunai is bigger than my entire mouth? But look at this guy so looking forward. Then it will try to make this Ye Shenyue give up. Ye Shenyue is looking forward to it very much, as long as he trains Sang Bao successfully. He believes that in the future, one person and one dog will definitely be able to rule the ninja world. Even if the Otsutsuki clan came. No matter how strong you are, you may not be as strong as my dog. Even when he drew the Mangekyo entry, he was able to give Sang Bao the ability to permanently enter the entry. Just imagine. A dog drives Susanoo. It's 2 pants. Even if there are no such awesome entries now. As long as it can learn how to throw kunai and shuriken now. Then when you fight against the enemy, let Sang Bao control the enemy. And I opened the fire style to scrub the floor on the side. One face-to-face can end the battle. Sang Bao picked up kunai reluctantly. Then he shook his head and threw the kunai out of his mouth. It even slobbered on Ye Shenyue. This is enough to show that it really tried its best. It's just that the kunai he threw was surprisingly effective. This Kunwu not only flew 3 meters away, but its accuracy was surprisingly poor. Due to Sang Bao's own size, the angle of the kunai it throws is also a bit shorter. On the whole, if you deal with the enemy at this level, kunai couldn't even fly in front of the enemy, let alone let him catch it. Ye Shenyue was a little disappointed. He looked at Sang Bao seriously, and then asked. Do you know ninjutsu? Sang Bao turned his head, it looked at Ye Shenyue with a shocked expression, without saying a word. At this point his silence was deafening. Is there something wrong with this kid? Does he want a dog to learn ninjutsu? What do you think? Anyone with a good brain would not ask such a question. Although it is said that the Inuzuka family has a secret technique that allows people and ninja dogs to use ninjutsu at the same time. But you must know that this is a secret technique. The Inuzuka clan will never pass on the foundation of their own family to outsiders. Then you try shuriken. After training, I will treat you to barbecue. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. If you say this, I won't be sleepy. Hearing that Sang Bao had something to eat, he immediately regained his spirits. It excitedly called twice on the spot. He also nodded to let Ye Shenyue take out the shuriken. Today it will show Ye Shenyue how powerful the boss of its kennel is. Dang dang. This time because the shuriken is smaller than kunai. The strength and angle of Sang Bao's throws are much stronger than before. Although it was only thrown 10 meters this time. But that's enough for Ye Shenyue now. He summoned the system interface. System, equip 100% throwing technique on Sangbao. After using it successfully, Sangbao found that a strange picture appeared in his mind. It looked at the shurikens on the ground and subconsciously picked up the 2 shurikens. Seeing this scene, Ye Shenyue also wanted to test the power of his entries. Sangbao, try throwing the shuriken over. Without the slightest hesitation, Sangbao jumped to the control and threw the 2 shurikens in his mouth in the direction of Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue was surprised to find that the shuriken it threw this time had reached the level of those kids in the ninja school. Soon, 2 shurikens came to Ye Shenyue, and his body uncontrollably received the 2 shurikens. Ye Shenyue also tried to control his body not to pick up. But after seeing the shuriken flying towards him, his body and mind were completely out of control. 100% throwing technique YYDS. But seeing how much progress Sangbao has made this time, it seems that it should be the reason why I equipped it with entries. He didn't expect that the 100% throwing technique would have a throwing experience bonus. It's just that Sangbao is still in his infancy. There are only 2 shurikens that can be thrown. After all, it is only 2 circles bigger than Akamaru now. When it grows up, it may be able to throw more shurikens to help itself. Eat barbecue. Eat barbecue. Sangbao, who came to Ye Shenyue's side, looked up at him. The meaning in his eyes is that you guys can't lie to dogs, right? Okay, I'll call Naruto. Chapter 26. When the forest caught fire, the director fell in love with me. Ye Shenyue calls on Naruto, who is practicing kunai throwing. Then the 2 hooked up and set up a simple barbecue grill by the river. Half an hour later, Ye Shenyue, who was grilling meat, looked a little embarrassed. Naruto swallowed hard looking at the pitch black steak on the grill. Ayu, are you sure this thing is edible? Ye Shenyue herself was a little uncertain. Sangbao didn't mind the steak being burnt. He didn't want the 2 humans in front of him to be as squeamish. Wow, it wagged its tail and turned excitedly around the grill. Maybe, cheery on the outside and tender on the inside. Ye Shenyue casually threw 2 pieces of burnt meat to Sangbao. Sangbao swallowed 2 pieces of barbecue without even chewing. It didn't even taste what the meat was in its mouth just now. But when 2 pieces of roast meat entered its stomach, it curled up for a while. Then he ran to the grass next to him and began to vomit. Naruto stared dumbfounded. He felt that this thing could not be eaten. You see, even Sangbao vomited from the meat you roasted. Ye Shenyue was a little unconvinced. Impossible. It tasted so delicious just now. Vomit. Vomit. Sangbao squatted in the grass, retching non-stop. The 2 pieces of barbecue were also taken out by it. The reason for retching all the time is that it inadvertently tasted the taste of these 2 pieces of meat when it spit it out. That's when it reacted. It shouldn't be Ye Shenyue, this guy's barbecue. This meat is not as good as it is eaten raw. This guy Ye Shenyue is wasting food. Sangbao angrily walked to Ye Shenyue's side. Then he took out 2 pieces of barbecue from the box next to him and put them on the rack to roast. Ah, you, your dog can't stand the sight of grilling meat by himself. Ha 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 ha. Quote. Ye Shenyue. Sangbao looked at Ye Shenyue with speechless eyes while flicking the paw while roasting it. This made him very embarrassed. But after he ate the meat roasted by Sangbao, he still had to admit that the dog's roast meat was better than his own. Naruto laughed so hard on the sidelines. Enough. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Sangbao once again felt that the future was difficult. Other dogs are all humans serving dogs. How did they get here? Barbecue for these 2 people. Wow. Wow, woof 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 woof. What is Ayu Sangbao talking about? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Of course Ye Shenyue didn't tell him that Sangbao was scolding him. And the dog scolded very badly. Naruto, can't you use the 3-body technique proficiently? Ye Shenyue also showed Naruto the experience of 3-body technique that Mr. Iruka gave him before. Naruto, who was a scumbag, expressed that he could not understand such profound theoretical knowledge. He learned ninjutsu and focused on, I'm thinking. Later, Ye Shenyue broke up the knowledge on the scroll and told it to Naruto, so he understood a little bit. Not yet. Clone technique is still weird. But I have mastered body replacement technique and transformation technique. After Naruto finished speaking, he wanted to show his friends what he was good at, seduction. Stop. Ye Shenyue hurriedly stopped him. It's better not to see such things now. It's not good if it affects future development. Now that Naruto has learned body replacement technique and transformation technique. Then the next stage is to let him climb trees and tread water. Anyway, he will learn things like clone technique when the time comes. And it is also the multiple shadow clone technique of the forbidden technique version. Ye Shenyue got up and patted the dust off his buttocks. Naruto, let me show you something fun. Ah, Sangbao, clean up later. Remember to put out the fire. Wow woof. Before leaving, Ye Shenyue told Sangbao not to forget to put out the fire. The education Ye Shenyue received in his previous life has been engraved in his bones. He always remembers one sentence. When the forest caught fire, the director fell in love with me. Ye Shenyue took Naruto and walked to several big trees. Naruto scratched his head suspiciously. Didn't you just say to play with him for fun? How to bring yourself under the tree? Didn't you say? Ye Shenyue chuckled. Naruto is optimistic. Ye Shenyue stepped on the tree with one foot, and walked up step by step.
How the hell did you do it? Naruto didn't say anything in surprise. He even lifted his foot and tried it himself. But not walking up trees like Ye Shenyue. Haha, you gathered chakra at the bottom of your feet. And then you can. When Ye Shenyue and Naruto talked, they almost reached the treetops. Today is actually Ye Shenyue's first attempt to climb a tree. His control ability has been attached to the system when he learned fire style. But this feeling of walking on the tree like walking on the ground is really wonderful. Good, let me try. Gathering his strength, Naruto started gathering chakra on his feet. Then he stepped on a tree. Successful. Naruto yelled excitedly as he felt his right foot firmly attached to the tree. But when he took the second step, his left foot slipped and he fell to the ground. Why not? Remember to think. Naruto. Naruto, who was reminded by Ye Shenyue, sat on the ground and began to think about the scene when he just fell. Just now he slipped his left foot. In other words, the chakra on the left foot is not enough. Yosh, I get it. Naruto got up and mobilized chakra to his feet again. But this time the chakra he gathered on his left foot was simply too much. As a result, when his left foot came into contact with the tree, he stepped on the tree and dented it. Naruto, who failed again, returned to the ground and was ready to continue trying. Ye Shenyue crossed her arms and looked at Naruto below with interest. Now Naruto has trained chakra's control ability faster than in the original book. Moreover, under his own training, his gymnastics gradually became effective. Although his speed of improvement is not very fast, but for the current Naruto, this rate of improvement was exactly what he needed. And he's only 6 years old. If it wasn't suitable for teaching him Rasengan now, he would have let Naruto play with balloons in advance. But if Naruto has learned Rasengan now, it's really hard to explain why a commoner would use such a powerful technique as Rasengan. Naruto under the tree has failed more than 30 times. His current record is 8 steps. When Naruto was still thinking hard, he found Sangbao walking in front of him with a look of contempt. Yes, Naruto is absolutely right. The dog is despising itself. But the next scene made Naruto petrified. Chapter 27. Am I worse than a dog? Sangbao came to the tree in front of Naruto, jumped and stood on the tree. Then go up step by step, when it comes to the highest record of Naruto. It scratched with its paw. Sangbao's mocking behavior made Naruto yell at him directly. Sangbao, you are too much. Ah, Sangbao ignored him and started running directly on the trees. Naruto seemed to hear the broken voice in his heart. This dog is really cheap. She actually ran up to him on purpose to beat herself. Doesn't that mean that he is not as good as a dog? Sangbao's running speed on the tree is not inferior to that on the ground. It can't figure out why Naruto is so stupid. Isn't it just to gather the lessons on the feet? It heard what Ye Shenyue said when it had just packed up for a walk, and it knew it as soon as it heard it. Where is the idiot like Naruto, who has been unable to climb up? Sangbao soon came to the treetops. It learned the appearance of humans, straightened up, and put its front paws on the treetops. At this moment, standing at such a high place, Sangbao was so excited that he wanted to howl. Ah, Ye Shenyue looked at Sangbao who was also on the top of the tree with him, and he was also surprised. Unexpectedly, this dog's talent is really good. It seems that its talent is exactly what Inuzuka said. But this dog too is really too. Kakashi, who was spying on Naruto, was also a little surprised by Ye Shenyue's talent. Kakashi was not surprised that Ye Shenyue took Naruto up the tree. He can know that he used the tree to train chakra's control ability must have been taught to him by Uchiha Kwan. Although Ye Shenyue can climb trees skillfully. But Kakashi carefully observed Ye Shenyue's first 2 steps. Obviously some pauses. He's still getting used to it. Finally Kakashi came to a surprising conclusion. The child climbed a tree for the first time today as did Naruto. This is enough to show how finely Ye Shenyue controls chakra. How many years in Konoha village? How many years have not had a civilian genius ninja? He also read Ye Shenyue's information. The child's usual grades are basically the same as Naruto's. But since he beat Sasuke in school last time, Ye Shenyue's reputation gradually started to spread. And the patriarchs of the ninja clan paid special attention to this child. The Inuzuka clan even gave him the ninja dog from their kennel. In the days that followed, Naruto came to the tree every day to kowtow. He didn't believe he would lose to a dog. But what makes Naruto angry is, every time he trains by himself, Sangbao always climbs the tree slowly in front of him. Then he ran down from the tree, always looking at him with contemptuous eyes. He really regretted praising Sangbao as a good dog back then. Sangbao also became Naruto's training supervisor. As soon as Naruto stops, Sangbao immediately walks in front of him, and walks past him meanly. Although dogs can't laugh, but Naruto could tell the dog was laughing at him. Under Sangbao's urging, Naruto exploded with unprecedented potential. It took Naruto less than a week to climb to the top of the tree. Ah, Sangbao, I succeeded. Naruto stood at the top of the tree, shouting excitedly. Although this dog is usually irritating, being able to climb up is still an encouragement to Sangbao. He was still grateful to Sangbao from the bottom of his heart. Wow, Sangbao suddenly jumped towards Naruto. Seeing Sangbao who suddenly exploded, Naruto was so frightened that he forgot to control chakra on his feet. His body went into free fall at first. Wow, Sangbao yelled happily. His appearance was obviously mocking Naruto. It wouldn't actually make Naruto fall, though. Sangbao ran up the tree at an extremely fast speed. At the last moment when Naruto was about to land, Sangbao grabbed Naruto's belt. Naruto closed his eyes when he saw the ground. Ah. After discovering that Sangbao had grabbed him, Naruto began to scold the silly dog. Sangbao, you're going to kill me. Sangbao just wanted to answer Naruto's words, but opened his mouth. Ah, the height of Naruto's fall can no longer cause him any harm. But he could still feel the pain of falling to the ground. Sangbao, you silly dog, I am going to kill you. By the river, Naruto frantically pursued this Sangbao. However, Naruto's speed can't even touch its hair. Instead, the dog kept mocking itself while running. At this moment, Naruto just wants Ye Shenyue to send the scourge back to the Inuzuka family. Okay, stop messing around. Ye Shenyue put away the well-maintained kunai and shuriken. In the past few days, he had a whim. If you smear poison on your own throws, then his 100% throwing technique will also become 100% poisoning technique. But he didn't just hand over the poison shuriken to Sangbao. Naruto, let's change the game again today. Good. Naruto has already understood that the gameplay Ye Shenyue said is definitely a new practice. When he climbed to the top of the tree, he obviously found that his control over chakra had become much stronger. The three-body technique, which was previously unproficient, can also be released perfectly. He can't wait to start now. Ye Shenyue stood up and stepped into the river. Naruto really wanted to stop it, but he found. Ye Shenyue stood on the water. Recalling the previous training, Naruto began to think. Now that chakra can attach itself to trees. So. Sure to stand on water too. Naruto punched with both hands, full of confidence. He gathers chakra at both feet, and. Poof. Naruto fell into the water. Sangbao was laying down on the ground to take a rest, but saw Naruto like this. Sangbao decided to mock Naruto severely. Goose 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 goose. Ye Shenyue looked at the dog making strange noises with a strange face. Oh shit. This dog is not smiling. I have to say that Sangbao's laughter is no different from sawing wood with a chainsaw. Naruto, the water needs more control from you. You need to maintain the balance of the water under your feet. Naruto, who climbed to the shore, spat out a mouthful of water, and he took off his soaked coat. Ready to keep trying, although what Ayu said was a bit difficult to understand. But he understands that this is definitely more difficult than climbing a tree. Just as he raised his footsteps, a black and white figure rushed out. Brazen like a runaway wild dog galloping across the water. Chapter 28. Dogs with more talent than humans. Naruto watched Sangbao running around the river frantically. Everything it did was like a slap in the face of Naruto. And his weak heart was hit again. Anyway, I have been in the ninja school for several months. Sangbao is only a 1.5-year-old ninja dog. Something that even he couldn't do. This guy actually mastered this skill just by hearing what Ye Shenyue said for the first time. This is really too much. Naruto almost crushed his back molars. Sangbao, who was running, stopped from time to time to stare at Naruto. That nasty face, Naruto really wanted to beat it up. However, the reality is very cruel. Naruto is completely unaware that he can't beat Sangbao at all. Now he is no match for the dog in speed and reflexes. The only thing Naruto can beat it's just his strength and pervert's recovery ability. But, you must know that the current Sangbao is just a 1.5-year-old ninja dog. When Sangbao grows up in the future, he will definitely be the strongest ninja dog in Konoha and even the strongest ninja dog in the world. And with a talent like his, putting it on humans is a genius. Let alone a dog. But the only downside of this dog. Its character is really bad. And often get into trouble. Had it not been for it to catch Naruto at the last minute. Naruto himself estimated that falling from that height would definitely kill half of his life. He almost didn't even pee. It is necessary to change someone with less strength to raise Sangbao. I guess there is nothing to do with it. Kakashi, who was watching secretly, was dumbfounded. I, who was known as a genius at the beginning, also had to work hard to stand on the water when I practiced treading water. And it can't move too fast on the water. But this dog. What the hell is going on? Even if you can climb a tree. But all ninja dogs will carry out these two trainings. This is all true and normal. But this also starts when ninja dog gets a little older. How can there be such a 1.5-year-old master? The most important thing is, this dog will know Naruto just by looking at it. This dog named Sangbao. The ability to control chakra has surpassed the current Naruto. Kakashi can say responsibly that Naruto's talent is really not as good as this dog. Many ninjas in the village. Worse than a dog. Kakashi even began to wonder if the dog would learn other people's ninjutsu at a glance in the future. There are not many summoning techniques that use ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. Ninja dogs are generally used for assistance. A series of tasks such as tracking and searching for enemies. There are very few ninja dogs that are directly involved in combat. Besides, the ninja dogs cultivated by the Inuzuka clan generally assist themselves in fighting. This precondition must also be mastered by one person and one dog at the same time to cooperate with this secret technique. As for why the Inuzuka clan didn't directly cultivate ninja dogs that can be used. It's not like they haven't tried. Ninja dogs' control over chakra is completely inferior to that of humans, and they can perform very few operations. It does not meet the conditions for learning ninjutsu at all. Even routine operations such as climbing trees and treading water are extremely difficult for ninja dogs. And those that can be accomplished all become the combat power of Konoha village. But Kakashi knows the dog in front of him. Control of chakra has surpassed most ninjas. It is fully capable of ninjutsu. This kind of ninjutsu that can use ninjutsu will definitely bring about a substantial increase in combat power. Kakashi is already looking forward to what kind of achievements this dog can achieve in the future. But, the only downside is the temper of this dog. That's really cheap. Kakashi, who had been observing for several days, was shocked by the cheap look on his body. In this way, Naruto, who refused to admit defeat, competed with Sangbao all night. But Naruto has never managed to stand on the water, let alone chase the bloody BCH. Naruto forgot how many times he tried, every time he wanted to give up. Sangbao ran up to him and taunted him. Really hateful. Naruto, who stayed up all night, dragged his exhausted body to the classroom. He felt sleepy like a dog. But at this time, he began to envy Sangbao. This dog not only lived a more nourishing life than himself, but also didn't have to come to class every day. I'm really envious. It has to be said that Sangbao's talent is much higher than him. Naruto felt that his life was getting dark. Although everyone usually calls him the tail of the crane. But one day he believes that his hard work, force, can overcome all difficulties, and then become a Hokage to let everyone recognize himself. After these few days, he just knew. It seems that I am not as good as a dog. The cranky Naruto finally came to his place. When he was sitting in the seat, he felt his head was dizzy. Endless drowsiness began to attack him. Boom. Naruto hit his head on the desk and fell asleep. He felt that he didn't fall asleep, but passed out. When Ye Shenyue saw Naruto who was asleep, he felt drowsy all of a sudden. Last night, the noise made by the man and the dog by the river kept him from getting a good night's sleep. Their movement by the river was a big deal. I don't know how many thumping sounds have been made all night. Did you not sleep well last night? Hinata, who was sitting next to Ye Shenyue, said in a low voice. She lowered her head a little shyly, and she observed the thick dark circles on Ye Shenyue's face. Today she mustered up a lot of courage to speak to Ye Shenyue. Since Ye Shenyue kissed her suddenly last time, Hinata was too shy to speak when she saw him. Every time I pluck up the courage to chat with him, Ye Shenyue is either sleeping or in a daze. Hinata never had a chance to talk to him. Well, didn't sleep well last night. This is for you. Hinata took out a sachet from her pocket and handed it to Ye Shenyue. Seeing Hinata's actions, Ye Shenyue's face was full of doubts. Soothes the nerves, can help sleep. This sachet was made by herself, and she wanted to give it to Ye Shenyue before. But have never been able to find a chance. Ye Shenyue froze for a moment, then reached out to take Hinata's sachet. Yeah, thank you Hinata, I love so much. Ye Shenyue subconsciously reached out and pinched Hinata's small face. Hinata, who was attacked, directly turned into a steam princess and fainted again. Iruka on stage just felt a little headache. At this time, Ye Shenyue also began to select today's sampling personnel. Chapter 29 When Xiao Li puts on the yellow leotard. Ye Shenyue has been looking for opportunities near Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku lately. It's just that he thought it was too simple before. One is the patriarch of the Uchiha family, who goes in and out every day. I never had a chance to see him. Another Uchiha Itachi. Ye Shenyue guessed that he was sorting out the family information and reporting it to third Hokage. Didn't get a few appearances at all. Ye Shenyue's eyes moved to Uchiha Sasuke's body. Oh shit, you can't let me smoke this guy, can you? Sasuke's current strength can't even beat him. Ninjutsu will only have one great fireball. Sharingan is not a comma at all. It would be better to go back and smoke the spring than to smoke himself. The main thing is that Ye Shenyue has spent a lot of drawing opportunities on Quan now, and there is nothing about Sharingan. He has mastered all the ninjutsu that Quan has mastered. Ye Shenyue is already considering whether to go to Tiantian sometime. Inhale Uhuang to change your luck. It seems that now is not the time to smoke Sharingan. I have to say that the odds of winning the Sharingan are really low. And it's not like Ye Shenyue hasn't smoked before. Every week he draws on Hinata. But what you get is either body replacement technique or clone technique. The rest of the general situation is similar. Is it because everyone hasn't graduated yet? The odds are extremely low. If it wasn't for the fact that his system wasn't smart enough, he would have wanted the system to announce the odds of the lottery directly. Just when Ye Shenyue was going to sleep, his gaze paused on a melon. Rock Lee. I haven't smoked him yet. When drawing before, Ye Shenyue subconsciously ignored Rock Lee. Which one in the class is not endowed with special talent, family ninjutsu? To be honest, Ye Shenyue would never consider drawing him. But now that everyone in the class has smoked, it became a little embarrassing. If you don't smoke Rock Lee, Ye Shenyue always felt a little at a loss. This feeling is similar to smoking blind boxes. I will smoke all the blind boxes in the future. The result is a hidden money. When he was about to leave, he found that he still had a blind box that he hadn't smoked. No one can bear this change. And Ye Shenyue was also a little curious. I don't know what kind of different entries will be drawn from a person like Rock Lee who has no special abilities. Now Xiao Li has already started to exercise hard when he is at home. Ye Shenyue absolutely believes that if Xiao Li fights against people in his class, Uchiha Sasuke, who is known as the number one, may not be able to beat him in physical skills. If it weren't for Xiao Li's inability to use ninjutsu, his grades would not be the bottom in this class. Well, it's up to you. Rock Lee. System. The object of extraction is Rock Lee. Selected target Rock Lee. Drawing. Obtain clone technique. Failure. Obtain a substitute book. Failure. Sure enough, it's my own whimsy. After seeing the two rubbish things, Ye Shenyue was a little disappointed. He felt that the third extraction was useless, and he closed the system page. But at this moment, the figure of the system sounded in his mind. Get the entry Jeet Kune do mysteries. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. FK. Are you kidding me? Can Xiao Li still have such a thing? The only thing that can be related to Jeet Kune do in Rock Lee is the word Li. And tights too. Ye Shenyue didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. He reopened the system interface and checked the entry with full expectation. Entries Jeet Kune do mysteries. Predict the enemy's opportunity and strike first. In physical combat, your attack speed is always 1 second faster than that of the enemy. P.S. How can there be Jeet Kune do in tights? Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. The shooting speed is 1 second faster than the opponent. This already has the function of Sharingan's dynamic vision to some extent. Relying on the dynamic vision of the Sharingan pervert, the Uchiha family can capture the enemy's attack trajectory every time they fight with the enemy. Then you can dodge or attack in this situation. And for this entry, as long as you can train your reaction ability and fighting instinct to ultimate, Ye Shenyue can achieve a one-hit kill effect. Even against Uchiha Madara he can handle it with ease. As long as this term is used well, it can exert an extremely pervert effect. At this moment, Ye Shenyue's eyes towards Rock Lee became kind. Rock Lee, who was listening to the lecture, was keenly aware that someone was staring at him. He turned his head in doubt, followed his sight and found Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue. Why is he staring at himself? Thinking of this classmate who was usually unknown to me on weekdays, he actually defeated Uchiha Sasuke, who was known as a genius, in one fell swoop a while ago. His heart was a little excited. It turns out that civilian ninjas still have hope of defeating the geniuses of those big families. Rock Lee also knows the identity of Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue itself does not have any special blood inheritance boundaries, nor does it have any family inherited ninjutsu. The secret to his victory over Sasuke is to work hard. Ye Shenyue's deeds inspire him all the time. Rock Lee felt Ye Shenyue's gaze, and then gave him a bright smile. Ye Shenyue can even see this guy clearly, the vegetable leaves between his teeth. Why is he smiling at me? Ye Shenyue felt like she was getting goosebumps. However, after class, Ye Shenyue found that Rock Lee had found him. Chapter 30. I will be the strongest in physical skills. Ye Shenyue, please accept my challenge. Let me see the gap between me and you. Rock Lee bowed and said respectfully. His recent exercise has entered the bottleneck. No matter how hard you try, you can't improve like before. Rock Lee is in urgent need of a physique expert to stimulate him. And let him achieve the purpose of improving his strength. And he is also very curious about how Ye Shenyue trains. It actually allowed him to defeat Uchiha Sasuke in one fell swoop. Ye Shenyue looked suspiciously at Xiao Li who hadn't put on the tights yet. If only he could wear the yellow tights. That should be interesting. Okay, let's go. Go to the training ground. Everyone in the class noticed the conversation between Rock Lee and Ye Shenyue just now. Thick eyebrows actually want to challenge the chrysanthemum killer. Isn't he afraid of his own? Hush, keep your voice down. Wait a minute, Ye Shenyue heard. Be careful he stabs you. People around started talking about Ye Shenyue. Even Sasuke is getting better at this fight between Ye Shenyue and Rock Lee. Although he knows that Rock Lee is not Ye Shenyue's opponent. But this battle is still very interesting. I lost to him before. Sasuke thinks that the big reason is that he doesn't know the Night God. As long as I get his information, he has the confidence to defeat this hateful guy. Everyone saw Ye Shenyue and Xiao Li walking out of the classroom, and everyone followed to see the excitement. Even the girls who hated Ye Shenyue before followed suit. At this time, Iruka, who was preparing for class, came to the empty class. What's the matter? No student has ever been absent from his class. Go and see. Thick eyebrows fight chrysanthemum killer. The voices of countless children came from outside the classroom. The students in Iruka's class were not the only ones who went to watch Ye Shenyue versus Rock Lee. All the students from other classes ran to the training ground. After all, eating melon is the nature of all people, even these children are unavoidable. Iruka shook his head, the class must be impossible now. It is called absenteeism if one person is absent from class, and now the whole class has run away. If you don't go to the training ground to see what's going on, you can't do it. On the training ground, Rock Lee and Ye Shenyue were surrounded by students from the entire school. Even Sasuke grabbed a front row seat to watch the two fight. The seal of confrontation between the two sides. Naruto is the referee this time. He followed teacher Iruka's example, raising his small hands high. Start. Facing Ye Shenyue's Rock Lee was a little nervous. Ye Shenyue, who was opposite him, put one hand on his body and spoke to Rock Lee. Little Lee, come on. In this battle, I will only use physical skills to duel with you. Hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Rock Lee was very grateful to him. Rock Lee knew in his heart that Ye Shenyue must be doing this to take care of him and not use the three-body technique. In the previous battles with other students, he played with his classmates' three-body technique every time, but he couldn't exert any power when he had a body technique. I will definitely do my best, Rock Lee said to Ye Shenyue seriously. Facing such an opponent who respects herself, using all her strength is the greatest respect for her. But Rock Lee is still grateful to Ye Shenyue for taking such good care of him. Rock Lee quickly started running in the direction of Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue just stood there, quietly waiting for the attack to come. When he was equipped with the Jeet Kune Do mystery entry, Ye Shenyue was surprised to find that his mentality became extremely quiet during the fight. In this state, he remains completely sane about the fight. After Rock Lee came in front of Ye Shenyue, he twisted his waist and hips, whipped his legs sideways, and attacked Ye Shenyue. However, under the effect of the Ye Shenyue entry, Ye Shenyue was already one step ahead of him when he raised the whip kick. He raised his knee and raised his leg, kicking on Rock Lee's inner thigh. Directly resolved the Rock Lee attack. As soon as Rock Lee's leg was raised, he retracted his foot in pain. But he didn't stop his attack for this reason. He swung his arms and punched Ye Shenyue in the face. Rock Lee's movements are still too slow for Ye Shenyue, and Ye Shenyue doesn't need such a quick reaction to deal with his attacks. Ye Shenyue bent over and swung his fist, directly hitting Rock Lee's creaking pit. Rock Lee retracted his fist when he was hit. However, Ye Shenyue's hands also followed, and he didn't intend to let him retract his arms at all. Rock Lee only felt his arm being grabbed by him. This action. Not good. He had no time to react. Ye Shenyue grabbed Rock Lee's hand, turned around suddenly, and threw Rock Lee out forcefully. All the people around who were in a playful mood began to look at it seriously. Ye Shenyue, his physical skills are so strong. I thought he would only use that trick. Rock Lee will definitely have no chance to fight back. Everyone is talking about the few attacks that Ye Shenyue just intercepted from Rock Lee. Everyone outside put themselves into Rock Lee's body to simulate a match with Ye Shenyue. But it turns out that it's completely taken care of. They can't even hit back like Rock Lee. Sasuke looked at Ye Shenyue in the field with a serious face. His fighting style this time is obviously a huge change from when he fought himself before. Originally, because this guy was only relying on illusion, and then came to sneak attack on him. But now it seems that Ye Shenyue's physical skills. Strong. Sasuke is also more and more curious about Ye Shenyue. He really wanted to know what happened to this guy Ye Shenyue. How did Ye Shenyue become so strong from a crane tail? Sasuke has already decided to choose a training place near Ye Shenyue's house in the future. In this way, he can also secretly see how this guy usually cultivates. Although it's disgraceful to say so. But he must find a way to defeat this guy. Boom. Rock Lee fell over Ye Shenyue's shoulder and flew more than 5 meters away. He stood up from the ground with difficulty and began to pant. And his right hand and right leg were shaking slightly. But at this time, his heart was really not more excited. It was the first time he saw that physical skills could be used in this way. Although Rock Lee just passed 2 tricks with Ye Shenyue. But he has already noticed that Ye Shenyue's taijutsu is completely different from the taijutsu he has seen. This is a brand new genre of gymnastics. His 2 attacks just now were interrupted before they even fell on Ye Shenyue. And Ye Shenyue's movements are small and simple. It is completely different from the many open and close physical attacks in Konoha village. To be able to witness this physical skill today, he will die without regret. After Rock Lee stood up, he continued to assume an attacking posture. Do you want to continue? Ye Shenyue, use all your strength. Okay, I get it. Chapter 31, predict the enemy's opportunity and preempt the enemy. After hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Rock Lee let loose and rushed towards Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue also rushed in his direction. Shikamaru, who do you think will win? Holding Akamaru's teeth, he asked Shikamaru beside him. Shikamaru's expression is very serious, not at all the lazy look of the past. He has had a profound influence on Ye Shenyue. The last battle with Sasuke. It can be seen that Ye Shenyue is one of the very few people who use their brains to fight. In this Konoha village, the only ones who are good at using this fighting style are the Nara clan. And this Ye Shenyue. Originally, last time he thought that Ye Shenyue could not fight Sasuke head-on because of his strength. But now it seems, Ye Shenyue is very strong. From just a few attacks by Ye Shenyue. It is enough to see that Ye Shenyue's strength is completely underestimated by everyone. Tooth, look, the battle is coming to an end. Ah, the distance between Ye Shenyue and Rock Lee quickly narrowed. When Rock Lee came in front of Ye Shenyue, he used all his strength to swing his fist towards Ye Shenyue. But from everyone's point of view, Ye Shenyue just stood there. Rock Lee's fist hasn't been thrown yet. Suddenly everyone saw that his body went limp, and then he fell straight to the ground. What's the matter? How did Rock Lee fall? Did he use illusion? Everyone didn't understand why Ye Shenyue didn't make a move. Rock Lee just passed out. Even Iruka, who was watching the battle from the outside, didn't see what was going on. Illusion. Sasuke watched Rock Lee to the end and began to mutter to himself. In his opinion, Ye Shenyue defeated him all by his silent illusion. Today is such a weird situation. It's somewhat similar to the situation when I was fighting against him. Wrong. It's not an illusion. When Sasuke moved his eyes to Rock Lee, who fell on the ground. Sasuke clearly saw the bruise on his face. Rock Lee's face. When was it hit by Ye Shenyue? Sasuke recalled the details of the fight just now. But it was discovered that in the fight between the two, Ye Shenyue didn't punch him in the face at all. Unless it's the last blow. Sasuke reacted immediately. Just now Ye Shenyue was not standing still like everyone saw. It's because he punches too fast. Sasuke was too shocked to speak. Didn't expect that Ye Shenyue's speed has surpassed everyone's eyes. What happened? Ya looked at Rock Lee, who was lying on the ground with a dazed expression. Disbelief was written all over Shikamaru's face. In the end, what happened? Seeing that Shikamaru didn't respond, Ya continued to question. Ye Shenyue, that guy, he just shot. Hearing Shikamaru's words, his teeth froze for a moment. Then reached out and touched Shikamaru's forehead. He felt that Shikamaru was confused. Why did you start talking nonsense in broad daylight? What are you talking about? Didn't Ye Shenyue just stand there without moving? The way I see it, he must have used the illusion to knock Rock Lee out. Is it this way? Teeth said excitedly. He felt that he was close to the truth. Shikamaru didn't answer his words, but raised his finger to Rock Lee's face. He gestured for the teeth to take a closer look. When did his face hurt? I don't remember Ye Shenyue hitting him in the face either. Etc. Teeth suddenly thought of something. He looked at Rock Lee, then at Shikamaru. Don't tell me. Right. Ye Shenyue just made a move. It's just that he punched too fast, and everyone didn't see his movements clearly. That's why everyone has the illusion that he is standing still. After hearing Shikamaru's description, I feel like my jaw is about to drop. What kind of monster is it? The speed of everyone's naked eyes can't keep up with Ye Shenyue's punching speed. It's too strong. Naruto, help him up. Oh. After Naruto reacted, he stepped forward together with Ye Shenyue to set up the unconscious Rock Lee. No one saw clearly that Ye Shenyue had just punched, but Naruto saw it. Naruto was taken aback. When Rock Lee swung his shoulders, he saw that Ye Shenyue's fists had left afterimages. This terrifying speed is simply not something humans can possess. Even if there is, it shouldn't appear on a 6 or 7-year-old child either. Naruto can see Ye Shenyue's movements clearly, thanks to the recent hard training with Ye Shenyue. Under Ye Shenyue's long-term tricks and confusion, Naruto was trained to have keen observation skills. Even he now has the confidence to fight that Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, little Sakura, have you noticed that Ye Shenyue is quite handsome? How can he compare to Sasuke? Little Sakura opened her mouth to refute Ino's words. But for what Ino said, she was extremely excited inside. Very good, you're going to fall in love with that guy Ye Shenyue. In this way, Sasuke belongs to my wife. Since the last time Ye Shenyue was rejected at the flower shop, Ino started to pay attention to him. Ye Shenyue has never done all kinds of funny moves like other boys in order to attract girls' attention. He always involuntarily reveals a sense of mystery. Just like his strength, no one noticed that it took so long to enroll. There is actually someone who is stronger than Sasuke in the class. And he also found that Ye Shenyue's character and temper are completely better than Sasuke's, I don't know how many times. Such a strong, good-natured boy. Isn't it more fragrant than Sasuke? Ino decided that the person he likes in the future is Ye Shenyue. Little Sakura likes Sasuke as much as he wants. The person my wife likes now is no longer Uchiha Sasuke. But thinking about rejecting Ye Shenyue at her own home last time, she felt a little regretful in her heart. If I knew it earlier, I would have let him stay. No, I'm going to apologize to him. What are you talking about? Little Sakura looked at the best friend beside her suspiciously. What's wrong with her mind again? Then she saw Ino running towards Ye Shenyue's direction. Ye Shenyue. Chapter 32 I created you. Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue, who was pretending to be Rock Lee with Naruto, suddenly saw Ino coming in front of him. Ino, why is she looking for me? Ye Shenyue's small face was full of doubts. When I went to her flower shop last time to find a part-time job, didn't I kick myself out? That, last time was my fault. Sorry. Ino bowed deeply to Ye Shenyue. I'm forgetting about that, and you don't have to apologize to me. To be honest, Ye Shenyue would actually like to thank Ino, if she hadn't rejected herself at the flower shop. He wouldn't have gone to the tavern to save Izumi. Really good. Ino was very happy to hear Ye Shenyue's words. Really, his temper is better than Sasuke. People are also easy to get along with. Ino desperately followed behind Ye Shenyue. Her sticky eyes once made Ye Shenyue goosebumps. Doesn't Ino like Sasuke's? How do I feel when I see her? She likes me. Ye Shenyue didn't feel very happy. Now I have Uchiha Izumi at home. The school also has Hinata. If another Ino is added, he may not be able to arrange his time. But, to be honest, Ino's future figure is still amazing. Ye Shenyue felt that she was already getting annoyed. After a few minutes, everyone returned to the class one after another. Iruka stood on the podium with a livid face. But he didn't mention that they skipped class together just now. After all, he just went there himself. Let's take it as a practical lesson. Rock Lee, lying on his stomach, gradually regained consciousness. He raised his head and looked around suspiciously. Didn't he clearly remember that he was on the training ground with Ye Shenyue? Why did I return to the classroom by myself? He touched his bruised face and turned to look at Ye Shenyue. If it wasn't for the pain on his face reminding him, Rock Lee really thought that everything that happened just now was a dream. Rock Lee recalled before he fell into a coma. Before he could shake his fist, he had already lost consciousness. Combined with the wound on the face, he already knew in his heart that he was defeated by Ye Shenyue. As for how Ye Shenyue made the move, he really didn't see clearly. As for Ino in this class, her object of admiration in class was changed from Sasuke to Ye Shenyue. It's just that after watching it for more than 10 minutes, Ino found something wrong. Hinata must like Ye Shenyue too. Huh, Ino, what are you talking about? Fine. At this moment, Ino felt extremely regretful. Come to ninja school for so long. She didn't notice such an excellent guy as Ye Shenyue. It seems that Hinata has already thought about him. Damn it, why isn't Ye Shenyue's deskmate me? Ino was not the only one watching Ye Shenyue in this class. Uchiha Sasuke was staring at Ye Shenyue desperately. This once made Ye Shenyue feel uncomfortable. He just wants time to go faster now. Today, the battle between Ye Shenyue and Rock Lee made everyone know Ye Shenyue again. Although it is said that his battle this time is the Rock Lee at the tail of the crane. But everyone really felt Ye Shenyue's powerful physical skills. And the last time Ye Shenyue beat Rock Lee, there are still many people who still haven't figured out how he knocked Rock Lee down. They also have to change their match. Ye Shenyue's end will definitely be similar to that of Rock Lee. Everyone felt the strength gap between Ye Shenyue and Sasuke. What Uchiha Sasuke brings to everyone is more of a visible gap. And Ye Shenyue's strength is completely invisible to everyone, but everyone understands that Ye Shenyue's strength definitely crushes them. Jingle bell. Ye Shenyue breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, get out of class is over. In the afternoon class, everyone's eyes were basically on him, and he couldn't sleep well. It seems that I will use Shadow Clone to teach next time. There is no knowledge in the ninja school that can make him improve his strength. If you don't come to class, you can still have free time to practice. In addition, he basically used the system to smoke the people at work. The only two entries are Inuzuka Fang and Rock Lee. Maybe it's too early now. Ye Shenyue suddenly realized that they had only started school for less than half a year now. Maybe the descendants of those ninjas haven't started to practice their own secret arts yet. That's why I haven't been able to smoke. Wanting to understand, Ye Shenyue patted his brain. I should have thought of that earlier. Ye Shenyue sighed, packed her school bag, and called Naruto to go back together. But when he left school, Ye Shenyue noticed that Sasuke was secretly following behind her. What are you doing? He won't be idle. He wants to challenge himself again. Ah, you, what are you talking about? Naruto, who heard Ye Shenyue talking to himself, asked. It's okay. Let's go back to eat. Okay, I don't know what delicious food Sister Quan is cooking today. Ye Shenyue ignored Sasuke behind him, and he took Naruto back to the forest by the river. Sasuke followed the two all the way, although he knew it was wrong to follow them all the way. But he still really wants to know how this guy Ye Shenyue cultivates. Here we go. Sasuke hiding in the grass found Naruto and Ye Shenyue came to the river. They looked like they were doing some training that they didn't know about. But because Sasuke's hiding place is too far away, this made it impossible for Sasuke to see at all. Just when he was about to change places to continue stealing, observing, Sasuke heard the sound of a dog barking in his ear. Dog barking. Why are there dogs here? Wow, woof woof. Sangbao, who was by the river, now found Sasuke hiding in the grass in the distance. It immediately let go of its feet and turned into an extremely fast afterimage, rushing towards the stranger. Sangbao intends to give this stranger a little ninja dog shock. It's going to head over this stranger. Chapter 33. Are you kidding me? Naruto, who was practicing treading water by the river, looked suspiciously at Sangbao's leaving figure. Ah, you, what is it doing? Originally, Sangbao should be happy to leave him. But these days, Sangbao got angry with him every day, and practiced with Naruto. As soon as it left suddenly, Naruto felt that he was not used to it. Ye Shenyue, who was lying by the river and admiring the sunset, also couldn't understand Sangbao's thoughts. But he is not surprised by what Erha's character does. I do not know. It just said something like killing you or something. Leave it alone, the dog is like that. Oh. Sasuke, who had just moved to a new observation point, found a strange figure running fast. What it is? Sasuke looked at the black and white shadow, not aware of the danger at all. At first he took this shadow to heart, but when he saw that strange thing approaching him quickly, Sasuke realized something was wrong. Wow, this is a dog. Sasuke, who was squatting in the grass, was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Dogs can be so fast. Wow, woof. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke has seen the dog clearly. But by the time he wanted to react, it was too late. Sangbao hit Sasuke's stomach at an extremely fast speed. The impact brought by this directly sent a person and a dog flying tens of meters away. Naruto and Ye Shenyue, who heard the movement in the distance, arrived quickly. Then, the two saw Sangbao standing on Sasuke. It kept pressing its paws on Sasuke's back, holding its head high. As long as Sangbao is not a Erha, Ye Shenyue will at least say a few beautiful words on the spot to praise him. Ah, Sasuke. How is he here? Naruto pointed at the unconscious Sasuke on the ground in surprise, and then glanced at Ye Shenyue beside him. I think you might as well ask Sangbao if you ask me. Ah, a-hole. Sasuke just fell into a coma for a moment, and then came back. This is also thanks to the training he received from his father since he was a child. If another person is hit by this kind of dog, if it's not good, it will definitely not be able to get up for 10 days and a half. As soon as he woke up, he noticed something strange on his back. And there was a sound of, puff, puff, coming from him. Obviously, just now his dog pressed him to the ground. Look at the two standing in front of you again. Ye Shenyue, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke felt ashamed of himself. Voyeur got caught not to say. As a result, a dog was pressed and rubbed on the ground. Now he just wants to find a gap in the ground to get in. Ha 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 ha. Sasuke, why are you ha 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 ha? Naruto, who finally saw Sasuke making a fool of himself, began to laugh at him on the ground. At this moment, Naruto was in an indescribably happy mood. These days, he couldn't stand being ridiculed by Sangbao every day, and being hit by his pervert talent. Now someone finally understands how he feels. Of course, Naruto intends to disgust Sasuke in view of his cool appearance in school. Ha 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 ha, you were actually killed by a dog. Ha ha ha, was pinned to the ground by a dog. Naruto laughed so hard he couldn't breathe. Ye Shenyue took the lead since school was over, and Sasuke followed behind them. Now that he appeared, I must have laughed at this genius. Yo-yo, isn't this Uchiha Sasuke? Why were you pushed to the ground by my dog? No way, no way. No one can beat my dog. Ah. Hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Sangbao howled happily again on the spot. But when Naruto heard Ye Shenyue's words, his laughter stopped abruptly. Why did he hear something wrong with Ye Shenyue's words? It seems that I can't beat Sangbao. Lying on the ground, Sasuke buckled his sandals with his toes in embarrassment. He put his face on the ground and spoke with a strange voice. You've got the wrong person. I'm not Uchiha Sasuke. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Naruto's laughter grew louder. Sasuke, I will believe you whenever you change clothes. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. You are a crane tail. Sasuke couldn't stand Naruto's mocking of him anymore. After this guy saw him, Naruto's laughter never stopped. He keeps laughing at himself. Sangbao, come down for me first. Let Sangbao bully Sasuke, Ye Shenyue himself can't stand it anymore. Besides, I really want to let outsiders know that I used dogs to bully the son of Uchiha Patriarch. Ye Shenyue was afraid that he himself would be drowned by Uchiha's spittle. You don't come home after school, what are you doing here? Want to challenge me again? Snort. Ye Shenyue heard that the kid was still talking stiffly in front of her, so she immediately called out to her dog. Sangbao, tear off his clothes, wow, etc. Sasuke stood up in fright. It's really embarrassing for her to be found out about her voyeurism and exposure. If it weren't for the dog, he would have turned around and run away. But he knew that with the speed the dog had just. I definitely can't run far. Facing Ye Shenyue's inquiry, he had a somewhat embarrassed expression on his face. He didn't know how to explain why he was here. Finally, it took me a long time to say a word. Sangbao. Hearing Ye Shenyue's shout again, Sangbao lowered his body and bowed his waist. As long as Ye Shenyue gives the order, it will rush forward and tear the clothes of this little rookie called Sasuke. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Seeing that one person and one dog didn't look like they were joking, Sasuke panicked. If I really don't tell my purpose, then I'm afraid I really have to go back with my butt naked today. At that time, I will definitely become the laughing stock of the village. His father would definitely beat him to death because of this. Sasuke gritted his teeth and told Naruto and Ye Shenyue the purpose of his visit today. So you came here today to spy on us? Damn, I didn't expect Sasuke to be such a person. Facing the words of Ye Shenyue and Naruto, Sasuke lowered his head and did not dare to refute. After all, it was his fault in the first place. Do you want to practice with us? Then you defeat Naruto, and I will let you practice with us. What? Chapter 34. Although despicable, but really cool. You let me fight him. You asked me to fight tail with this crane. Naruto and Sasuke spoke at the same time with a tacit understanding. Ye Shenyue wondered if the two of them had discussed it in advance, and they could have such a tacit understanding. Naruto's reaction was because of his own lack of self-confidence. He knew from the bottom of his heart that he couldn't defeat the genius Uchiha in this school. You must know that his three-body technique and shuriken are not the ones that completely blow him up. Not to mention he can do ninjutsu. However, the reason why Ye Shenyue let Naruto and Sasuke fight, one is to let Naruto know his own strength more clearly. The second is to hit Sasuke well, let him know that his strength is not enough in front of him. Not to mention Naruto under his own guidance. In these days when Ye Shenyue coached Naruto, Naruto's taijutsu had already surpassed Sasuke. And his three-body technique became more and more proficient under the torture of Ye Shenyue and Sangbao. Although Naruto has not yet learned ninjutsu, these are not problems for him. Not Ye Shenyue hit Naruto. Even if he has learned ninjutsu, with his speed of making seals. Whether it can be used is another matter. Otherwise, Naruto in the original work will not only use Shadow Clone and Rasengan in the later stage. The main reason is that his printing speed really pulls the hips. The only thing Naruto lacks right now is his confidence. He is fully capable of defeating Uchiha Sasuke. When Sasuke heard Ye Shenyue's words, he stayed in Bunbu directly. It's not that he looks down on this little yellow hair. As far as his three-body technique is not easy to use. Sasuke really didn't take him seriously. Although he said that he lost to Ye Shenyue, he didn't look at his level. Sasuke even suspected that Ye Shenyue had secretly concealed his strength during the previous assessment. With his strength, no matter what, he won't be the bottom of the class. And look at this guy Uzumaki Naruto. He didn't even want to take a second look at the crane. Do you really think that everyone can challenge themselves? Forget about the dog just now, he is indeed stronger than himself. But now he actually pits himself against Naruto. Sasuke only felt that Ye Shenyue was humiliating him. But Sasuke still wants to become stronger in his heart, and Ye Shenyue also said that as long as he defeats Naruto, he will be able to practice with Ye Shenyue openly and above board. The key is, this guy Ye Shenyue heard from his brother that his fire style talent is higher than his own. In order to practice with Ye Shenyue, Sasuke had to agree to his conditions. Isn't it just to defeat the tail of the crane? He, Uchiha Sasuke, is sure to win. Okay, I agree. Seeing Sasuke's haughty look, Ye Shenyue wanted to laugh a little. How confident this guy is now. After being defeated by Naruto for a while, he will definitely start to doubt his life. But Naruto is a panicked group now. He secretly pulled Ye Shenyue aside. Ah, I can't do it. What's wrong? Ye Shenyue's voice immediately raised an octave upon hearing his words. Sasuke on the side was startled. Naruto, you have to remember that a man can't say no. Oh well, but, what but, if you don't want to go, I will tell you about you and Sangbao. Quote exclamation mark quote. I promise. Naruto doesn't want everyone to know that he was abused by a dog. Although he knew in his heart that Sangbao was indeed stronger than him. But if you let everyone know, they don't care if Sangbao is strong or not, they will say that he, Uzumaki Naruto, can't even beat a dog. Ye Shenyue took Naruto and Sasuke to the place where he usually practiced. Is everything ready? Sasuke and Naruto nodded. The seal of confrontation between the two sides. Start. Immediately after hearing Ye Shenyue's shout, Sasuke threw 3 kunai and shot at Naruto. Seeing kunai, Naruto subconsciously tensed up. In the previous battle with Ye Shenyue, he was tortured by kunai and shuriken. Every time Ye Shenyue throws these things, he must be tortured by Ye Shenyue. Naruto's body is about to develop a kunai and shuriken phobia. But that being said, of course he would not pick up Sasuke's kunai foolishly. He dodges Sasuke's attack lightly, and then prepares to fight Sasuke in close quarters. Sasuke has also come to Naruto at this time. He was a little surprised to see Naruto dodging his kunai. It seems that this crane has made great progress in practicing with Ye Shenyue recently. If it was before, this guy would never have dodged his attack so easily. Ye Shenyue watched this scene with a wicked smile on his lips. Looks like it's about to start. Although Naruto is not confident, he is not afraid of Uchiha Sasuke in front of him when he enters the fighting state. He shook his shoulders slightly and called out the name of the move. What the hell, gay? Give me a justice correction punch. Sasuke's hands trembled suddenly at the movement made by Naruto. There is something wrong with the tail of the crane. What is he shouting so loudly? But he also started to get serious. Although Sasuke is proud and arrogant, he doesn't dare to despise his enemies in the slightest. After all, the incident of being stabbed in the chrysanthemum by Ye Shenyue is still vivid in my memory. And he has never heard of the moves Naruto used. But hearing him yelling so loudly, it must be some kind of particularly powerful martial arts move. Sasuke immediately took a defensive stance. Ye Shenyue is about to laugh out loud at this moment. Naruto has perfectly learned how to be despicable to the enemy. After seeing Sasuke's posture, Naruto showed a smirk involuntarily. It's time for Sasuke to feel his pain. Boom. The fist that Naruto wanted to swing changed instantly. He crouched down and knocked Sasuke down with a sweeping kick. Sasuke, who fell on the ground, was in a dazed state. What happened? Didn't this guy just call out some justice correction fist? How does he use his feet? Grass. Sasuke was so angry that he wanted to burst out. Fortunately, his reaction was quick, and when he fell to the ground, he immediately turned a somersault and pulled away from Naruto. The end of the crane. What are you doing? After seeing Sasuke being fooled, Naruto pointed at him and laughed. When he first fell into Ye Shenyue's trick, he hated it very much. But when it comes time to use it, only then did he know how cool it was. Have to say, this trick is really easy to use. Chapter 35. He's in a hurry. Hateful. You crane tail. Didn't you say punches? Sasuke scolded Naruto for such despicable behavior. Naruto stood there laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten up. Even Sangbao started to mock Uchiha Sasuke crazily with its saw-sawing sound. Faced with the ridicule of one person and one dog, Sasuke was about to explode. Ye Shenyue is wondering whether Sasuke will be opened by Naruto if this goes on. Angry Sasuke charged at Naruto again. He must let this crane tail know how powerful he is. He has seen through this guy's tricks. Sasuke came to Naruto's side, aimed at his chest, and kicked sideways. Of course Naruto will not be kicked by Sasuke so easily. He grabbed Sasuke's feet with both hands, and took advantage of the trend to move backwards. Sasuke, who was originally supported on one foot, lost his balance, and even lost control of his body under Naruto's move. Then Sasuke saw Naruto's shoulder move. He wants to punch. Wrong. This crane has to repeat its tricks. Look at my justice correction fist. Ah, this guy is at it again. I have prepared myself and will never be hit by him again. After Sasuke stood firm, he immediately jumped up. Then, he was punched in the face by Naruto. Sasuke's attention was all on Naruto's feet just now, and he didn't notice Naruto's punch at all while jumping up. The blow knocked Sasuke down again. Sasuke, who fell to the ground, has already begun to doubt life. Ha 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 ha. Sangbao, let me tell you that he will be recruited. Goose 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 goose. The voices of Ye Shenyue and Sangbao laughing at him stimulated Sasuke's nerves again. Why, this guy is punching again. Sasuke covered his face and began to curse at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. You are despicable. You are shameless. You don't deserve to be a ninja. Ye Shenyue and Sangbao looked at each other, then pointed at Sasuke and laughed again. Ha 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 ha. He's in a hurry. He's in a hurry. Goose 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 goose. Sasuke swore he didn't believe anything Naruto said anymore. He was somewhat overshadowed by Naruto. Sasuke quickly figured out the Naruto routine. No matter how careful and cautious I am, I will still be overwhelmed by this guy. This guy is all about putting pressure on himself psychologically. He knew that his current state was no longer suitable for melee combat with Naruto. Sasuke quickly sealed his hands. Fire style great fireball technique. Sasuke unleashes fire style at such a short distance that he's completely confident that Naruto won't be able to dodge him. The body replacement technique that Naruto released when he saw Sasuke's seal came behind Sasuke. Boom. Naruto, who was hit by the fireball, instantly turned into a steak. This scene is so similar to the previous Ye Shenyue battle. Sasuke subconsciously did a few levator Oni movements. Unexpectedly, this guy can even use body replacement technique. This guy Naruto has improved so much recently. Behind. Sasuke ducked Naruto's attack with his head down, then grabbed his hand and threw Naruto out. The familiar voice sounded again. Boom. Naruto exploded into a cloud of smoke again. What? It's the clone technique. When Sasuke sees Naruto again, he found that this guy actually made a slow seal not far behind him. When did this guy learn ninjutsu? Although I don't know what ninjutsu he will use, but Naruto must not complete the seal. Then he heard Naruto shout. Fire style Phoenix Fairy Fire. Grass. How could Naruto be fire style? Taught by Ye Shenyue. Sasuke shrank his neck in fright at Naruto's aura on the spot. The original attack on him also slowed down a step. But, when Naruto yelled, Sasuke didn't notice any sign of him releasing ninjutsu. And the actions of Naruto's attributes. Grass. I was cheated by him again. Sasuke, who had flinched just now, had no time to make other moves, and his fist had already been swung out. Naruto also doesn't know fire style at all, and he made a mess just now. In order to seduce Sasuke first. Then. Naruto knocked Sasuke to the ground with another leg sweep. Hateful. Sasuke lying on the ground is furious. This guy Naruto teased himself over and over again. Do you really think he is easy to bully? Sasuke, who was greatly stimulated, opened one Tomo Sharingan on the spot. Naruto looked at Sasuke's furious look. He found himself playing off. I am going to kill you. Hey. The speed of Sasuke, who received the Sharingan bonus, increased several times at once. The runaway Sasuke started punching and kicking crazily when he got close to Naruto. At this time, every move of Naruto was clearly seen by Sasuke. Ye Shenyue and Sangbao stared blankly from the sidelines. Originally it was just a joke that Sasuke was opened by Naruto. Who knew this kid was so careless? The situation on the field was suddenly reversed by the eye-opening Sasuke. Now Sasuke has overwhelmed Naruto with overwhelming advantage. In the face of Sasuke's attack, Naruto almost crouched with his head in his arms. Snapped. Sasuke kicked Naruto in the jaw and the fight was over with his one blow.
But Sasuke also fell to the ground and passed out due to excessive consumption of opening his eyes. Sangbao. Who do you think wins? Sangbao. Then it's a draw. Ye Shenyue also intends to help Sasuke improve his strength. As long as he grows up as quickly as possible, he can get high returns on Sasuke. Like what Indra, Ashura's chakra is already a must for Ye Shenyue. Let Sasuke and Naruto fight before just to teach this kid not to be too arrogant.
But if Sasuke dares to show his teeth to him in the future, he will definitely let Sangbao teach him how to behave. After Sangbao defeated him, Ye Shenyue can still make fun of Sasuke. Huh, you Uchiha genius can't beat my dog. Azuki, didn't I tell you not to contact Uchiha Sasuke? Ye Shenyue, who was still fantasizing, didn't realize that Quan came to her at all. She pointed at Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, and looked at Ye Shenyue angrily. Quan, listen to me explain to you. Chapter 36 Blue Rubber Shoes, Cropped Pants, I'm Sasuke, remember. Tell me what the hell is going on. Inside the wooden house, Uchiha Izumi sat on a chair and pointed at the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke. Although Quan said not to let Ye Shenyue continue to contact Sasuke. But after seeing the unconscious Sasuke, let Ye Shenyue carry him into the house with Naruto. Ye Shenyue lowered her head in front of Quan, still thinking about how to explain it to her. I really need the power of Uchiha Sasuke in the later stage. I'm not letting you play with Sasuke. Seeing Ye Shenyue, Quan didn't say why for a long time. She touched Ye Shenyue's head and said softly, "It will definitely be troublesome for you to have anything to do with the Uchiha clan. Especially Uchiha Itachi." Ye Shenyue raised her head and glanced at Quan in surprise. No way. Izumi can see that Uchiha Itachi is from third generation. Recalling Izumi's attitude towards Uchiha Itachi recently, Ye Shenyue can easily see Quan's deep fear of Itachi. And Quan's changes should have started when he was attacked by Danzo last time. The reason why Izumi let himself be involved with the two brothers should also be because he was afraid that Konoha would do something to him in the future. I've been involved with Uchiha for a long time, haven't I? Ye Shenyue hugged Quan head on, and said. Quan, who was hugged, trembled slightly when he heard his words. Yes, since the moment Ye Shenyue rescued her, Ye Shenyue's fate has been tied to her. But, Quan's face was full of complexities, and she was still somewhat repelled by Ye Shenyue's contact with Sasuke. Is it because of Uchiha Itachi? Ye Shenyue whispered to her close to her ear. I know what you're worried about, Izumi. Quan looked at Ye Shenyue in shock, as if meeting him for the first time. Do not worry, I am very strong, I will protect you. Paji. After Ye Shenyue finished speaking, she suddenly kissed Quan on the cheek. Quan, who was attacked, hadn't reacted yet. However, Quan didn't have any resistance to his behavior. On the contrary, there was a little bit of joy in his heart. Quan remembers Ye Shenyue's talent. Exactly as he said. Now even if Quan cannot open Sharingan, there is no hope of defeating Ye Shenyue at all. Ye Shenyue also has amazing fire-style talent. Ordinary ninjas can't pose any threat to Ye Shenyue at all. You must know that Ye Shenyue is only 6 years old now. Quan couldn't even imagine how terrifying his strength would become in a few years. And today it's Sasuke who is looking for trouble. I have nothing to do with him. Ye Shenyue threw the blame on Sasuke's head without hesitation. Anyway, that's one thing, I'm not going to play with Sasuke. What happened today was all because of him rushing over to find him and Naruto. Did he open his eyes? Izumi stared at Sasuke in a daze. I really don't know how this kid will react after knowing that his brother is standing over Konoha village. It must be very desperate, right? Forehead. While the two were still talking, Sasuke, who was lying on the bed, woke up first. He just woke up to find Naruto lying beside him. I just won. Sasuke suddenly became excited, but what Ye Shenyue said next poured cold water on him. No, you didn't win. You have a draw, how can it be? Sasuke touched his eyes, he remembered that when he was fighting, he obviously relied on the Sharingan to knock down Naruto. Why is it a draw? Then am I. Sasuke remembered that Ye Shenyue said that as long as he defeated Naruto, he could practice with them. And the battle just now. Naruto was obviously defeated by him. No. Ask Sangbao, can a draw be considered a win? Sangbao, who was sitting at the door, turned his head and didn't even look at Uchiha Sasuke directly. This guy is in its eyes. It's just a rookie, and it doesn't deserve its attention at all. Hateful. Sasuke hammered the bed angrily to express his anguish. If only he could hold on for a while. Knock what knock? If you break it, you will pay me. Seeing Sasuke hammering his bed, Ye Shenyue suddenly became angry. Sasuke also understood that his behavior was wrong, and apologized to Ye Shenyue for the first time. But after Sasuke realized that he had turned on Sharingan, he even wanted to show off in front of Ye Shenyue. He turned on Shanguyu's Sharingan and looked directly at Ye Shenyue in front of him. However, Quan immediately noticed that this kid opened Sharingan to watch Ye Shenyue. She immediately opened the 3-hook jade and gave Sasuke a look. What are you up to? I wanted Ye Shenyue to look into my eyes, but I was slapped in the face by Uchiha Izumi next to him. Sasuke buckled his toes on his sandals in embarrassment. Ye Shenyue, do you think my Sharingan looks good? Leave me quickly. I still want to have dinner if I'm here. Quan picked up the stick to scare Sasuke. Sasuke, who was afraid that he would clean up again, was immediately frightened by Quan and fled. When he left a word for Ye Shenyue. I will definitely defeat you. Ye Shenyue. You win Naruto first, then. Quote. Sasuke. Originally, opening Sharingan was a very happy thing. But Sasuke couldn't be happy for some reason. I thought my opponent was only Ye Shenyue. Result. First, the ninja dog named Sangbao. It's that crane tail again, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke felt so tired. Why did he work so hard, but he couldn't even beat a dog? After some thought, he decided to ask his brother to give him special training when he went back. Train his Sharingan abilities well. He can feel the bonus that riding Sharingan brings to him. All the attacks under his eyes can't hurt him anymore. As long as you can make good use of the strength of the Sharingan. He can definitely defeat Ye Shenyue easily. Wait, Ye Shenyue, wait for me to beat you with these eyes. Inside the wooden house, Quan, who was busy making dinner, suddenly said to Ye Shenyue. Beware of the Sharingan yourself. It would be terrible if you were hit by an illusion. Quan is well aware of Ye Shenyue's weaknesses. Although his ninjutsu and taijutsu are among the best in Konoha. As long as he grows up again, absolutely no one in the village can defeat Ye Shenyue head-on. But the only thing he lacks is no immunity to illusions. If that Sasuke used illusion on you just now. Quan's concern also warmed Ye Shenyue's heart. He smiled, and then said. Okay, I see. Besides, that guy Sasuke hasn't learned illusion yet. I think he probably wants to show off his Sharingan to me. Besides, aren't you still by my side? Seeing that Ye Shenyue didn't take her words to heart at all, Quan grabbed his head and began to rub it wildly. Quan, don't touch my head. The president is not tall. Chapter 37. I just want to fish like this all day long. Ah, Naruto, who was lying on the bed, suddenly sat up from the bed. He touched his growling stomach, looked for sense and came outside the door. Yo, wake up. Ye Shenyue held Sangbao's grilled meat skewers in his hand, and looked at Naruto, who came out of the house with a smile. Quan planned to finish the meal. As a result, Sangbao was so hungry that he went to the house to get the ingredients and roasted them. Quan was stunned by Sangbao. She had never heard of Konoha having a ninja dog who could cook by itself. Quan stroked Sangbao's head, full of praise for its special ability. Facing Quan's compliment, Sangbao just glanced at Ye Shenyue. As long as the food this guy makes can be eaten by a normal dog. It doesn't move its mouth at all. And this skinless and shameless guy actually snatched its barbecue. The barbecue is over there, made by Sangbao. Ah, great. Naruto grabbed Sangbao's remaining food excitedly, without even looking at it. Woo woo woo. It was about to cry. The meat was almost roasted for a long time, and I didn't eat a piece of it, but was snatched away by these people. What is Sangbao talking about? Naruto muttered while eating the grilled meat. It said it was going to run away from home. Never mind it. When Sangbao heard Ye Shenyue's words, he was so angry that he stopped roasting the meat. It is going to run away from home now to show him. Sangbao tucked his tail, turned his head 3 times a step, and disappeared into the sight of Naruto and Ye Shenyue. But Ye Shenyue and Naruto really ignored Sangbao. Sasuke, where's that guy? Naruto suddenly remembered the fight between him and Sasuke today. I played well at first. Turns out this guy turned on Sharingan at the last minute. He would have defeated Uchiha Sasuke otherwise. But Naruto was not discouraged by this failure. You know, he was at the end of the school crane before. He never thought that one day would be enough to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Today's defeat made Naruto more confident. He went back. Today's battle is a draw. Huh, what? It's still a draw. Naruto scratched his head and began to laugh silly. Wow, wow. Sangbao's cry suddenly came from a distance. Ye Shenyue dropped the barbecue in his hand, turned to Quan and said. Quan, go back and protect Auntie first. Naruto, follow me. Naruto was frightened by Ye Shenyue's face as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Quan opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she also realized that her mother could not be left alone. Be careful. After she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and went back to the house to be on guard. Ah, you, what happened? Sangbao found the enemy. At this moment, Kakashi, who was squatting on the tree, had a very headache. He never thought that he who was playing with dogs would finally be played by dogs one day. Just now Kakashi was pulling out his favorite reading and getting ready to relax. It turned out that he found Ye Shenyue's ninja dog wandering around him wobbly. But when he saw that it wasn't approaching him, he didn't take it seriously. As a result, when Kakashi looked down, found that this dog was missing. Swish. Wow. Sangbao ran towards Kakashi from the treetop next to Kakashi. At this moment, Kakashi wanted to swear. He didn't expect that he would be tricked by a dog. Boom. Kakashi, who was hit by Sangbao, instantly turned into a wooden stake. By the time Sangbao found him again, Kakashi had already reached the ground. Kakashi, who landed, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I have to say that this dog is really fast. If you change someone, you will definitely be hit by this dog. Now I'm in trouble. I'm afraid that the matter of monitoring Naruto by myself will be exposed. He looked at Naruto and Ye Shenyue running towards him in the distance. Kakashi glanced at Sangbao. He feels a bit of a headache. His mission is just to spy on Naruto. It's really not good to shoot at Ye Shenyue's dog. But looking at the current situation, the dog probably won't let him escape from here easily. Sangbao grinned at the corner of his mouth, then raised his front paw and patted the ground lightly. Bang! Kakashi's eyeballs almost popped out. The dog actually placed detonators around him. When Sangbao came to pee nearby, he smelled a strange smell. Although Kakashi was hiding well, he was completely unaware that his own scent would give him away. His mission is nothing more than to spy on Naruto. This kind of easy task is basically a book and a bottle of water for him, sitting on a tree for a whole day. As long as nothing happened to Naruto, he wouldn't intervene. After Sangbao found Kakashi, he didn't rush towards him. And it pretends to be hanging around, but in reality it's setting traps around with the detonator talisman it took from the Uchiha Izumi. After everything was arranged properly, Sangbao rushed towards Kakashi. Still shouting, I'll kill you. Kakashi, who escaped the range of the explosion, was standing still and looking at Sangbao. At this time, Ye Shenyue and Naruto also arrived. Sangbao, who is this guy? Naruto asked, pointing to the masked Kakashi ahead. Wow, he said this masked guy was spying on us like that Sasuke. Ye Shenyue also breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Shenyue has been able to determine his identity from the white-haired masked ninja. It's you, Sakata. Hitaki Kakashi. If it's not the root, it's not a big problem. Ye Shenyue also wanted to see the strength of this, Master Konoha. Originally, he also wanted to try the quality of Kakashi with fire style. But thinking about the environment here, in order not to cause a forest fire, Ye Shenyue decided to fight Kakashi in close quarters. Sangbao. Hearing Ye Shenyue's voice, Sangbao directly threw out 2 shurikens with his saliva from his mouth and shot them at Kakashi. Ye Shenyue shot almost at the same time as Sangbao's shuriken. Etc. Kakashi didn't want to reveal his identity by fighting them. If it gets to 3rd Hokage, he doesn't know how to explain it. Do you want to tell 3rd generation that he was fishing while watching little Liu Bei was found by a dog? After Naruto saw Ye Shenyue and Sangbao make a move, he also waved his fist and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi sidled away from Naruto's fist, and then he saw 2 shurikens flying towards him. When he was about to dodge to avoid these 2 shurikens, his body paused uncontrollably. Then he opened his arms and handsomely took the shuriken thrown by Sangbao. Etc. I don't. Chapter 38. Konoha technician falls in love with me. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Ye Shenyue kicked him on the shoulder. Ye Shenyue's blow was originally aimed at Kakashi's head, but the cooperation between him and Sangbao was not tacit enough. He didn't catch the shuriken at Kakashi at the perfect time, and immediately attacked him. This caused Kakashi to break away from the control of 100% throwing skills, and turned sideways to resist Ye Shenyue's side kick with his shoulder. 6-year-old Ye Shenyue isn't strong enough to do him much damage with Kakashi's physical strength. Even if Ye Shenyue's talent is high, he still can't break through the limit of his own age. After easily blocking Ye Shenyue's attack, he put one hand on the ground, flipped a somersault and kicked Naruto away at the same time. Ye Shenyue also sighed when he saw that his attack could not damage Kakashi. It's a pity that I am only 6 years old now. If he was 16 now, he would definitely be able to beat the Konoha technician in front of him. After Kakashi kicked Naruto out, he turned around and kicked Ye Shenyue horizontally. Ye Shenyue beat Kakashi to the inside of the thigh with his Jeet Kune Do technique. The painful Kakashi subconsciously wanted to withdraw his leg, but Ye Shenyue punched him again in the lower abdomen. Boom. Body replacement technique. Seeing Kakashi disappearing, Ye Shenyue immediately shifted his gaze to the rear and started to be on guard. Usually, after the body replacement technique, the enemy appears either behind him or in his blind spot. As long as the reaction is proper, the enemy will not be given any chance to sneak attack. Kakashi came to the tree using the body replacement technique, and it was a storm in my heart. He had never felt so dangerous in a 6-year-old. You must know that you are a genius of Konoha no matter what. Not to mention his rich combat experience. For so many years, he used physical skills to fight against others, and it was always overwhelming. The only one in Konoha village who can beat him physically is Might Guy. However, Guy, who only opened the 3rd gate in the usual sparring, is not his opponent. But today, this kid named Ye Shenyue has a tendency to overwhelm him in physical skills. If he hadn't realized this problem and used the body replacement technique early on, Ye Shenyue's blow just now really hit his lower abdomen. Looks like you have to use ninjutsu. Kakashi's hands quickly seal mudra. Earth-style heart beheading technique. Wow. Ye Shenyue, who was looking for Kakashi's location, immediately jumped up and left the place when he heard Sangbao's reminder. But Naruto was not so lucky. Naruto, be careful behind you. After seeing Ye Shenyue's reaction, Kakashi immediately switched the target. Before Naruto realized what happened, he felt his left leg being grabbed. Then the ground softened and Naruto was dragged into the dirt by the hand. In the end, only one head was left on the ground. When Naruto reacted again, he found that his body could no longer move. Run. Although Naruto knows how strong this masked ninja is. But he is definitely not something Ye Shenyue and he can deal with. Naruto started shouting at Ye Shenyue at the top of his voice. But Ye Shenyue didn't take his words to heart. He knew in his heart that Kakashi would never hurt Naruto and himself. On the contrary, Kakashi is restrained in front of himself. Swish. Sensing the strangeness behind him, Ye Shenyue immediately bent down and lowered his head, dodging Kakashi's attack from behind. Sangbao suffers from not having a shuriken on his body, and now that Ye Shenyue and Naruto are on the side, it is not easy to use the detonator at will. But Sangbao is quite confident in his own head. Whether the IQ is high or not is another matter. But at the very least, it's hard. Sangbao gathered chakra on all fours, and the whole dog shot at Kakashi like lightning. Ye Shenyue also turned around and kicked Kakashi's leg at this time. Facing the attack of one person and one dog, Kakashi also became serious. If he continued like this, he might really suffer under this brat's hands. Kakashi took out his kunai and placed it in front of him. As long as Ye Shenyue's legs dared to kick up, his legs would definitely be penetrated by his own kunai. With his other hand, he took out a handful of kunai and threw it at the Sangbao who was rushing towards him. Grass. Ye Shenyue cursed secretly, and retracted his foot, but due to the force just now, he temporarily lost his balance. After seeing Kakashi twist his hips again, Ye Shenyue yelled in his heart that something was wrong. The current self simply doesn't have enough time to counter Kakashi. Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Does it look like the battle is finally over? When Ye Shenyue made a move just now, he was startled. If it wasn't Kakashi who was here today, he would have been taken down by Ye Shenyue's first offensive just now. And that ninja dog is really troublesome. But at present, it seems that the cooperation between Ye Shenyue and the ninja dog is too poor, and it still can't cause him much trouble. Boom. Kakashi suddenly felt a pain in his waist and was shot 5 meters away. What? Didn't you just throw kunai at that dog? Kakashi, who was knocked to the ground, got up immediately. When he saw the stake in Sangbao's direction, his heart slowed down by half a beat. The dog can also use body replacement technique. Good job. Ye Shenyue saw the scene just now. When Sangbao was about to bump into Kakashi kunai, he instantly turned into a wooden stake. Then it charged towards Kakashi's blind spot. Kakashi, who was very confident, expected that the ninja dog would stop attacking, but he never expected it to use ninjutsu. And let it hit itself successfully. If it wasn't for the sake of not revealing his identity, he would have pulled up the forehead protector and used Sharingan to quickly resolve the battle. After Kakashi rubbed his waist, he picked up the kunai general to his chest. Now he is going to get serious. After seeing Kakashi's appearance, Ye Shenyue took out 2 shurikens and threw them on the ground, motioning for Sangbao to pick them up. He also took out 2 kunai in his own hand. The only difference between Ye Shenyue and Kakashi now is age. Now his body is too weak, completely unable to break through his own limit. But what? The strength is not enough, the bugs come together. The 2 blue poison kunai in his hand were no joke either. This poison is not fatal, it only produces hallucinations in the poisoned person. Drugs for short. Operation Captivating Kakashi has officially begun. Chapter 39. The poison mixed with kunai. Kakashi looked at the 2 kunai glowing in Ye Shenyue's hand, and his scalp began to tingle. This looks like kunai who smeared poison. Ye Shenyue, is this kid so shady? He just took a peek, didn't he? No matter how the poison kunai was pulled out. And ninjas apply poison to weapons only on the edge of the blade. This kid just smeared the entire surface of kunai. No matter what, he must not be hit by Ye Shenyue's 2 kunai. Ye Shenyue didn't smear poison on the shuriken just now, he was afraid that he would forget it during the battle. That Sangbao will be miserable. The 2 sides confronted each other for a while, and Kakashi moved first. He must not let Ye Shenyue touch him, the fastest way now is to take him out of combat first. Kakashi kept emptying the throwables in the ninja bag as he ran. For a while, Ye Shenyue and Sangbao could barely dodge. When Kakashi threw the last 2 shurikens, Sangbao spoke first. Although the shuriken it throws is not accurate enough, it can control Kakashi as long as it is aimed in the general direction of Kakashi. Kakashi, who wanted to dodge, stopped when he saw the 2 shurikens. The posture of receiving the shuriken just now was staged again. What? He immediately sensed something was wrong. Originally, he wanted to avoid it, but in the end, his body couldn't help but receive the 2 shurikens. It's an illusion. Since when? Only illusions can control the actions of the enemy in this way. Kakashi felt himself under increasing pressure. I don't even know when I got the illusion. Ye Shenyue, this kid. It's really terrible. Kakashi swung his arm and was about to throw the shuriken at Ye Shenyue. Only, Ye Shenyue's timing is just right this time. His kunai had already followed when Sangbao threw it out. Facing the 2 rising and falling shurikens, Kakashi subconsciously wanted to dodge, but still grabbed them. In the process of grabbing, his hand was also scratched by kunai. It happened. The poisoned Kakashi only felt that the figures of Ye Shenyue and Sangbao began to appear double. Very good. Nice job. Naruto, who was still in the soil, also cheered after seeing the enemy defeated. Ye Shenyue asked Sangbao to go back to get the rope, while he himself went to pull Naruto out of the soil. The dose of medicine in Kakashi is enough for a cow. Ye Shenyue estimated that he would not wake up so soon, so he didn't worry too much. I have to say that the technique of beheading in my heart is very powerful, and Ye Shenyue took a lot of effort to get Naruto out of the soil. Sangbao also arrived at this time with the rope and spring. This is. At first Izumi also thought it was a ninja from Genbu, but after taking off the mask of that person, he found out. Hatake Kakashi. How could he be here? Quan looked at Naruto and Ye Shenyue suspiciously. Sangbao said that this guy is spying on us in the dark. Izumi glanced at Naruto. She knows about Naruto's identity. Hatake Kakashi is definitely not here to spy on them. Instead, meet Naruto as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After she figured it out, Quan felt relieved. She thought it was Danzo who sent someone to deal with herself and Ye Shenyue. Good thing it's just Kakashi. But, is Ayu's strength even able to defeat Kakashi? Quan laments Ye Shenyue's terrifying talent in his heart, if he continues to grow at this speed. Maybe his future achievements will be higher than 4th Hokage Minato. At this time, Ye Shenyue and Naruto took the rope and started to tie Kakashi to the tree. Hey, Ayu, wait. Kakashi's presence on the mission to spy on Naruto was definitely brought on by 3rd Hokage. Look at him, it's okay Ye Shenyue didn't do anything to him. Otherwise, 3rd generation would really have no way to explain it. What wait? Ask him first what is the purpose of coming here. That's it. Wow. 10 minutes later, Naruto splashed Kakashi's face with a bucket of water. Kakashi shook his head, raised his eyelids and looked at the people in front of him. He felt that his old face was about to be lost. I was actually captured by 2 little ghosts and a dog. If this matter gets out, the people in the village will probably be able to talk about him for decades. Kakashi panicked when he thought of this kind of thing happening in the future. I said it was all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Do you believe me by looking at me? Ye Shenyue said viciously. Sangbao, who was beside him, yelled twice to scare him. Ah you. Quan Sheng was afraid of losing his temper and losing control, so he quickly grabbed Ye Shenyue's clothes to remind him. But Ye Shenyue didn't intend to let Kakashi go so easily. If it weren't for Rock Lee's lottery chance today, he would have to draw a few times on Kakashi anyway. But it happened to be a few hours before the next day. Kakashi just tie this first. I was just passing by here. Kakashi opened his eyes and spoke nonsense. Ye Shenyue's eyes widened, and he glanced at Kakashi suspiciously. Then he looked at Naruto again. He pointed to himself and said. Do you think I'm really so easy to deceive? Explain. What is the purpose of your coming here? Comma. On the other side, third Hokage saw this scene in the crystal ball and immediately greeted an Anbu ninja. Let him go to Ye Shenyue to explain clearly. Otherwise, third Hokage was really afraid that Ye Shenyue would make something wrong. He watched the whole battle between Kakashi and Ye Shenyue. At first he thought Kakashi could easily escape from Ye Shenyue. But the following facts undoubtedly gave a slap in the face. He also didn't expect Ye Shenyue's talent to be so terrifying. His physical skills alone were enough for Kakashi to parry. It is estimated that there is no second child like Ye Shenyue in the entire Konoha village. Even the original Minato didn't have such a terrifying talent. Although Kakashi was restrained in the battle with Ye Shenyue, he did not fully use his strength. But Ye Shenyue's ability to do this has already surprised him. Waiting for this child to grow up in the future. In time this kid will definitely shine like Minato. Looking at Ye Shenyue in the crystal ball, third Hokage couldn't help but love talent. Such a talent should be used by him. Chapter 40 My Earth-style teleports. Ye Shenyue stared at the time in the system. When the seconds jump to 0, his extraction is also refreshed at this time. System. Select Kakashi to draw. Target Kakashi. Drawing now. Acquire Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Acquire Lightning-style Reikiri. Get Entry Protection. Guardian. After using Earth-style defense, your Earth-style will defend against a genin spell, but you as the caster will teleport to the front. P.S. If you want to break through my ninjutsu, you must first step over my corpse. Ye Shenyue was overjoyed. He didn't expect to have such a harvest from Kakashi this time. I remember that the last time the reward was so generous was the first time it was drawn from Quan. Is the luck of the first draw so good? 2 ninjutsu, 1 ninjutsu entry. Absolutely. It's just that the Reikiri he draws at this stage can only be used as his whole card. Let the people in the village know that you will use Reikiri. He still doesn't know how to explain it. Then Ye Shenyue carefully read the description of the entry. When he saw the last sentence, his face gradually became strange. The previous content is good, what defense against all ninjutsu is really fierce. But the crux of the matter is, isn't my defensive ninjutsu just for myself? What is it like to use behind yourself? It also teleports the caster to the sidelines. So what else do I use Earth style for? Etc. Teleport. Ye Shenyue suddenly grasped the key words in this entry. Maybe. The function of this entry is not defense. It's like Kakashi just used the Earth style heart beheading technique on Naruto. This ninjutsu attacks from the soles of the enemy's feet. If you are using the Earth Flow Wall, then I can teleport directly past the attack range of the beheading technique in my heart. Ye Shenyue understands that there is a lot of room for manipulation. This entry is definitely not for standing still and defending foolishly. Instead, use the teleportation ability to dodge and counterattack. At this time, when the enemy releases ninjutsu to attack himself on the Earth Flow Wall, Ye Shenyue appears in front of the enemy with a teleportation. Who would not be dazed for a second or two? And the moment when he was stunned for a second or two was the moment when Ye Shenyue took his life. Teleportation is considered a space ability anyway. Throughout Hokage's entire works, there are very few who can use spatial abilities. Uchiha Obito counts as one, Senju Tobirama counts as one, and Naruto's old father Namikaze Mizuman. But the latter are all dead, and the only one who can use the space ability is Brother Tuzi. Therefore, the effect of this entry on Ye Shenyue is completely beyond his imagination. As for how useful it can be, it all depends on how Ye Shenyue will use it later. I said, you should know me. Kakashi looked up at Izumi Uchiha and said. But Quan didn't answer Kakashi's words, but looked at Ye Shenyue beside her. What you said to these two brats is a misunderstanding. By the way, how long will you keep me tied up? Kakashi looked at Ye Shenyue and Naruto, and he felt that these guys were going to spend the night here tonight. He looked up at the sky with infinite bitterness in his heart. I didn't expect that one day I would actually overturn the car in the hands of a 6-year-old child. Third Hokage should also know what happened here. To be honest, Kakashi is not in a hurry, he knows that third Hokage will definitely send someone. Ye Shenyue, right, when did you use illusion on me just now? Kakashi also chatted with Ye Shenyue, who was sitting on the ground at this time. But what he said made Ye Shenyue a little confused. I remember I didn't use illusions either. Is this guy Kakashi out of his mind? I do not have it. After hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Kakashi blinked his eyes. Expressed complete disbelief in what he said. If Ye Shenyue hadn't used the illusion, how could he not be able to control his body to pick up his kunai over and over again? When Kakashi said this, Quan also turned to look at Ye Shenyue. At this time, he finally realized what Kakashi was asking. Why is it mandatory to take his shuriken? Of course it's because of his 100% throwing technique. Ye Shenyue thought so in her heart, but she definitely couldn't say it out of her mouth. And again, Quan asked him before if he had ever learned illusion. It seems that everyone has misunderstood. Since everyone thinks it is an illusion, then it is an illusion. You guess. Ye Shenyue leaned on Kakashi's side and asked curiously. Uncle White Hair, you must be single, right? Kakashi was silent, but when he mentioned this matter, Kakashi always felt panicked. Then he heard the guy Ye Shenyue continue. Oh, looks like I guessed it right. Uncle, as a bachelor, you must have saved a lot of money at your age. Kakashi felt a little out of breath after hearing Ye Shenyue's words. How did this guy injure him 3 times with one sentence? Your character is too bad. A kid like you won't have Jonin to take you after graduation. Hehe, take care of your business. Swish. Just when the two disliked each other, several masked ninjas came in front of them. You is Anbu. With fear in his eyes, Quan whispered to Ye Shenyue beside him. Ye Shenyue, everything today was a misunderstanding. This is from 3rd Hokage, you can take a look. Anbu Ninja threw a letter for Ye Shenyue to check. After Ye Shenyue took it, she began to read. In the letter, 3rd generation explained why Kakashi appeared here, all because of protecting Naruto. As for why the protection of Naruto 3rd generation is not explained above. At the end of the letter, 3rd generation expressed his appreciation for Ye Shenyue. I also hope that Ye Shenyue will visit the Hokage building tomorrow. Ye Shenyue nodded towards several Anbu ninjas. Let them take Kakashi away. Only, what is the purpose of 3rd Hokage looking for himself? Chapter 41 Reject, please be decisive. After Ye Shenyue put away the files, he asked these people to take Kakashi away. Quan noticed that Ye Shenyue's face became ugly after reading the document Anbu gave him. Quan himself has no trust in the senior management of Konoha village. Ye Shenyue's appearance is definitely not a good thing. I'll go back to sleep first. Because Naruto practiced at Ye Shenyue every day, he basically didn't even go back to his own home. Fortunately, Ye Shenyue's wooden house still has a spare room for him to sleep in. Simply let him live here first. Ye Shenyue is still thinking about whether it is a good thing or a bad thing for the 3rd generation to summon him. Although he is close to 3rd Hokage, he can extract the ninjutsu from him. But to be honest, Ye Shenyue really doesn't want to have too much contact with this old B***************. D. Naruto went back to bed after yawning. But Ye Shenyue Fa Shangquan still keeps this. Quan opened the door and took a cautious look, then drew the curtains again. What happened? I see that after you read the message that 3rd generation gave you. After Quan finished speaking, he made a sad expression on his face with 2 fingers. Obviously saying Ye Shenyue. 3rd generation asked me to meet him tomorrow. What? Quan Shin shouted in surprise. There was also a nervous look on her face. Quan knew in his heart that Ye Shenyue had been targeted by 3rd Hokage. This is not good news. Don't worry, he won't embarrass me, a 6-year-old child. After hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Quan was stunned. Ye Shenyue's character is really precocious than other peers. Quan stayed with her so often subconsciously ignoring his age. But, it's okay. Maybe you can do something good with me. Ye Shenyue said this purely from the source of comfort. It is absolutely impossible for the 3rd generation to find anything good for themselves. He definitely saw his fight with Kakashi tonight too. Ye Shenyue also had a guess in her heart. Is 3rd Hokage because of his talent? Or, he wants to develop himself. If this is the case, 3rd generation should recommend themselves to Anbu. This is not good. He didn't want to get involved in Anbu's matter at all. And it's still a year away from the Uchiha genocide night. Ye Shenyue can't guarantee whether Konoha's top management will attack the Uchiha family in advance. The safest thing now is to stay by Quan's side. Go back, Quan. After Ye Shenyue chatted with Quan for a few words, she was relieved. On the other side, inside the Hokage building, Kakashi stood in Hokage's office with dead fish eyes. He's ready to be lectured by the 3rd generation. Kakashi, what do you think about that kid Ye Shenyue? Hearing the words of 3rd generation, Kakashi remembered to fight that kid tonight. Physique, illusion, and battlefield intelligence are all top-notch among ninjas. As for ninjutsu, I haven't seen it. No evaluation. His talent, at least in terms of physical skills, no one is invincible. Kakashi paused for a while, thinking of the dog named Sangbao. He added another sentence. Oh, and so is his ninja dog. Originally, 3rd generation listened well, but Kakashi said that his dog is also good. 3rd generation twitched the corners of his mouth, took out the pipe and took a few puffs, then said to Kakashi. How about having you as Ye Shenyue's leader Jonin? What? Kakashi, who was always calm, yelled out when he heard 3rd Hokage's words. Although he also likes to teach such talented students. But, just chatting with him tonight, Kakashi can see that this kid has a very bad personality. And his dog wasn't much better. If he wanted to be his leader, Jonin would definitely die with a headache. Just now he told that brat that absolutely no one would want to be his leader Jonin. As a result, third generation asked himself to be his leader Jonin. Isn't this a proper slap in the face? Seeing Kakashi's appearance, third generation smiled softly. The other two, Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. How do you feel? Originally Kakashi was about to refuse, but when he heard Naruto, he stopped talking. If I became Naruto's leader Jonin, then I can take good care of him in the future. You go back first. They haven't graduated so early, you have plenty of time to think about it. Third generation waved his hand and directly issued an order to evict the guest. Kakashi was also depressed, and walked towards his home with steps. The next day, when Ye Shenyue and Naruto got out of school, Iruka stopped Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue, come with me. Naruto, you go back first. After talking to Naruto, Ye Shenyue followed Iruka to his office. At first I thought it was Iruka looking for something to do with me. But when he saw the old man in the office, Ye Shenyue understood that it was third Hokage looking for him. Master third generation. It's been a long time since I saw you, kid. Ye Shenyue was speechless. How did this old man say such a thing with the cheek? Do you guys watch him and Naruto every day with a crystal ball? Master third generation, may I ask who you are looking for? Oh, I just want to chat with you briefly. Quote. Ye Shenyue. I remember the last time I was so speechless was when Ye Shenyue was a social animal in her previous life. That's what his boss said when he wanted to take the blame for himself. Oh, ahem. Third generation coughed twice, and then said to Ye Shenyue with a kind smile. Iruka already told me, my child, your physical talent is not bad. Third generation suddenly took out a scroll from his pocket. This is the taijutsu recorded by Konoha, and fire style ninjutsu. The idea of cultivating Ye Shenyue has already arisen in the mind of third generation. But Ye Shenyue is still too young, and now he can't provide himself with any useful value. But third generation thinks about his relationship with Izumi Uchiha. The current third generation still cannot trust Uchiha Itachi 100%, if there is another pawn in their clan. That's easy. At that time, every move of the Uchiha clan will be in their own eyes. Seeing the scroll that third generation took out, Ye Shenyue knew that he didn't give it to her for free. The old man definitely had other plans. Master third generation, this thing is too precious. I can't. Ye Shenyue pushed away third Hokage's hand, bowed slightly, and left the office gracefully. Only the bewildered Iruka and third Hokage remained. Chapter 42. Luring the wolf into the house. Ye Shenyue will not give the third generation a chance to make a request. And that scroll is definitely not that easy to get. The third generation definitely had a plan to find him. Either it's about the Uchiha clan, or it's about Anbu. Ye Shenyue didn't want to touch these two things. Besides, it's useless even if third Hokage puts the sealing scroll in front of him. With his talent, it is impossible for Ye Shenyue to learn ninjutsu by himself. It is better to leave the matter of learning ninjutsu to the system. It can be done with one click, why is he still going to such trouble? As for losing face to third generation, he doesn't panic at all now. Ye Shenyue smiled and looked at the system interface. Acquire Shuriken Clone Technique. Acquire Water Style Water Chaos. Acquire Wind Style Great Breakthrough. Although it is said that no special entry can be extracted from third Hokage. But, the Shuriken Clone Technique that I have been thinking about is still drawn by myself. And he also got Wind Style and Water Style. In this way, the current self can be regarded as a chakra with 5 attributes. His current overall strength can be regarded as a rare opponent in Konoha village. Just his own chakra, which is always 4 cards more than the enemy. Ye Shenyue can use fire style continuous release to spray the enemy to death. With the addition of Shuriken Clone Technique, the 100% throwing technique can already achieve large-scale control. It is no exaggeration to say that Ye Shenyue is now a walking fort. For single target attacks, he also has Kakashi's Reikiri. As long as the Entry Guardian and Reikiri can be applied together, there is definitely a great chance to kill the enemy with one blow. As long as Ye Shenyue doesn't run into any bad players, basically there is no problem at all. However, due to physical limitations, that's what he's up to right now. If you want to break up with Brother Tuzi, that probably has to wait until he's a little older. As for that Uchiha Itachi, it's still too far away. Ye Shenyue recently planned to use Sasuke to get close to Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi. This would give him a chance to extract Mangekyo's power from both of them. By then what Uchiha Obito, what Uchiha Itachi? I'm not the first to sell the label. Going to see that Sasuke guy tomorrow. After opening Danguyu, he should have become more confident again, right? Ye Shenyue smiled, and he planned to take Sangbao to see Sasuke tomorrow. Feel the pain. Sasuke. Third Hokage in the office had a gloomy expression on his face. He had prepared a bunch of excuses, but the kid didn't give himself a chance to speak at all. Third generation. Master third generation, you are assured. That's the way the kid is. Iruka said cautiously from the side. He was afraid that the third generation would be angry today because of Ye Shenyue's words. It's okay, it's really early to tell him this now. Third generation put away the scroll and left Iruka's office with a blank expression. Looking at it like this, Iruka panicked. He couldn't tell from third generation's expression whether he was angry or not. Third generation was also a little sad. On the way back, he wondered if it was because he was too eager. This made Ye Shenyue reject herself. No, can't say no either. This kid never gave himself a chance to make a request. But he wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, Uchiha could just find another undercover agent himself. As for Ye Shenyue, now he is too young. When the time is right, third generation will definitely train him well. In time, Ye Shenyue will definitely become a great help in his hands. Hey, you. As soon as Ye Shenyue walked out of the school gate, she heard Naruto's loud voice. Why is Ino here? When he came to Naruto, he was surprised to find that Ino was also here. It seems, was waiting for him. Ino, you are. Haha, I won't bother you. Naruto winked at Ye Shenyue, then waved away. Ino today, in order to wait for Ye Shenyue, sold the whereabouts of his best friend Sakura to Naruto. Little Sakura, please don't blame me. Ye Shenyue, it was my fault last time. I want to invite you to have dinner at my house, and please be sure to agree. Seeing Ino's embarrassed look, Yagami stroked his blonde hair. I have to say, Ino's blonde hair is a bit of a poke to his XP. Okay, then I promise you. Oye. Ino is ready to be rejected by Ye Shenyue. Unexpectedly, he really agreed. One of the reasons why she wants to invite Ye Shenyue to her home is to quickly get in touch with him. The other is her father, Yamanaka Hyūga, who also wants to meet Ye Shenyue. Although she didn't understand how her father knew about Ye Shenyue. But his father asked to see him. Does this count as an early meeting with the parents? When Ino and Ye Shenyue walked on the road, their child's name was already thought of. Ino, it seems to have arrived at your house. Along the way, Ye Shenyue was absent-minded when she saw this little girl. He didn't even react to it himself. Follow. Come in with me. Ino opened the door with Ye Shenyue and walked into the house. Dad, Mom, I'm back with Ye Shenyue. Ino's mother had already prepared meals at home, while her father Hyūga sat on the sofa and read the newspaper. Hearing his daughter's voice, Hyūga was obviously a bit apprehensive. It is not difficult for him to see that this girl in his family is interested in Ye Shenyue. Originally, his desire to see Ye Shenyue disappeared in an instant. What is this? To lure wolves into the house. Several of their big families don't like Danzo, an old thief. After discussing that day, everyone planned to raise a child named Ye Shenyue. Let Ye Shenyue stand on the bright side in the future and help them deal with Danzo and Root together. The relationship between third Hokage and the major ninja clans was not as harmonious as expected. Ye Shenyue was uncomfortable being watched by the family during the meal. Especially the eyes of Ino's father, almost bursting into flames. That uncle, do you want to eat first? Good. Hyūga pulled his daughter away from Ye Shenyue. Now his defense against Ye Shenyue has risen to the extreme. To follow this trend, I guess he'll be a grandfather soon. Hyūga had already imagined his daughter coming home with a big belly. Chapter 43 2 Ways to Go. Remember to come and play with Ino when you have time. Ino's mother stood at the door and watched Ye Shenyue off. Ino's eyes were almost glued to Ye Shenyue's body. Don't look, everyone is gone. Oh. Faced with his mother's teasing, Ino blushed. Ye Shenyue, who was walking on Konoha Street, touched her stomach. The food cooked by Ino's mother is still delicious. It's still a bit worse than Izumi. From being a guest at Ino's house today, Ye Shenyue can see that the attitudes of the major ninja tribes towards her are still good. I think they should really befriend themselves. As for the reason, it seems that Danzo's popularity in the village is really not good at all. But Danzo was almost released by third generation. Ye Shenyue felt a little troubled thinking about it. Now I can't deal with this Konoha Hinata with my own ability. What a hassle. As long as Danzo lives in this world, Ye Shenyue will never feel at ease. But with the attitude of the major ninja clans towards themselves. Thinking about it, Danzo has to weigh it up for himself. Even if he has just been released by third Hokage for a while, he probably won't focus on himself. When Ye Shenyue was thinking about it, he suddenly bumped into a boy. Sorry, but when he saw the person in front of him clearly, a little regret suddenly appeared in his heart. Grass. Hyūga Neji. Ye Shenyue has been looking for him ever since he came to Konoha village. Originally, Ye Shenyue's hope of improving his physical skills was placed on him. But he couldn't find Hyūga Neji after searching for a long time. It's a pity that today's lottery chance was used on third Hokage. Otherwise, Ye Shenyue would have shot 3 shots at Neji. You are Ye Shenyue. Hyūga Neji spoke with a cold face. These days, he has been looking for this guy Ye Shenyue for a long time. This wave belongs to the two-way rush of the two. There are rumors in the clan that this guy actually molested the head lady of the Hyūga clan in class. This kind of thing is absolutely intolerable to him. I have to let this kid know that the eldest lady of the Hyūga clan is not something he, a commoner, can touch. Yes, you are looking for me. Before Ye Shenyue finished speaking, Neji struck towards his chest with a slap. FK. What is this guy Hyūga Neji doing? Before even saying a few words, we started fighting. Ye Shenyue was full of doubts about Neji's actions. But in the face of his attack, Ye Shenyue's hands didn't stop. When Neji's palm hit Ye Shenyue's chest, Ye Shenyue punched Neji's elbow. This blow deflected Neji's palm that was originally hitting his chest, and even his strength weakened a lot. While deflecting Neji's attack, Ye Shenyue got close to Neji's arms and punched him hard in the stomach. However, Neji's reaction was really fast, and he freed his palm to block his punch. After Neji played against Ye Shenyue briefly, he was very surprised. This Ye Shenyue, who was only 6 years old, was able to make a move in his hands. You must know that there is no one at the same age in Konoha village who can beat himself in physical skills. Not to mention, he just attacked Ye Shenyue without any preparation. Although Neji also knows that his behavior just now is a bit shameless. But he just wanted to teach this ignorant brat a good lesson. Who would have thought that Ye Shenyue could actually pass a trick under his hands? And the action of Ye Shenyue getting into his arms just now surprised him. No one has ever dared to fight close to the Hyūga clan, so close. But when Ye Shenyue got close to his body, Neji realized that his gentle fist couldn't use his strength. Ye Shenyue punched him in the stomach just now, and he broke out in cold sweat. Ye Shenyue still wanted to continue to get close to Neji, but this guy didn't give him a chance at all. Taking advantage of his long legs, Neji pulled away from Ye Shenyue with 2 somersaults. What are you doing? Did I mess with you? What the FK are you? Ye Shenyue pointed to Neji and started sending a telegram. Have you forgotten what you did to our eldest lady? Hearing Ye Shenyue question him, Neji rolled his eyes angrily. Gah, because Hinata. Ye Shenyue's voice gradually became quieter, and her heart gradually began to feel weak. I was still lucky about the Hinata incident. It seems that the Hyūga clan has known about this for a long time. Oh shit, I feel that the way Hyūga Hiashi looked at himself in the Hokage building that day was wrong. The more Ye Shenyue thought about it, the more guilty she felt. After all, pro Hinata thing. It was his fault anyway, though he didn't mean to. But who can bear this matter? Looking at Hyūga Neji with the veins bulging in front of him. Ye Shenyue felt that he had better explain it to others. Hey, uncle, listen to my explanation. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hyūga Neji. Ye Shenyue blurted out the words, big brother, and when he realized. He sent out Neji as if he was irritated a second time by himself. Grass. What should I do? Accidentally blew up my uncle, what's the matter? In this situation, it's not like you don't fight or you don't fight. In case you act harder. Then it will be Hyūga Hiashi who comes out and beats me up next time. And he didn't want to be beaten. What a hassle. Ye Shenyue wished she could slap herself, how could she speak out of her head? Neji put his hands in an offensive and defensive posture, and the phantom of 8 trigrams appeared under his feet. Ye Shenyue knew that my uncle was going to open a university. But at this time he was very calm. Since he had 100% throwing skills, Ye Shenyue vowed not to give any enemy a chance to open up in front of him. Ye Shenyue quickly threw out 2 kunai. Swish. Just when Neji was about to attack Ye Shenyue with his 8 trigrams palms. He caught a glimpse of the 2 kunai flying towards him. Ah, joke. It's ridiculous to actually do such a small action on my eyes just now. A mere 2 kunai. Neji, who was going to attack Ye Shenyue, turned around handsomely and took the 2 kunai. Ye Shenyue fled the scene while throwing out kunai. Neji looked at the back of Ye Shenyue going away, and looked at the kunai in his hand. He can't figure it out. Why did I pick up Ye Shenyue's kunai just now? Chapter 44 Harvesting the Entire Ninja World. After Ye Shenyue ran away from his uncle, he didn't dare to stay nearby for a moment. Although it is said that if he really wants to fight, whether he can beat himself is still one thing. But after all, Neji is my future big brother-in-law. If he is really hurt, I don't know how to look at him with supercilious eyes in the future. Ye Shenyue felt a little stuck in her heart when she thought that her married life would be looked down upon by her natal family. Oh, right, counting Quan, he would also encounter red eyes from his natal family on the other side. Tisk. Thinking about the days after my marriage in the future will be very cruel. But I don't know whether it is good luck or bad luck to meet Neji today. But if Neji met him earlier, Ye Shenyue was sure to get something out of him. It's a pity that today's times have been used on 3rd generation. But it's okay. No matter what I say now, I can be regarded as a pseudo-5 escape Grandmaster Ninja. I don't know if there will be any debuffs when I confront Orochimaru. When Ye Shenyue returned to his home, Quan Li found him. How about it? 3rd generation didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Forehead. Ye Shenyue didn't know how to explain it to Quan. Because the 3rd generation seems to have said a few polite words to him today, and then took out the scroll. After he refused, he didn't give 3rd generation any time to react, and disappeared from his face. Does this count as embarrassing yourself? It doesn't seem to count. But after seeing Quan, Ye Shenyue felt a little nervous. After all, he should be regarded as Quan's adoptive husband now. If I let her know that I still have Hinata and Ino outside. She probably should. You won't be angry, will you? Thinking of this, Ye Shenyue was still a little worried. You must know that the last man who looked like he opened a harem was given a hatchet by his girlfriend. Brother Cheng died so badly. Seeing Quan busy at home, Ye Shenyue felt a little guilty. He hugged Quan's waist forward, and then felt the tranquility of this moment. What happened to Izumi who was suddenly hugged? Is it too tired recently? Without Izumi, you are so kind. The atmosphere in the wooden house became rippling. At this moment, Ye Shenyue has never hated why time passes so slowly. Konoha January 57. One person and one dog had breakfast at Kwan's house as usual. Ye Shenyue felt very awkward after looking at the police equipment on Kwan. He also asked about the salary of the Kwan Police Department before, but the result surprised Ye Shenyue. Shangquan's strength is in the upper reaches of the Uchiha family. Her salary is only 100,000 taels. You must know that AC level task costs 100,000 taels. This amount of money is simply humiliating the Uchiha clan. Moreover, in the police department, he still faces malicious difficulties and complaints from some villagers every day. It doesn't matter if you don't do this job. Kwan, you quit your job in the police department. Kwan, who had just packed his ninja bag, was at a loss when he heard what Ye Shenyue said. She feels that her job in the police force is okay. Why do you want to resign? No, if you resign, I can't afford you anymore. Kwan smiled helplessly. Hey, didn't I give you the money for selling Sangbao last time? You use this money. We don't care about the work of the police department. That's not okay. This money is for you to keep. How can I use? Ye Shenyue looked at the dead salary of the police department that Kwan couldn't bear, and his head was a bit big. Now Ye Shenyue is basically in the care of the spring. If she really quit her job in the police force, it would be really difficult for her to find a suitable job in the village based on her Uchiha clan status. Originally, Ye Shenyue thought that with the funds provided by the Inuzuka family, they would live a little better. Later he found out that the 500,000 taels was of no use. Looks like I'm still trying to make some money. Today has been Konoha's 57th year, and the day when the Uchiha genocide is exterminated is getting closer and closer. The current situation of the Uchiha clan police department cannot allow Kwan to stay any longer. Kwan, you can't stay at the police station. Ye Shenyue's expression suddenly became serious, and while he was speaking, he also made several mouth shapes with his mouth. Kwan, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly understood what Ye Shenyue meant. Don't worry, I'll take care of the money. Okay, I get it. I'm going to quit my job in the police force today. Ye Shenyue packed up her things and planned to go to school, and Kwan also went to the police station to go through the formalities of resignation. As for making money, Ye Shenyue intends to make a good fortune in the village before the night of Uchiha's genocide. At that time, I can still use my banknote ability to defend against Brother Tuzi and Uchiha Itachi. As for how to get money the fastest, of course it is to cut the leaks of the village. From today onwards, Ye Shenyue doesn't plan to go to school by herself. Ye Shenyue separated a clone at the school gate, and the main body waited for Naruto at the same place. Hey, you, why don't you go to class? It's almost late. If nothing unexpected happened to Naruto, he should be late for bed again. He was very surprised to see Ye Shenyue standing at the door. In Naruto's memory, Ye Shenyue was never late. It's almost time for class today. He hasn't gone in yet. I let the avatar go in and help me with my class. What? Naruto opened his mouth and exclaimed. He never thought that he could skip class in this way. It is really marvelous. Unfortunately, he doesn't know anything about Shadow Clone. Then you don't plan to go to school anymore. Naruto, who realized that he would not see Ye Shenyue in the future, was obviously depressed. Well, I need to become stronger as soon as possible. I won't be going to school for now. Naruto thought for a moment in his heart, and said to Ye Shenyue with firm eyes. Then I won't go either. I can't learn anything at school anyway. It's better to practice with you. Ye Shenyue was a little worried about Naruto's move. He skipped class so above board. Could third generation really not say anything? But Ye Shenyue also found that Naruto became more dependent on him. Looks like the abduction of Nine Tails Jinchuriki is just around the corner. Okay, you go back to the river and wait for me. I have some things to attend to. After saying goodbye to Naruto, Ye Shenyue found a grocery store in the village and bought a box of paper. In the next year, he will turn this box of paper into countless money. Chapter 45 Feel the Pain. The Shimura Clan. Do you understand what I told you? Understood. Lord Runtu. Shimura Shinichi was very excited when he looked at the ninja who claimed to be Runtu in front of him. As a collateral member of the Shimura clan, he was not valued by the family. Without any ninja talent, he chose to go into business, but after 7 or 8 business failures, he met this Mr. Runtu. 3 days ago, this Jonin named Runtu suddenly found himself. Said that there is a business to discuss with him. According to him, on the other side of Kurigakure there is a family that runs a business. And on the other side of the sea there is a precious, golden dolphin. Their family has figured out how to farm the fish. However, the only downside is that they lack a lot of funds for subsequent breeding. Now as long as he buys a golden dolphin cub, he will get a huge reward when it grows up. The price of a golden dolphin cub is 100,000 taels, while an adult golden dolphin can be sold for 1 million taels. This rare dolphin only needs 1 year to grow up under the special breeding method of the Runtu family. In other words, he only needs to spend 100,000 taels to buy a certificate, and wait until 1 year later. You can get 10 times the return yourself. Originally Shimura's new couple still had doubts about this matter. But after seeing the photo of Runtu taking out the golden dolphin, he believed it. This kind of fish was something he had never seen before. If they were sold to those big names, they would definitely earn more than 1 million. It is said This fish also has the function of nourishing yang and nourishing yin. Upon hearing that this fish has this effect, Shinichi Shimura wished he could buy one himself and try it out. Afterwards, he purchased 100 certificates, with his own assets and money borrowed from other relatives. When I think of myself, I can get 10 times the income after 1 year. Thinking of this, his whole body was about to float. Not only that, Mr. Runtu also told him, as long as he asks his relatives and friends to buy the voucher, he can get 1/10 of the commission. Shimura Shinichi felt like he was going to pass out with bliss. After watching Shimura Shinichi leave, Ye Shenyue showed a smile. Runtu was transformed by Ye Shenyue using transformation technique. This Shimura Shinichi is also his specially selected candidate. If you want to change someone, he really might not be able to talk about it. Ye Shenyue walked into an alley, released the transformation technique, and set foot on the way home. But after this day, there is a legend of the golden dolphin circulating in the entire Fire Kingdom. Third Hokage in the office got dizzy after hearing that Naruto skipped class with Ye Shenyue. If it weren't for Naruto's recent improvement in strength, he would have asked Naruto to be brought back to class. At this time, third generation was watching Naruto and Sangbao practice together through the crystal ball. This is even more of a headache for third generation. The main purpose of letting Naruto go to school is to let him form a bond with the children in the village and increase his sense of identity with the village. You have no problem making friends. But, don't hang out with Ye Shenyue's dog every day. Although the talent of this dog is good. But, your bond with a dog. It's a ghost to be able to identify with the village. The more I watch third generation, the more my brain hurts. No, can't go on like this. Third generation decided to ask Kakashi to find Ye Shenyue in these 2 days, anyway, the first time as a stranger and the second time as an acquaintance. He definitely wants Naruto to have less contact with this dog. River Woods. Naruto's resistance to Sangbao is now directly full. His face is getting thicker and thicker under the exercise of this kind of dog. It's just that the 9 tails in his body are almost unbearable. You a 9 tails Jinchuriki. The strongest weapon in the ninja world. Son of the 4th Hokage. What's the matter with hanging out with a dog every day? Kurama was almost PD off in Naruto's stomach. It feels that it will lose all its face in this life on this 9 tails Jinchuriki. Are you back? Naruto stopped chasing Sangbao, and ran up to Ye Shenyue one by one. Well, I'm done. Ye Shenyue nodded. Since skipping class with Naruto 3 days ago. Ye Shenyue asked Naruto to train with Sangbao. By the way, let's draw the attention of third generation again. It would be bad if Konoha's senior management found out what I was going to do. In particular, the main target of this operation is the Shimura family. Ye Shenyue believes that as long as his plan is successful, then before the night of genocide, the Shimura clan will definitely disappear into Konoha village before the Uchiha clan. That's a small appetizer for Danzo, too. Ye Shenyue believes that the demise of the Shimura clan will definitely hurt Danzo's heart. Since you want to lay hands on me, then you are also ready to be exterminated. However, Ye Shenyue did not expect this plan to kill Danzo. After all, he still holds Konoha's second most powerful force in his hand, the root. But that's enough. Shimura Shinichi, you have to work hard. Quan has also resigned from the police force in 2 days, and now she can be regarded as a member of Konoha's vagrants. She knew Ye Shenyue was back when she heard the movement outside the door. 3 days ago, Ye Shenyue would leave her 500,000 taels. Said it was to implement some kind of money-making plan. Although Ye Shenyue said that the ninja's talent is good, it doesn't mean that he also has a monster-like talent in business. However, Quan didn't take it to heart. Even if Ye Shenyue squandered the 5 million taels, Quan would find some low-level tasks in the village to support her Ayu. Quan, guess what I gained from this trip? Quan looked at the excited Ye Shenyue and just smiled softly. But I still didn't take it seriously in my heart. Ayu is only 7 years old now. Even if you can make more money, you can just go out and do a part-time job. Ye Shenyue took out the scroll in her arms. Boom. The large amount of cash directly piled up the room. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Quan, who saw a large amount of cash, was dumbfounded on the spot, and his brain suddenly entered a shutdown state. This house full of money. How many are there? Ayu won't go outside to rob, right? Quan, wait. I still have a few scrolls. Ye Shenyue reached out and touched her bosom. Etc. Don't take it out anymore. If you take out the cash again, the whole room won't fit. Ye Shenyue gave a silly laugh. This is the first time he has seen Quan lose his composure like this. You. Still unable to accept this fact, Izumi took a deep breath and continued. How much money do you have left? A total of 10 million taels. What did you say?
2 Ui Chapter 46. The Mangekyo strong man is by my side. Izumi hasn't seen so much money for a long time since the Konoha executives targeted the Uchiha clan. Those higher-level tasks are not the turn of the Uchiha family to complete. With Ayu's current status, it is impossible to accept the mission. How on earth did he make so much money? Quan anxiously asked Ye Shenyue to collect the money, and then took his hand. He hesitated and asked, did you do something bad outside? Quan was not happy because Ye Shenyue made so much money, but more disturbed. Sudden wealth will only make her more afraid, of course not. Ye Shenyue is confident. Every penny here is earned by my ability. I didn't steal, I didn't rob, but thinking of Shimura Shinichi, Ye Shenyue still felt a little guilty. Sorry, I will visit you every year in holiday. Seeing Ye Shenyue's promise, Quan gradually let go of the big rock in his heart. As long as Ah Yu doesn't steal or rob, no matter how bad he does things, it can't be so bad. Oh, right. You go up and find my mother later. She said she wanted to see you. Quan suddenly remembered that when she gave her mother medicine in the morning, her mother told her that she wanted to meet Ye Shenyue. He said he wanted to talk to Ye Shenyue about something. Quan didn't understand his mother's intention of doing this, but he still agreed with the matter. Okay. Ye Shenyue stuffed the scroll into Quan's arms, arranged her clothes briefly, and went to the room on the second floor. Bang bang, Auntie, it's me. Ye Shenyue only heard a cough coming from inside the door. Then I heard Quan's mother's weak voice, come in, boy. Ye Shenyue opened it and walked into the house. He couldn't bear to see Quan's mother's old appearance. In any case, she can be regarded as her future mother-in-law. Auntie, what do you need from me? Cough cough cough. Ye Shenyue saw Quan's mother wanting to get up, and hurriedly stepped forward to help her up. Ah you must like Quan very much. Ye Shenyue, who was suddenly asked by his mother-in-law, suddenly became a little embarrassed. Me. Ahem. I can see it. Ye Shenyue felt that his whole body became tense. Are all parents in this world so straightforward? Are you sure it's not too early to tell a 6-year-old about this? I know I'm running out of time. I can also see that Izumi has a good relationship with you. I hope you can take care of her after I go to the Pure Land in the future. Quan's mother seemed to be caught up in memories and began to ramble. But what happened next almost scared Ye Shenyue to death. Son, look into my eyes. FK, Mangekyo. Ye Shenyue looked at the dying woman in shock. At this moment, her pupils had already become a 4-cornered pinwheel shape. Ye Shenyue felt numb. It never occurred to him that the Uchiha clan excluded the few Mangekyo players they knew. Izumi's mother turned on Mangekyo, too. Co-authored by Mangekyo the Strong is by my side. Seeing Ye Shenyue's reaction, Quan's mother smiled and continued. Son, above Sharingan there's Mangekyo. Mangekyo is not yet the strongest force in the records of our Uchiha family. Ye Shenyue felt numb. He knew what Quan's mother wanted to tell him. But, why did Izumi's mother know about eternal Mangekyo? This? Ye Shenyue leaned back and took a deep breath. And he also has some guesses in his heart at this time. Couldn't Izumi's mother want Izumi to transplant her eyes and start the eternal Mangekyo? But why didn't she stop the Nine Tails riot when she was so strong? Son, I hope that after I die, you can transplant these eyes of mine to Quan. This is the last thing I can do. Ye Shenyue didn't even know how to answer her words. Auntie, you'll be fine. Quan's mother stroked Ye Shenyue's head. This time, Ye Shenyue did not escape because of her short height. Son, Konoha will do something to the Uchiha clan sooner or later. It will be hard for any Uchiha to survive that time. I hope you can protect yourself and my daughter when the time comes. Can you agree to the last request of this dying man? Originally Ye Shenyue wanted to persuade her, but after hearing what she said. I promise you. After that, Quan's mother took Ye Shenyue to chat about many things about Quan's childhood. The more Ye Shenyue listened to it, the more he felt uncomfortable. If Quan's mother leaves, Quan will be very sad. Half an hour later, Ye Shenyue walked out of the room with mixed feelings. I have to say that Izumi's mother is really one of the few understanding people in the Uchiha clan. According to her, there have been signs of suppressing the Uchiha clan since the time of second Hokage. Even after his death the third Hokage was asked to step up efforts against the Uchiha clan. Ye Shenyue couldn't even figure out what Uchiha Madara's mind was doing. Originally, it was impossible for two feuding families to unite. Even with Senju Hashirama mediating between the two families, how long can this last? It's not that second Hokage is prejudiced against the Uchiha clan. If Uchiha Madara had allocated a piece of land by himself, the establishment of the village of the Uchiha clan might not have so many things in the future. With the strength of the Uchiha clan at that time, not to mention that they could kill the Senju clan, but at least it would be no problem to push the entire ninja world horizontally. You must know that the Uchiha clan in the Sengoku period directly opened Izanagi as a death squad. From this, it can be seen that the number of Mangekyo people in Uchiha at that time is absolutely unimaginable by people today. But what makes Ye Shenyue a little concerned is the man her mother mentioned just now. That is Quan's father. Quan also talked to Ye Shenyue at the time, but after chatting with her mother today. Only then did Ye Shenyue know that Quan's father was not a commoner at all. But with the Senju clan, after taking office, third generation vigorously developed the Sarutobi family. After several ninja wars, the number of Senju clan has also been greatly reduced. And then, the Senju family doesn't know whether it is voluntary or forced by the third generation. All the surnames were changed and integrated into the common people. Izumi's father is a descendant of one of the Senju clan. Think of it this way, Izumi's future achievements are not inferior to Uchiha Madara. P.S. The new book asks for flowers and evaluation tickets. Th Chapter 47 My painting style is above yours. Ye Shenyue couldn't help worrying about whether she would be abused by Quan in the future. There are still 11 months until genocide night. After learning that Quan's mother owns Mangekyo today, Ye Shenyue didn't panic. Even if his own strength can't keep Quan, he also believes that the spring of eternal Mangekyo will be able to take him out of the tight encirclement. But what? The current Obito and Uchiha Itachi are not enough in front of him. Ye Shenyue opened the system panel and began to observe the harvest obtained behind Quan's mother. Get Mangekyo Sharingan, get entry 6 paths identification technique. Acquisition of entries transition technique Mangekyo Sharingan. Obtain extremely strong dynamic vision, immune to all illusions of Mangekyo. Left eye ability. Slay immortal, call out the enemy's name, and instantly kill the person after answering. Right eye ability. Netherworld, the ice that freezes everything. Entry 6 paths identification technique. When Mangekyo is used to launch, the enemy can experience the pain of childbirth and give birth to a chakra regiment. Entry gender changing technique. After use, the gender of the target can be changed. Ye Shenyue accepted the large amount of information in the system panel and was a little overwhelmed for a while. Fortunately, today's drawing opportunity was not used up in advance. While Mangekyo's side effect is blindness, neither is a problem for him. Anyway, after Quan opened the Eternal Eye at that time, it would be fine if he smoked from her again. The Mangekyo ability he drew this time is also a bud level ability. One calls the enemy's name, as long as he agrees, he can complete the instant kill. However, Ye Shenyue guessed that this kind of pervert level ability does not know how many times his eyesight can withstand. And the ability of the right eye is to freeze. Is this against Amaterasu? I just don't know how Amaterasu will change when he meets his ghost. A frozen world, a burned world, imagine a little expectation. Then there are his 2 entry abilities. The entries of the system, as always, made Ye Shenyue not know what to say. You say strong. It is indeed strong. Are you saying that it is not serious? That's really unorthodox. Look at other people's hacks, that's not crazy, cool and flamboyant. Looking at myself. When fighting the enemy, first activate Mangekyo to make the opponent pregnant. Ye Shenyue vowed never to use this ability in public. If you want to spread this out, don't even ask for your own face. And another entry is a bit more. Ye Shenyue doesn't know how to describe it. Is it time for him to give Uchiha Itachi a S*X changing technique on genocide night? Oh shit. Ye Shenyue didn't dare to think about it anymore. It's just too scary. This ability can be called 6 paths level of mental damage to the enemy. Oh. That staring at someone pregnant is also a 6 paths level ability. At that time, Brother Tuzi can also experience the pain of his teacher's wife during childbirth. However, Ye Shenyue always feels that his style of painting is a bit broken. Take a look at the previous boss pain. A pair of Rinnegan, a universal pull. Whenever you see someone, you should say that you feel pain. Look at yourself again. 1 pair of Mangekyo, 1 hand transmutation and pregnancy. Seeing people in the future should also make him feel the pain. Well, the pains of childbirth. Gone. This painting style is really too bad. Ye Shenyue just felt very tired. Ah you, what did mother tell you? Quan, who was watering the flowers at the door, saw Ye Shenyue and asked curiously. Oh, mom said let me take good care of you in the future. Oh, wait. Why are you calling mom? It took Quan a long time to turn his head around. By the time she wanted to find Ye Shenyue, he had already gone far away. Ah you, what nonsense are you talking about? Hearing Quan's anger, Ye Shenyue turned around and made a face at her. Ah you, look quickly. Naruto shouted while standing on the water, but he didn't dare to move at all now. Wow. Sangbiao, don't distract me. Naruto's half-squatting posture on the river was so funny that Ye Shenyue couldn't help laughing when he saw it. Enter Sangbiao. Wow. Hearing Ye Shenyue's order, Sangbiao rushed towards Naruto directly. Naruto, who was startled, also fell into the water all at once. You. It's all you. It's not easy for me to succeed. Naruto, who surfaced, spat and angrily reprimanded Ye Shenyue for his behavior. Ha 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 ha. Goose 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 goose. One person and one dog began to laugh at Naruto's appearance at this time. But when Naruto tried to tread water again, he succeeded. Naruto first took 1 step carefully on the water, 2 steps. After finding that his footsteps were becoming more and more stable, he let go of his courage and started running and jumping on the water. Ah you, I succeeded, I finally learned it. The dog standing next to Ye Shenyue doesn't understand why Naruto is so happy, isn't it just treading water? It will be able to listen to Ye Shenyue once said. Can't Naruto be as stable as it? Ye Shenyue made a somersault and came to the surface. Naruto, let me see if you've been slacking off lately. Haha. Come on. Naruto faced Ye Shenyue without any panic. He didn't think that even if he had finished treading water training, he would be able to stand in front of Ye Shenyue. But, every time he played against Ye Shenyue, he learned some very useful skills. For example, the last time he used speaking fists and feet against Sasuke was also learned from Ye Shenyue's battle. Naruto sees my movements. Hearing Ye Shenyue's words, Naruto didn't even want to talk to him. This guy definitely wants to do it again. First attract your own attention, and then attack by surprise. Ye Shenyue underestimated herself too much. Now he has mastered the profound meaning of the despicable fluid technique. Ayu's hand. Not good. Ye Shenyue was a little helpless, and Naruto didn't believe himself when he told the truth. He just showed Naruto his new ninjutsu. Ye Shenyue, who was standing on the water, quickly formed a mudra with both hands. Naruto realized that Ye Shenyue was going to use ninjutsu and immediately turned around and ran away. Sangbiao. Stop him. Wow, Sangbiao spread his legs and ran towards Naruto. Ye Shenyue also used her ninjutsu, Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Naruto stared blankly at the earth wall built on the river. What happened? This ninjutsu should not be used for defense, right? But, he didn't attack Ayu either. What does he use this technique for? After Ye Shenyue formed the seal, a high wall was immediately built in front of him. The effect of the entry guard is also activated immediately. Ye Shenyue just felt a blur in front of her eyes. Then he saw the doubt, puzzlement, and shock in Naruto's eyes. Chapter 48. The man who concentrates all his talent points on Shadow Clone. Which way is more? Give me a justice correction punch. Boom, Naruto flew out with his whole body sideways. This punch from Ye Shenyue directly knocked Naruto out of the stunned state. Naruto stood up again with excitement written all over his face. Ah you. Your trick is amazing. Today's Naruto stole from Ye Shenyue again. First, ambush the avatar by your side, and then make confusing behaviors in the distance to attract the attention of the enemy. Finally, when the enemy was in a state of confusion, he was dealt with one blow. Ah Yu's trick is really wonderful, although he doesn't know Earth style, but he can use the seduction technique to confuse his opponents. Naruto is already fantasizing about meeting Sasuke next. Immediately use seduction at the beginning of the game. No matter who you change, you have to be dumbfounded for a while. Then use the shadow fraction again. Suffered. Naruto suddenly realized that he hadn't learned Shadow Clone yet. That. Ah you. Shadow Clone. I heard Naruto who suddenly praised himself, and heard him say that he wanted to learn Shadow Clone. Ye Shenyue is even more confused than Naruto who was beaten just now. Could it be that he was discovered by Naruto when he teleported with Earth style? Why did he suddenly want to learn Shadow Clone again? Sure. Ye Shenyue brought Naruto to the shore, and then made a gesture of Shadow Clone seal. Then I told Naruto about the running route of chakra. Did you understand? Got it. Got it. Naruto said that this ninjutsu is much simpler than climbing trees and treading water. He put his index and middle fingers together and crossed his hands. Boom, the silhouette of the clone suddenly sounded beside him. A question mark slowly appeared on Naruto's head. What's going on? He just made a seal, hasn't used chakra yet. Your avatar came out, just when he turned his head to look for his clone. He saw 3 Sangbiao. Naruto was about to lose his mind. Why does Sangbiao get better every time he hears Ayu finish speaking? And, he's never had a dog that can use ninjutsu. At least he hadn't seen Akamaru use Shadow Clone. No. Naruto gritted his teeth. Shadow Clone technique. Bang bang bang. Naruto successfully split into 2 clones. He himself was shocked by himself. He never thought that he would be able to summon a clone for the first time. Ye Shenyue is not surprised that Naruto successfully used Shadow Clone. After all, the guy Naruto put most of his talent on Shadow Clone. And he's got a small amount of control over chakra now. If there is no way to learn it all at once, then he will be treated as a coward. Ye Shenyue looked at Sangbiao who was playing with Naruto. This kind of dog. The talent is really scary. He couldn't even believe how Sangbiao learned Shadow Clone. How on earth does a dog make prints with its front paws? It's outrageous. Teach him fire style another day and try it out. Naruto excitedly pulled up Sangbiao and started a ballroom dance. Ye Shenyue sighed, if it wasn't for worrying about 3rd generation monitoring. He wanted to try his new entry, but just now Ye Shenyue believed that he used Earth style to flash 3rd Hokage, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. How much can be seen in a small crystal ball? Who? Hey, relax. Ye Shenyue found someone peeping in the woods behind him, and immediately took out the kunai alert. Naruto, who was dancing with Sangbiao, also stopped dancing immediately. And at this moment, Kakashi came out from the grass. I said you guys won't be hiding somewhere to peep again? Uncle, I said that you should be at the age to find a girlfriend at your age. If you save it, you can only live with men in the future. Ye Shenyue's 3 sentences successfully raised Kakashi's blood pressure. When Kakashi thought of becoming Ye Shenyue's leader Jonin in the future, he felt a little stuffy. This kid is good at everything, but his mouth, it's too vicious. He never thought that one day he would be urged to marry. And it's a 7-year-old kid. Come here. Kakashi waved his hand to signal Ye Shenyue to follow him. Ah you. Wow, it's okay, you go back first. Why did this guy Kakashi come to him today? The 3rd generation signaled. Kakashi didn't monitor Naruto in secret, what did he come looking for? Ye Shenyue is also a little confused. Kakashi came to find his purpose. After following Kakashi for a while, Ye Shenyue sat down on the ground and spoke to Kakashi. Hey, Uncle Bai Mao, young people nowadays are really in a hurry. Kakashi didn't mind whether the floor was dirty or not, and sat down opposite Ye Shenyue. These actions can't help but make Ye Shenyue a little worried. At least Izumi will help him wash his clothes when he goes home. Kakashi is really not afraid of trouble. Recently the school reported your absence from class. Ye Shenyue's voice suddenly rose a few notches when she heard the word absenteeism. He subconsciously said, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. Besides, the school didn't stipulate that you can't use shadow clone in class. Kakashi couldn't figure out why Ye Shenyue suddenly became agitated. Forget about your business. At least let Naruto go to class. It's hard for me to deal with him being absent from class every day. Ye Shenyue pouted. Difficult? Don't do it if it's difficult. Of course, he also said this in his heart, but Naruto has learned shadow division. At that time, it would be good to let him send a clone to class like himself. Okay, I get it. I'll tell Naruto when I get back. Besides, third generation Sama, let Naruto play with your dog as little as possible. Take him to the village to make friends. Obviously this is the age to make good friends, you can't stay in this remote place every day. Kakashi did not tell Ye Shenyue about third generation's account until the topic of the two was almost over. Okay, Uncle Bai Mao, kid remember my name is Hitaki Kakashi. Gone. Kakashi got up and patted his butt, intending to leave. He felt that he was staying with Ye Shenyue for a second longer, and he couldn't help but start Sharingan to clean him up. It's so annoying. Chapter 49. Why didn't I think of it? Ye Shenyue can probably guess why third generation came back to ask Kakashi to find him. If Ye Shenyue and Naruto really lived in this remote place for 3 years, then how can third generation brainwash the two of them? How can you use the fetters in the village to trap the two of you? Is it by a dog? So Kakashi came here to find them and Ye Shenyue expected it. But Ye Shenyue also received news from the Avatar today. In the past 2 days, the school really wanted a comprehensive assessment. This assessment would affect everyone's future grades. This also determines their future graduation grades. Things have come to this point, it seems that it is really impossible not to go to school. Just go to school and relax. Naruto going to school can also give Sasuke a little shock. To save him from driving a comma to the sky, in the early morning of the next day, after having breakfast, Ye Shenyue brought Sangbiao and Naruto to the school. The students in today's class are so lively, everyone is full of anticipation for today's assessment. After the assessment this time, everyone's courses for this school year have ended. The rest is the kids' favorite holiday life. This exam is equivalent to the final exam of Ye Shenyue's previous life. Sasuke sat alone and acted as the little cool brother. There is little Sakura sitting on his right, and the seat on Sasuke's left originally belonged to Ino. But since Ino planned to chase Ye Shenyue, this position was given up to other girls. Now Ye Shenyue is sitting beside Hinata and Ino on the left and right respectively. If it weren't for Hinata's character, it's a bit weak. Ino is planning to let her leave Ye Shenyue's side. Ye Shenyue, is this your dog? Much better looking than Akamaru. Looks good. It's all about intelligence. Ye Shenyue let Sangbiao ravage in Ino's arms. Ino was full of praise for Sangbiao. It's just that Akamaru who was on the side was a little sad. It never thought that it would meet this dog again in its life. Akamaru, it's okay. You look good too. Teba touched Akamaru's head and began to comfort him. Sasuke, who was sitting in the front row, was not in the mood to chat with the little girls around him. His eyes were always on Ye Shenyue and Naruto. Since he opened Sharingan, his brother arranged special training for him. Sasuke believes that his current strength can definitely defeat Ye Shenyue. He reached out to touch his eyes. Ye Shenyue's strength is not worth mentioning in front of him. This guy can't appreciate the power of the Uchiha clan at all. If I match him in today's exam, I must show him some color. Also let him know that the Uchiha clan is not comparable to a dog. As for that Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke didn't even care about it. He just thinks that everyone sitting here is hot chicken today. One look at Sasuke's haughty look, Ye Shenyue knew that this guy had started to drift again. Isn't it just a comma? Brother is several versions ahead of you. If it weren't for the current conditions, I would open a Mangekyo on the spot to scare you to death. Sangbiao, who ran into Hinata's arms, took the lead with Sasuke's arrogant look. It took a look at Ye Shenyue and asked him if he could take care of this little rookie. There's no rush. Seeing Hinata's lovely appearance, Ye Shenyue was moved in his heart and said to her. Can I touch it? Hinata was dumbfounded by Ye Shenyue's question. Isn't this kind of dog a lunar? Why do you still have to ask yourself? Yes. Okay. Ye Shenyue reached out and rubbed Hinata's head. Hinata, who was suddenly attacked, just felt dizzy. Just ask to touch me. Hey, I'm so shy. Okay, everyone be quiet. Iruka creaked into the classroom with a board in his hands. The first test, Kanai, Shuriken throwing technique. Everyone gather at the training ground, grass. God TM's first test is throwing skills. Ye Shenyue never expected to take this test. His 100% throwing technique is actually not accurate, it all depends on everyone's good catch. Facing those targets now, no matter how much he throws them, he can't hit them. Unless, use your own Shuriken clone technique to hit the target with quantity. But as long as he dares to use this technique in front of everyone today, third Hokage would definitely let Kakashi carry himself to his office. If he can't tell the reason, he probably won't let himself go. After all, as far as he knows this technique, It seems that only the third generation can use it in the village. And, if Ye Shenyue insists on taking the exam, after you threw kunai and shuriken, the scene would definitely be very shocking. Just imagine that after you throw out your kunai, Iruka or other teachers standing beside you will take your kunai. They will definitely die in society. Ye Shenyue estimated that their teaching career should have reached this position. Iruka is good to herself anyway. There is no need for me to smash other people's jobs because of an exam. If he is embarrassed, it is estimated that in the next 20 years, Iruka will be dragged out by the villagers from time to flog his corpse. Ye Shenyue intends to give up the first test. Next, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke stepped out of the crowd at the same time. The two looked at each other, and Naruto felt a fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Sasuke only felt that the tail of the crane was provoking him. Naruto took out 10 kunai in a regular manner. Although it is said that only 8 out of 10 rounds hit the target, this result is still among the best in the class. Sasuke's eyes are always on Ye Shenyue, in his impression of Ye Shenyue. Ye Shenyue is the only one who can pose a threat to him in this subject. Thump thump. After throwing 10 kunai, Sasuke turned around handsomely. He didn't even have the desire to see his results. Uzumaki Naruto, 80 points. Uchiha Sasuke, 100 points. Everyone exploded when Iruka finished announcing the results. It's unbelievable. The tail of the crane can achieve such a result. Isn't it too strong? Could it be that he secretly trained at home when he didn't come to class? No, I want to skip class and go home for training. TCH, I think you just pretend that you don't want to go to school. Sasuke was very upset when he heard everyone talking about Naruto. It doesn't matter if you brag or not, but if you don't. Sasuke felt very sad. Chapter 50. Next, Ye Shenyue. When Iruka called Ye Shenyue's name, everyone's voices boiled again. They still remember Ye Shenyue's beautiful throwing skills against Sasuke. And the kunai thrown by Ye Shenyue was not dodged by Sasuke. His grades will definitely get full marks. Mr. Iruka, I abstain. Ye Shenyue raised her hand and said to Iruka. His actions successfully attracted everyone's attention. Iruka looked serious and shouted sharply, Ye Shenyue, do you know what you're talking about? This exam will not affect your future graduation. I'll ask you again, whether to abstain. Iruka was very worried that the child couldn't think about it. He knows that Ye Shenyue's talent is very strong. But if this exam affects his later grades, that would be a pity. He couldn't bear to see such a good seedling unable to graduate because of his grades. Well, I'm sure. Sasuke also looked at Ye Shenyue in surprise when he learned of Ye Shenyue's actions. This guy. Why give up? Isn't his throwing technique very strong? Naruto didn't have any special reaction. He believed that Ayu definitely had her own plan in doing so. Anyway, what Ayu said and did was right. Ye Shenyue actually gave up. Yes. Why? I got it. He must have wanted to give up the first test and crush Uchiha Sasuke with an absolute advantage. What? He is so sure. Hiss, it's too strong. Hearing everyone's comments, Sasuke's face became a little ugly. Hateful. Didn't expect Ye Shenyue to embarrass himself in such a way. Ye Shenyue, I will definitely let you know how awesome Uchiha is. Iruka repeatedly confirmed that Ye Shenyue gave up the first exam. He could only shake his head regretfully, and Ye Shenyue was listening to the little kids in the class, and she was stunned. Can you still use this method to fill the cup? I didn't even think of it. Ye Shenyue looked at Sasuke and his expression gradually became cruel. Today he deliberately brought Sangbiao. It may be because of the first academic year, the second exam did not assess 3 body technique, just some basic knowledge. Fortunately, his deskmate Hinata handed Ye Shenyue his test paper directly, otherwise he would not know how to get away with it. In the third game, it was the long-awaited actual combat session. Everyone's battle order is drawn by Iruka. Uchiha Sasuke versus Ye Shenyue. I don't know if Iruka did it on purpose or it was just a coincidence. The first fight was Ye Shenyue fighting Uchiha Sasuke again. Everyone couldn't help but think of the scene where Ye Shenyue easily defeated Sasuke for the first time. Teacher, can I bring my ninja dog to fight together? Naruto was stunned by Ye Shenyue's face. With his strength, he can definitely crush Sasuke. Ah, you even brought a dog to beat Sasuke, please be human. Naruto turned his head, a little embarrassed to stand beside Ye Shenyue. Iruka glanced at the 1-year-old puppy beside Ye Shenyue and frowned. Yes, but your ninja dog may be injured during the battle. Are you sure? Iruka is a little worried. You must know that the energy expenditure required to cultivate a ninja dog is huge. And Ye Shenyue's identity is just an ordinary civilian. Although I don't know when he raised a ninja dog. But if it hurts, Ye Shenyue may not be able to afford the high medical expenses. Kiba and Akamaru looked at Sasuke playfully. One person and one dog know that this guy Uchiha is bad. Teacher, I have confidence in my ninja dog, wow. Sangbiao stood beside Ye Shenyue, looking at Sasuke arrogantly. Before the battle started, Sangbiao made a provocative look at Sasuke. Damn it. Ye Shenyue, this guy, hey, do you really think you can defeat me with a dog? Impossible. After confirming with Ye Shenyue, Iruka began to let 2 people and 1 dog enter the arena. Naruto began to wonder at this moment whether that guy Sasuke would be hit with a double hook today. The seal of confrontation between the two sides. Wait. That dog. It hasn't started yet. As soon as Iruka shouted, he saw Ye Shenyue's ninja running towards Sasuke. If he hadn't called out in time, it is estimated that Sasuke would have been bitten by it when he formed the seal. Iruka can tell from this alone. The strength of this dog will never be injured in this battle. Sangbiao walked away from Sasuke dejectedly. It almost got rid of the hedgehog head just now. Sasuke, who just formed the seal of opposition, almost couldn't jump out of his heart. Because that dog's speed is too fast. Iruka sees Ye Shenyue's ninja dog back in position. Okay, let's start. As soon as Iruka's words fell, Ye Shenyue and Sangbiao rushed towards Sasuke, left and right. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately opened Sharingan. Let me meet you, Uchiha. How is this guy Ye Shenyue so fast? As soon as Sasuke started Sharingan, Ye Shenyue and Sangbiao had already come to his side. Sangbiao jumped up and kicked towards Sasuke's face with a blow. On the other side, Ye Shenyue savagely attacked Sasuke's lower body with a sweeping leg. Sasuke's Sharingan has seen the attack trajectory of a man and a dog. But his body didn't have time to react. Now he can only watch helplessly as the dog kicked his face. Boom! Sasuke, who was hit hard, was thrown into the air. By the time he landed, Sangbiao was already holding a handful of Ku-Wu around his neck. Sasuke gritted his teeth, unable to accept his failure. Why did he open Sharingan? Why isn't this guy Ye Shenyue's opponent? And Ye Shenyue just used a trick. Sasuke's brain is on fire, he just can't figure out why this guy Ye Shenyue is so strong. It took a while for everyone outside the court to realize that Sasuke had been defeated by Ye Shenyue. This is really too strong. Sasuke doesn't even have a chance to fight back. When did Ye Shenyue become so strong? I declare, Ye Shenyue will be my idol from now on. Although Ye Shenyue won the battle with Sasuke before, it is not like the current one. As soon as Iruka shouted, Sasuke lost. Kiba and Akamaru were even more shocked. They were not surprised that Ye Shenyue defeated Sasuke. But the cooperation between him and Ninja Dog just now. It's just perfect. Ya thinks that in the future, he should establish a good relationship with Ye Shenyue. Chapter 51. Gay guys are really scary. Do you really think you can beat me with a single Guyu? You can't even beat my dog. Wow, Ye Shenyue took Sangbiao away without looking back after speaking. Hateful. Unable to accept his failure, Sasuke could only stay in place and rage. Iruka shook his head, announcing the result. Ye Shenyue, win. Everyone is excited at this moment. You know Ye Shenyue is a commoner. Can actually crush the genius Uchiha in strength. Facing the proud Uchiha Sasuke from the front, they couldn't even touch Sasuke's clothes Kakuzu. And now that Ye Shenyue has defeated Uchiha Sasuke, this also allows them to see the hope of civilian ninjas defeating the Uchiha clan. In other words, if you work hard, you can have a chance to defeat the Uchiha clan. If Ye Shenyue wants to know what they think, she will definitely have a word with them. Sorry, I'm a jerk. However, Naruto doesn't even have the desire to be close to Ye Shenyue. He is absolutely shameless. Ha ha ha, Ye Shenyue's ninja dog is too strong. I went back and told my dad to raise a ninja dog. That's right, if he is so strong, he must have a ninja dog. Great, looks like I have a chance to beat Sasuke too. Both Kiba and Akamaru looked dumbfounded. Do these guys really think that they can beat Uchiha Sasuke with a ninja dog? Obviously Ye Shenyue's strength is too strong, and raising a ninja dog is so easy. Sasuke's face became more gloomy when he heard everyone's ridicule. Ye Shenyue is almost becoming a nightmare in his heart now. In the end, after all the results, Ye Shenyue won the first place. What surprised him was that Naruto's comprehensive score actually won the second place. As for Sasuke, originally he could have won the first place, but because of the loss in the third battle, his overall score only got the third place. Sasuke just felt pale, and he didn't even know how to explain to his father when he went back. He is now eager to improve his strength and defeat Ye Shenyue. Even Uzumaki Naruto at the tail of the crane is second. What kind of training did Ye Shenyue and Uzumaki Naruto do? It has become so powerful. Sasuke's inflated self-confidence had been battered to pieces. This reminded him of Ye Shenyue and him talking about defeating Naruto. Just defeat Naruto, he can train with Ye Shenyue. I can also know the secret of Naruto and Ye Shenyue becoming so strong. Sasuke, who was defeated by Ye Shenyue, even began to doubt the power of the Uchiha clan. However, remembering the last time I fought against Naruto, maybe fight him again. Can I open my eyes again? Sasuke has already decided in his heart to go to the river to look for them again these days. Everyone returned to the class after the exam. Everyone is happy today. Oh, except Sasuke. After all, after the exam, there will be a 2-month holiday waiting for everyone. Moon. Are you free tomorrow? Ino carelessly came to Ye Shenyue's side and shouted. Her voice directly interrupted what Hinata was about to say. Usually I often hear Naruto call Ye Shenyue call Are you. Ino also started screaming after trying this address without causing Ye Shenyue's dissatisfaction. Hinata, who was sitting next to Ye Shenyue, became very anxious. The way she looked at Ino also became unfriendly. Ino. Do you also like you? What's wrong? Hearing Ino's call, Ye Shenyue first touched Hinata's small head with his hand. Then he turned to look at Ino. Let's go shopping together tomorrow. Ino moved closer to Ye Shenyue, blushing slightly and said. Ye Shenyue turned to look at Hinata who was about to cry, and then at Ino. Well, it seems that being too popular is not a good thing. He knew that Hinata would be sad if he agreed to Ino. Ye Shenyue brainstormed and came up with a solution that had the best of both worlds. I won't go shopping, let's go to my house for barbecue tomorrow. What do you guys think? After Hinata, Ye Shenyue is going to run with Ino. As a result, when he heard what he said, he immediately nodded his head obediently. When Ino heard that Ye Shenyue was not very alone, she felt a little disappointed. But when he heard that he was going to Ye Shenyue's house, the whole person became happy again. Great. My favorite is barbecue. Shikamaru sitting next to him couldn't stand Ino's loud voice. He picked his ears with his hands and said, I remember you said you should lose weight and not eat barbecue? There is. Ino stomped his feet on the spot, staring at Shikamaru. Ye Shenyue also smiled when she heard Shikamaru's voice. Tooth, Shikamaru, are you coming? Can you? Barbecue is such a hassle. But tomorrow is fine. Then Ye Shenyue asked everyone to start shouting. Shikamaru calls out to Choji, Kiba calls out to Shino and repeatedly. Ino also called her best friend Sakura, but somehow. This Naruto guy actually called Sasuke. Ye Shenyue didn't remember how familiar the two of them were. Could this be their reincarnated chakra kicking in? Tisk, it's terrible. Ye Shenyue hasn't had much contact with them since time travel. I just took this opportunity to bond with everyone. Certainly. The main purpose of calling so many people is to let Quan not misunderstand. In case I invited Hinata and Ino to my house alone. He was a little afraid that Quan would misunderstand. Although he knew that Quan would not think too much. But I can't help but have ghosts in my heart, he simply called everyone up, so that he could tease the two little girls. I can hug the big sister at home again. Happy. After school, Naruto returned home from school with Ye Shenyue as usual. He almost forgot how long he hadn't been back to his little broken apartment. He would rather live with Ye Shenyue than that home. Hey, isn't that Sasuke's brother? Why is he here? Naruto pointed to Uchiha Itachi not far away. Pooh. You, what's wrong with you? Fine. Ye Shenyue yelled bad luck, why did this Uchiha Itachi come here again? And he also found that Uchiha Itachi was carrying a bag of tricolor meatballs in his hand. Go, leave him alone. Izumi, who heard Ye Shenyue's return, walked out of the house with a smile, but the smile on his face froze instantly when he saw Uchiha Itachi. Quan, I brought you your favorite meatball. Bring your meatballs and get out of here. Chapter 52. Danzo is not dead. I can't sleep. Uchiha Itachi left in despair under Izumi's roar. Although his expression didn't seem to change much. But Ye Shenyue found that his eyes were very lonely when he left. But, it's none of his business. Dare to run over to make fun of yourself, really shameless. Ye Shenyue deliberately hugged Quan in front of him when he left. Tomorrow is the day off. Quan spoke to him softly. Naruto was a little stunned watching from the side. No wonder Yu said that a woman can change her face faster than turning a book. Her gentle look made it completely unexpected that she just scolded Uchiha Itachi angrily. Well, tomorrow I invited my classmates to come to our house for barbecue. Okay. Yu should make more friends at this age. Naruto, didn't you just invite everyone to Yu's house? Why did Yu talk about our family? Naruto always felt a little strange staying with them. So, he called Sangbiao and started another day of training. Kurama in Naruto's stomach was so angry that he nearly tore off his beard. What the hell is going on with this kid? How can I hang out with this kind of stupid dog all day long? He has never seen such a disgraceful nine-tails Jinchuriki in his life. Hateful. I must have a chance to clean up this brat. The next day, Ye Shenyue and Izumi had breakfast and went to Konoha village early to buy ingredients. Naruto greeted the students who had already arrived. He has been with Ye Shenyue for a long time and his character has gradually become smoother. Shikamaru, help make a fire. What a hassle. Shikamaru and Yaji quickly built a simple barbecue table. Ino, Hinata and several other women skewered the meat with sliced sticks. But Ino seemed a little distracted. When she came, she found that something was wrong between Ye Shenyue and that Uchiha Izumi's big sister. Obviously it is the Uchiha family, but they moved to live with Ye Shenyue near his house. And Ino just heard from Naruto about the relationship between Ye Shenyue and Quan. Although the two said they lived in two houses, it was basically the same as living together. This can't help but make Ino a little envious. Hinata, what do you think is the relationship between Uchiha Izumi and Izuka? Hinata, who was skewering meat, gave a meal. How could she not see the intimate relationship between Ye Shenyue and Quan?
But she doesn't care, as long as Ye Shenyue can always treat her well like now.
I don't know. Hey, Hinata, I said, do you like Yu? Although Ino said this in a low voice, the movements of everyone around him were a beat slower. Everyone pricked up their ears, curious to hear the next story. Me, Ino, what are you talking about, Moon? The sudden appearance of Ye Shenyue was like saving Hinata. After seeing Ye Shenyue, Hinata immediately put down all the movements in her hands, pulled Ye Shenyue's clothes and followed behind him. Disappointment was on the faces of everyone who hadn't heard 8 trigrams. Ino didn't know if it was his own illusion. She always felt that when Hinata hid behind Ye Shenyue just now, she smiled at herself. Probably. I misread it. I'm going to catch fish, will Hinata come with me? Ino, who was a little slower, followed immediately, still shouting. Ah you. Wait for me. I also need to go. Shikamaru spoke lazily while holding the grass in his mouth. Women are really troublesome. Little cool guy Sasuke is squatting in the corner and Naruto is cutting wooden sticks. Originally Naruto invited him to barbecue, but he refused. But when I thought that I might be able to obtain information about their cultivation from Naruto. He began to hesitate. Sasuke struggled in his heart for a long time before speaking to Naruto. Naruto, how did you cultivate during this time? The careless Naruto didn't take their practice seriously at all. The most important thing is that Yu didn't tell him not to disclose their cultivation. And, in his opinion, his daily practice is nothing more than fighting with Sangbiao. Ha ha ha, actually, I just play with Sangbiao every day. Then it became stronger without knowing it, Kurama. Sasuke was speechless. His first reaction was that the idiot was talking nonsense to him. But thinking about it, this guy's strength has indeed grown rapidly recently. So, he went to the food place, picked up a piece of meat, and walked towards Sangbiao. You eat. Sangbiao. Sasuke's bewildering behavior successfully caught Sangbiao's attention. If it weren't for Sangbiao's inability to speak, he would have to say a few words with this hedgehog head. Are you sick? Don't you know that all the meat this dog eats is roasted by himself? Sangbiao ignored Sasuke. It walked slowly to the ingredients, picked up a piece of barbecue, and then found a place to roast it alone. It kept winking at Uchiha Sasuke while grilling the meat. The friends around were stunned. They didn't expect a dog to be able to barbecue by itself. In fact, Sangbiao was also very helpless, if it wasn't for Ye Shenyue's terrible cooking skills. It doesn't get reduced to this level either. After all, who doesn't want the days when the food comes and opens their mouths? Ye Shenyue took Hinata and Ino to catch fish by the river. What he didn't expect was that his Jeet Kune Do mystery could also be used in fishing. Ye Shenyue standing in the river can always kick the fish ashore before it escapes. This scene made the 2 little girls beside him exclaim incessantly. Although their words of praise are very simple, Ye Shenyue still enjoys it very much. Seeing the beautiful and warm moment around her, Ye Shenyue couldn't help but sighed. The day of the night of genocide is really getting closer. Although his current strength is enough to deal with Itachi and Uchiha Obito. But Mangekyo's side effects couldn't bring him enough sense of security after all. The most crucial point, he doesn't know how many times he can use his Mangekyo's instant kill ability. Now he has a lot of enemies to deal with if he overdraws Mangekyo's ability. It will definitely bring him unexpected troubles. And once he has the power of the Sharingan discovered by outsiders, then the enemy he faces will be the whole village. It seems that although Mangekyo is powerful, it can only be used as a trump card. As for whom to use his instant kill ability first. Shimura Danzo, of course, this guy doesn't die. Ye Shenyue can't sleep. Chapter 53 Master Danzo. This is a tenfold gain. Master Danzo. What's up? These days, Danzo was just released by 3rd Hokage. Even he didn't expect the consequences of what he did to that Uchiha Izumi last time. Originally, 3rd generation didn't want to imprison his friend for too long. However, the patriarchs of several families had to mention it in front of themselves every time they saw him. What do you think of our family's blood succession limit? It just disgusted 3rd Hokage. How could 3rd Hokage not know what the patriarchs were thinking? Isn't it because he is afraid that he will release Danzo after 2 days? 3rd Hokage also delayed Danzo's release time under the pressure of ninja. However, on the surface it is said to be detained. In fact, it's not just letting Danzo ground his feet at home to recuperate. Danzo didn't expect that he would be imprisoned by 3rd generation for a full 3 months. Today, the day he was lifted from the ground, watching my subordinates suddenly come to find me. Danzo's expression changed slightly. When he left the root base, he let them handle the affairs of the root by themselves. Now suddenly find him. Could it be that something happened? Master Danzo, the son of your cousin's nephew has been wanting to visit you all this time. Danzo didn't figure out the relationship between this relative and himself for a while. I remember his name was Shimura, root ninja. Shimura Shinichi. Oh, to Shimura Shinichi. In order not to lose face as a leader in front of his subordinates, Danzo immediately pretended to be enlightened. What did he want from me? Shimura Shinichi said that there is a matter related to the fate of the family for you to make a decision. He's already at the door. Danzo looked suspicious. He couldn't figure out what this guy who seemed to be his relative was going to do. What the hell? Can still be related to the fate of the family. Originally, the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family were just small families in Konoha village. But all that changed after the 2 of them became 2nd generation students. After the 3rd generation came to power, these 2 families also became the 2 big families in Konoha village. The current Shimura family can be said to be thriving. How could there be anything related to the fate of the family? Let him come in and see me. The root ninja quickly brought Shimura Shinichi who was waiting at the door to Danzo. Then this rude ninja was very interesting and left time for his leader to talk. Mainly he was afraid of hearing something he shouldn't have heard. Master Danzo will send him to the laboratory bench tomorrow. Patriarch. Shimura knelt down immediately when he saw Danzo. Shimura Shinichi. What do you want from me? It's like this, I know I don't have the talent of a ninja. Get to the point. Danzo didn't take much care of his family's internal affairs after accepting the roots. If it wasn't something too important, he might not necessarily meet this person. Oh, Patriarch, I'm in a business now. This business can return 10 times as long as it is invested in 1 year. Let's go back. Danzo, who heard the word business, subconsciously raised his hand to see off the guests. Doesn't this kid named Shimura Shinichi know how much work he has to do for the village every day? She even ran up to him and told him that it was an insignificant matter. It's such a small thing, what did you come to me for? Sorry, I'm leaving now. Danzo's expression really scared Shimura Shinichi. Even if Danzo's prestige is in his own family, it is an existence that everyone fears. Shimura Shinichi got up and hurriedly walked towards the door. However, when he was about to step through the gate, Shimura Shinichi heard his patriarch speak again. You just said 1 year, 10 times the return. When he was about to leave, Danzo extracted the key words from Shimura Shinichi's words just now. This Shimura Shinichi. Very nice, he was the first to find him when there was such a thing. To know 1 year, 10 times return, and he doesn't have to do anything, he just needs to hand over to this Shimura Shinichi. The temptation of money really moved Danzo's heart. It never occurred to him in his heart that this guy would deceive himself in front of him. After all, the person who did this is either dead or on his experimental bench. After hearing Danzo's voice, Shimura Shinichi walked up to him tremblingly. Yes, it is. Danzo roughly estimated in his mind that the roots and the funds that can be used within the family should be in 320 million taels. If it were to be multiplied tenfold, then it would be 32 billion taels, as long as he has so much money. No need to be bound by Hiruzen in the future. Every time Danzo wants to start a new research topic and expand the root ninja. They were all sent back by Sarutobi Hiruzen for lack of funds. Moreover, the funds for the past 2 years have also been cut a lot. Danzo realizes this is an opportunity, even. As long as he operates well, he can have a chance to be a Hokage. Thinking of this, Danzo's eyes on Shimura Shinichi gradually became hot. I'll give you 320 million taels. 1 year later, if it doesn't do what you say. You should know your fate. Shimura Shin nodded and swallowed. I promise, after 1 year, these fronts will definitely become 3.2 billion taels. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, then waved for a root ninja. You take him to the roots and the Shimura clan to get money. But Lord Danzo, now we and my funds also. Stop talking nonsense. Yes. After the root ninja received the order, he left Danzo's house with Shimura Shinichi. It's not that Danzo doesn't understand what the root said just now. Although taking out all these funds at once will make the Shimura family and the roots a little tight. But he believes it's all worth it. Anyway, there is no special place to spend money now. In just 1 year, his capital can be multiplied tenfold. At that time, it is not up to him to expand the root. As long as the roots are strong enough, that spot for Hokage will be his sooner or later. Danzo's eyes were bright. Hiruzen, just wait, I'll let you know I'm a better fit than you for Hokage. Chapter 54. Suffer yourself again. During this year, Shimura Shinichi was active in various places in the Land of Fire. He has visited every family in Konoha village, especially the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi clan. Shimura Shinichi didn't expect that they would spend more funds than his patriarch. When 3rd generation heard that Danzo suddenly started to start a business, he gradually let go of his guard against his friend. However, 3rd Hokage's eyes were red when he heard that the 1 year investment had a tenfold return. So he invested most of his family's net worth in it. This alone is not enough, since there is a way to make money. How can 3rd generation forget the 2 consultants in the village? In the end, the Konoha F4 family all invested in their own family wealth. They never suspected Shimura Shinichi from beginning to end. After all, everyone knows that Shimura Shinichi is just a representative of Danzo. Although it is said that Danzo's methods are very dirty, it is not enough to unite and pit several of their big families on this kind of matter. Anyway, everyone wears a pair of pants. Even if one family falls, the positions of other families will definitely be replaced by those ninjas. They have no fear of Danzo taking his money and running away. After Shimura Shinichi collected a huge amount of money at Konoha F4, he secretly contacted people from the major ninja clans. Unfortunately for Shinichi Shimura, though, they don't trust Danzo's reputation. Everyone is at odds with Danzo, and they are going to do business with his family. I'm afraid that when the money is taken away by someone, there will be a sentence of, everything I do is for the village. Shimura, who was rejected, just walked away in despair. Before he left Konoha village, he went to see Mr. Runtu again and exchanged all the funds for vouchers. What surprised Shinichi Shimura was that in order to reward him for his performance this time, Mr. Huntu. He also gave him dozens of certificates and asked him to do a good job. Lord Runtu, what a good man, I will live up to his expectations. Bigger and stronger. Ye Shenyue made a total of 37.6 billion taels of funds in Shimura Shinichi's volume this year. He also breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that Konoha village voted for the F4 family. If all the families are invested in this, Konoha village will definitely be destroyed by him. I have to say, all of this is thanks to Danzo. If it weren't for his reputation, Shimura Shinichi would not have gone so smoothly in the Land of Fire. When Ye Shenyue saw Shimura Shinichi for the last time, he specially gave him all the remaining vouchers in his hand. Said it was a reward, but Ye Shenyue just wanted to give him some comfort. After all, after that time, there is no one named Runtu in this world. Even if there is, then go find Uchiha Obito. This is more than a huge sum of money that was put into more than 300 sealed scrolls by Ye Shenyue. Half of them are kept by Hinata and half by Ino. All of them were hidden in their boudoir. If it was really put on Izumi, I would be afraid that so much money would be exposed. Konoha, 58, February. Condolences, Quan, Auntie just went to meet Uncle. Ye Shenyue comforts Quan who is crying. Woo, I know. Quan grabbed Ye Shenyue's hand, thinking about the past between her and her mother. The tears in his eyes couldn't stop streaming down. And driven by grief, Izumi also awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan at her mother's grave. 3 days ago, Quan's mother passed away on the hospital bed. Ye Shenyue also followed her last wish and sealed her eyes in the scroll. He also told Quan everything. Quan didn't expect that his mother would use her eyes to protect himself after leaving this world. However, Ye Shenyue did not immediately transplant Quan's eyes. Because he won't. Quan's mother's eyes had been put into a test tube by Ye Shenyue and sealed in a scroll. But the only problem is that neither of them can use medical ninjutsu. Regardless of Madara in the original book, Obito uses Sharingan as a plug-in, plug and play. They already have gradual cells in their bodies. As long as the Sharingan is inserted into the eye sockets, the strong resilience of the body can directly connect the nerves to the eyeballs. The premise of being able to plug and play is to have the recovery ability of Pervert. Although Izumi said that he has the blood of the Senju clan. But her resilience is slightly stronger than normal people. If you want to plug her eyeballs directly, Ye Shenyue promises to destroy 2 pairs of Mangekyo. Now transplanting Quan has become a hassle. There's no way we're going to find that Orochimaru guy, right? It is impossible to go to the hospital in the village. Once Konoha's senior management is told, it will definitely be death. In the end, Quan and Ye Shenyue absolutely postponed the eye transplant. Ye Shenyue also plans to go to the hospital to sample medical ninjutsu. However, I don't know if I used up my luck with Quan's mother last time. He didn't draw any ninjutsu or entries in this year. Either useless ninjutsu, or repetitive ninjutsu. Even Kakashi didn't even draw a Chidori from him. Quan, have you rested? Ye Shenyue looked at Quan who came down from his arms and asked. Quan's mental state became particularly poor after awakening Mangekyo. And this time was also the longest time she slept. She actually slept for 3 days, well, much better. I made you worry, you. Quan rubbed his red and swollen eyes, walked up to Ye Shenyue, and gently embraced him in his arms. After a while, Quan pulled Ye Shenyue to sit down. You, look into my eyes. I know, it's Mangekyo. Ye Shenyue found that Quan's personality didn't change much after turning on Mangekyo. He remembered that Shisui was the only one who changed his personality after the opening of the eyes of the entire Uchiha clan. It seems that his wife's talent is not low. My left eye makes the enemy lose their 5 senses. The right eye gives me a 6th sense, that is, a strong sense of combat. Quan directly told Ye Shenyue about his abilities. At this moment, Quan felt a little safe in his heart. She always has a premonition. The Konoha executives may be about to take action against the Uchiha clan. And Danzo will definitely attack himself and Ayu in this opportunity. She believed that with her current strength, she could absolutely protect him. Chapter 55. You are out of money. Master Danzo, this is breakfast for today. Danzo's face was livid, looking at the pickles and porridge on the table. Originally, he thought that Genbu and his family would take part of the funds and invest in Shimura Shinichi's business, which would not affect him. But thinking about it now, his thinking was too naive. Since the money was handed over to Shimura Shinichi last time, they have been eating pickles and porridge for almost a year. Now he feels like throwing up when he sees these 2 things. Oh, forget it. Treat yourself harder. Danzo reckons there are still 3 days left in a year. Just 3 more days of suffering. As long as he suffers for another 3 days, his funds will be 10 times that of before. When Danzo thought that he was getting closer to Hokage, he picked up the pickles and drank the porridge. However, the clansmen of the Shimura clan and the ninjas of the root are miserable. The root ninjas haven't been paid for a year in a row, and if they don't have food, they won't be able to bear it. Everyone is basically in a state of paying for work. If it weren't for some savings at home, it is estimated that the whole family will starve to death at home. As for resigning, no one even thought about it. Joke. Who would have the guts to run up to Master Danzo and say, I'm quitting? Then this person will definitely be carried to the laboratory the next day, and his waist will be squeezed. There are only entry and death at the root, and there is no third option at all. The life of the Shimura clan is slightly better than that of the root ninjas. It's just that they are short of the monthly living expenses distributed by the patriarch. Which one of the Shimura family doesn't own a large number of shops in Konoha village? Relying on this alone, even if the funds in the family are drawn out, it is not enough to starve them to death. Even their lives can be better than before, Danzo. You open the door. Third Hokage came to the roots with 2 advisors. The 3 families have invested heavily in Shimura Shinichi's business. Seeing that the time is up in 3 days, how can everyone not be in a hurry? Coming. Danzo limped to the door with a cane, and opened the door to let 3rd generation and 2 consultants into his office. What's up? Danzo knew that these guys came to him to ask Shimura Shinichi's whereabouts. This Shimura Shinichi is good at everything. I just shouldn't introduce them to the 320 families with such a good voice. Danzo was still quite dissatisfied with him in his heart. If these 3 families have obtained a large amount of funds like himself, then he has no advantage at all to force Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate. He was already thinking about whether to annex the funds they invested. He, I just came to see you. 3rd generation pulled his face, and the wrinkles on his face were more than chrysanthemums when he smiled. Yes, everyone has been friends for so long. Snort. Danzo was too embarrassed to point them out. Saying that it's been too long and wanting to see myself is all nonsense. Don't you want to come over and ask when their funds will arrive on time? I remember we met at the Hokage building last week. Please come back if there is nothing to do. Danzo tapped the cane in his hand, signaling 3rd generation to leave quickly. Ahem. Danzo, we're here today. We're here today to represent our families. I just want to ask. The funds. Seeing that it was useless to pretend to be confused, the expression on the face of the 3rd generation was serious, and began to talk to Danzo. The 2 advisors beside him also took a step forward. Quite a feeling of, if you take our money, we will fight you desperately. Danzo looked at the 3 in front of him coldly. After all, you don't just care about the money, can't be like him. He, Shimura Danzo, is dedicated to the village. Danzo once felt in his heart that only he was the best candidate for Hokage. In the beginning, it was a mistake for the teacher to choose Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Shinichi already went to withdraw funds last week. You'll see him in 3 days, guaranteed by my husband. Are you still afraid that my Shimura family will renege on their debts? 3rd Hokage and the 2 consultants were relieved to hear Danzo say this. After all, most of their wealth is now on that Shimura Shinichi. If you don't come and ask in person, you really can't feel relieved. Ha 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 ha. Danzo, how could we mean that? 3rd generation's complexion suddenly changed. He glanced left and right at the 2 advisors beside him. Look, I told you to rest assured that Danzo will handle the matter. You have to come and confirm. Utatane Kaharu, Midokado Homura. Oh shit. If it weren't for the sake of you being a village shadow, they would have sprayed Sarutobi Hiruzen in a few words. At the beginning, it was not you who said you were worried, but you had to bring everyone over to confirm with Danzo. Co-author, now the good people let you be this guy, right? Are we 2 bad guys? Of course, the 2 of them can only think about these words in their hearts. To really tell these things, do you expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to take into account everyone's old feelings? Then I won't be able to wear small shoes for you in the days to come. He. It seems that we are worrying too much. Midokado Homura chuckled. It was as if everything that happened today was the result of the 2 of them instigating 3rd Hokage to come to Danzo. Please come back if you have nothing to do. Danzo raised his cane and pointed to the door. His meaning was already obvious, and he didn't want to spend any more time with these mods in the village. When the 3 of them saw this scene, they couldn't make fun of themselves. One after another left the root base, then Danzo called out another root ninja. What happened to Ye Shenyue and Uchiha Izumi's surveillance site recently? Everything is normal, they're still the same as usual. However, Uchiha Izumi's mother passed away at home a few days ago. Danzo feels a little regretful. After Uchiha Izumi's mother died of illness, it shows that he can't use the tactic of threatening his relatives. But thinking of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Danzo continued to talk to his subordinates. Go, collect her mother's eyes. That, Lord Danzo, I'm afraid not. They cremated the dead. Danzo's face turned black. Aren't these 2 brats a waste of his experimental materials? But thinking of the actions of the Uchiha clan recently, he felt relieved again. Send someone to provoke the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. It's better to let them go earlier. Yes, Lord Danzo. Then Danzo ordered everyone at the root to continue to monitor every move of Uchiha Kwan and Ye Shenyue in the near future. Once the village starts to attack the Uchiha clan, everyone immediately killed the 2 of them on the spot. At that time, Ye Shenyue can be charged with participating in the rebellion. No matter how hard those ninjas try to keep Ye Shenyue, they can't stand up for him again. However, before again, Naruto, who stays with Ye Shenyue every day, has to be dismissed first. Danzo knew that if he did something to Uzumaki Naruto, then Sarutobi Hiruzen would never let him go. Country of Fire Shimura Shinichi has been waiting for about a week at the contact point agreed by Mr. Huntu. But there was still no trace of Mr. Runtu. He became more and more uneasy. No, Mr. Runtu must have been delayed because of something. Come on. However, until the day before the appointment, Shimura Shinichi hadn't seen Mr. Huntu. At this moment, even if he is naive, he realizes that he maybe, cheated. Impossible. I don't believe it. Lord Runtu will definitely come. He can't lie to me. Under Shimura Shinichi's intense pressure, his spirit has begun to gradually collapse. He took out the credentials from all the suitcases and put them on the ground one by one. Master Runtu will never lie to me, absolutely not. Master Danzo, third Hokage, they will kill me, will kill me. Shimura Shinyi thought that if Mr. Huntu really deceived him, then his family and friends will definitely be torn apart by the people in the village and the nobles of the Land of Fire. Even the Shimura clan will cease to exist. I don't believe it. It's not true. Shimura Shinichi's eyes gradually became silly. Finally he couldn't take it anymore, and started counting the credentials on the ground on the spot. 1. Impossible. 2. He. Knowing that when the sun was setting, the two passing by sent a message to Shimura Zinran who was kneeling on the ground. It's a madman. I'm going to stay away. It is said that a madman may attack the people around him at any time. Go. Go. Two passers-by watched and ran quickly past Shimura Shinichi. They were afraid that the lunatic would jump up and attack them in the next second. Swish, two ninjas wearing animal masks suddenly appeared next to Shinichi Shimura. Anbu? Roots? After confirming the identity of the two ninjas, they were silent for a while. Their goal this time is to bring Shimura to the village. Danzo, who has been unable to contact Shimura Shinichi,